Continuing from the last episode, that night, we gathered around the fire pit to cook dinner. Feeding 10 people wasn't cheap, and the food Yang Zihan conjured from stones tasted, well, indescribable. She'd just been resurrected. Bronze level 2, power at bronze 1, 0 points. Lu Yi and Shuek Heidi had been out hunting for 2 days and hadn't seen so much as a stray hair. No matter how sharp your aim, that didn't guarantee you'd hit anything. We've got a farm. 5 people were fine on the old rations, but with 10, we'll run out in a few days. I stared at the shrinking rice sack. There's a sunny slope nearby that'd be good for potatoes. The weather's the only worry. Louie gnawed on a potato as she spoke. Potatoes have a 3-month growing season. High yield, cold, and drought-hardy, easy to store. The only real risk was if the temperature dropped below 5 degrees within those 3 months. That was what triggered Ireland's Great Famine, after all. Want to give it a shot tomorrow? Do you know how? I'm a country girl. Been farming for years. Shame we don't have corn seeds. That'd be even easier. Perfect. Our squad's got Sumi the carpenter, Minghui the tailor, and now Lu Yi the farmer. I slapped her shoulder. Miss Big-Time Influencer, farming's your job from now on. Lu Yi protested immediately. I clawed my way out of the countryside and finally got a foothold in the city, and now you're sending me back to till the fields? I shook my head. Wrong. You're not going back to farm in the countryside. You're farming in another world. Back then, you farmed for a lousy paycheck. Now, you farm for yourself. Louie opened her mouth to argue, then realized I had a point. She could only nod, resigned. Fine, what more can I say? Bored that night, I opened the World Channel to see what was going on. Asterisk one big happy family. Anyone got salt? We'll trade for it. Asterisk. Asterisk the Emperor's golden toilet. We're almost out of salt too. This godforsaken place is nowhere near the sea. Asterisk. Asterisk Dawa orphan. Find a salt flat and refine it yourselves. If you can't, just piss on the same patch of ground every day. You'll have some in no time. Asterisk. One big happy family. Get lost. Reading that, something suddenly clicked. The cave near Zhang Huan's squad was full of rock salt. Add that one big happy family group. Message them privately. Tell them we've got salt. We've got salt. Yeah, and plenty of it. Lu Yi added them and started chatting. Right off the bat, they asked for 20 pounds of salt in exchange for 100 pounds of charcoal. My heart skipped a beat. This squad could already make charcoal? They had some real capability. Only 10 pounds, I said. And tell them we don't want charcoal. We want potatoes. Charcoal you can burn from any wood. Potatoes are different. You can eat them and plant them. If we wanted to break free from the hunter-gatherer grind, we had to get farming going. They sent over a location, right to our north, practically next door. Both sides agreed. Noon, day after tomorrow. We made the swap at the little hill on the border. 10 pounds of salt for 50 pounds of potatoes. Salt is a lifeline. Go without it too long, and you get weak all over. Your heart starts skipping beats. And in this alternate world, as far as I could tell, no other squad had stumbled onto a salt mine except us. That settled it. I was going to be a salt smuggler. Early the next morning, I took Lin Xiaoma and headed straight for the salt cave. I brought her because she was fast. She'd be the one running back and forth once the salt trade got going. Xiaoma, once this deal goes through, you might have to come out here a lot to haul salt. Don't worry, bro Cohen. I'll get it done. I swung the axe. One chop, and a chunk of pink rock salt broke loose. Easily 5 or 6 pounds, glittering in the sunlight. Bro Cohen, how'd you guys even find this cave? Pure luck. There used to be another squad in this area. They sent someone to try and poison us. We caught on, and we wiped them out. There was this shady couple in that squad who used to sneak off and hook up in this very cave. They also torched our camp during all the chaos. Lin Xiaoma covered her mouth, laughing. Ooh, so there's a scandal too. That's not even the half of it. Those two even left something behind in the cave, a thong. Lin Xiaoma's face flushed. Bro Cohen, are you messing with me? Dead serious. I offered it to Katie and she wouldn't wear it. So Sumi ended up taking it. Hey, we're stuck in another world. Secondhand beats going bare. Bro Cohen, stop it already. Her face turned even redder. We made our way over to the abandoned little wooden shack. I was just about to step out when I spotted something black bunched up in the corner. I picked it up and took a look, a totally see-through lace G-string. Xiaoma, bonus find. Completely sheer. Want it? Lin Xiaoma's face went scarlet as she snatched it away and balled it up in her fist. Secondhand beats going without. I chewed on that for a second, and then it hit me. Oh, Xiaomai. She lowered her head and started walking off. Bro Kuan, let's head back. You run so fast. Must be a nice breeze down there. Real cool and refreshing, huh? Bro Kuan, enough. Back at camp, Lin Xiaoma tucked the rock salt away in the castle. Then, head down, asked Wei Ting for a bar of soap, and squatted by the river scrubbing away like her life depended on it. Wei Ting gave her a strange look, then turned that same look on me. You two didn't, did you? Of course not. You think I'm that kind of guy. You are exactly that kind of guy. It's really not that. I picked up a pair of black see-through panties back at the old camp. Sexy. Wei Ting cracked up. You got shot down 20 times in the real world, so I guess the universe saved all your luck for this place. How is it you keep finding panties everywhere you go? Sis Ting, tomorrow we're trading with the One Big Happy Family crew. Tonight, let's tally up points. Whoever's ready to level up should level up. Yeah, Shamyang Zihan's score got wiped. No big deal. Once the safe window's over, we'll grind a few extra elite mobs to help her make it up. She's on the squad now. Nobody gets left behind. Wei Ting looked up at me. Kunkin, sometimes I really feel like you're a real person. Your boyfriend, you mean? Tingjia, that line is so outdated. Outdated my ass. The wood's dried. When are we burning it into charcoal? She walked over to the pile of firewood Minghui had stacked in neat rows. Tingjia, how did you end up in this other world? Wei Ting stopped. She stood with her back to me, silent for a long moment, her shoulders trembling slightly. I'll tell you later. Now come burn charcoal, dummy. Making charcoal takes firewood and clay. There was a pile of clay left over by the river from soaking kudzu cloth a few days back. Perfect. I got Wei Ting, Su Mi, and the others to help me build a clay kiln, then burn some leaves in it first to dry it out. The principle behind making charcoal is simple. Let the wood burn incompletely. Heat control is everything. Too hot, and it turns to ash. Too cool, and it never carbonizes. At 4 in the afternoon, I packed the kiln tight with dry wood and lit it. Once the fire was going, I sealed the top with clay, leaving just a fist-sized vent. Blue smoke with a sulfurous smell came pouring out. When the smoke turned white, I plugged the vent too. 8 hours of smoldering, and the charcoal would be ready. The smoke didn't turn white until nightfall. I sealed the top and left the rest to time. That night, everyone gathered around the fire pit. Tomorrow we're heading out to trade the rock salt. Minghui, Xiaohan, Xiaoxi, you three hold down the camp. Everyone report your points. Anyone who can level up, level up. Wei Ting, I've got 57. Me too, 57. Xiaoxi, Xiaoma. Lin Xiaoxi tapped open her wristband. 75. How is it that hot? Mine's 70. We only had 10 when we joined the squad, right? I laughed. You two fought all those squad battles, won the game, but never leveled up once and never spent a single point. Of course it stacks up. Points are just like money. They're only really yours once you spend them. You're both still bronze 3. Silver 1 costs 30. The two of them each threw in a gem plus 30 points to hit silver 1, then grinded their abilities from bronze 1 up to bronze 3, another 30 each. That left Xiaoxi with 15 and Xiaoma with 10. Sure enough, next to nothing. Xiaoxi stared at her points, wincing. Don't sweat it, I told her. 15's still enough to buy a few pairs of panties. Thanks so much, Captain D. Could you please stop bringing up panties? She rolled her eyes at me, then quietly opened the shop and started browsing. Out of the rest of us, Katie was highest at 59, Minghui lowest at 40. Minghui went straight for silver 2 with her 40 points plus a gem. All told, Wei Ting and I had 17 left, Katie and Yi had 19, Sumi had 5, and Minghui was flat broke. Yi, you've got 2 more than me. Buy me 2 packs of smokes, yeah? You go around gifting people panties. Asterisk they asterisk should be buying you cigarettes as thanks. Come on, be generous. Think bigger picture. A few seconds later, Louis tossed me a pack. Couldn't even quit in another world. Katie bought 2 packs too. The 4 of us. Exactly 17 points each. Early the next morning, I packed the rock salt into a sack made from torn clothes, and the 7 of us set off for the meeting point. Xiaoxi, Xiaohan, and Minghui had to stay behind to watch the house. There were no elite monsters on the road during the safe period, and no other squads either, so we made good time. We reached the spot by noon. The other side hadn't shown yet. Between the two zones was a hazy, transparent wall, like the shimmer of heat rising off sun-baked asphalt. I tried sticking my foot through. Nothing happened, but my wristband flashed red and vibrated like crazy. No crossing zones during the safe period. As for whether a forced crossing would get you wiped out on the spot, nobody had the guts to find out. After more than half an hour, a group appeared in the distance. I counted heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What do you know? 7 of them too. They've got 7 as well? And still not silver rank 1. Louis asked. It's not that they only have 7. Only 7 came. The ones guarding the house stayed behind, for sure. They arrived, for women, 3 men. The leader was a woman in her early 30s with a ponytail, weathered but full of spirit, with real leader's presence. 1 king 4 queen squad. Yeah, 1 big loving family. That's right. Sure enough, 1 handsome guy, surrounded by beauties. I'm Yin Sanhua. I'm a few years older than you, so call me Sister Yin. What's your name, handsome? D. Cohen. Did you bring the 50 pounds of potatoes? I pulled out the rock salt, hacked off a small chunk, and tossed it over. Have a taste. Yin Sanhua pinched it between her fingers. No need to taste it, quality's good. She waved a hand, and one of the men tossed over a sack of potatoes. Wei Ting stepped up and dumped it out on the ground to check. All potatoes, no funny business. Yin Sanhua smiled. Business runs on trust. None of us are enemies yet. 100 square kilometers is enough to live on. I played it just as generous and tossed a bag of salt over. 12 pounds. More rather than less. One of her people started to pour it out to verify, but she waved him off. Not necessary. I trust Brother D. Smoothest damn act I'd ever seen, I thought. Deal's done. We should be heading back. If we want to trade again down the road, we'll be in touch. But Yin Sanhua smiled. You 7 came all this way. You're just going to leave? Why not sit down and chat a bit? Wei Ting pulled out a cigarette and offered her one. She waved it away. Don't smoke. What did you want to talk about? I asked. Yin Sanhua sat down on a rock. Brother D, don't you find it strange? This other world. Why is it only people from our eastern homeland here? No Americans, no Japanese, no African brothers, not a single one. The world channel is all in Chinese. Could it be this other world is only open to us? She fixed her eyes on me, dead serious. What do you think? I gave a small laugh. I'm a goal-oriented guy. Staying alive is the goal. Everything else, I don't care about. Yin Sanhua nodded. Fair enough. Goal-oriented. Tend to live longer. Still, I'd like to share my theory with you. Sure, go ahead. I glanced at the sky. Still early, no rush. Yin Sanhua stuffed her hands in her pockets. My guess is, this other world starts the killing on a small scale. Like right now, first we decide the strongest squad within 100 square kilometers. Before long, the range will expand, regions will merge, and bigger groups will emerge. By then it won't be squads anymore, but teams, city-states. Eventually we'll move on to a larger map, with different regions and races all thrown into the mix. And we'll be representing our own countries and peoples. I scratch my head. Sis Yin, you're saying we start with village skirmishes, then move on to county battles, provincial wars, and finally a world war? Your imagination's wild enough to write web novels. She didn't take offense, just smiled faintly. Don't assume it's impossible. I actually get the feeling we're being manipulated into fighting a survival war. And if we lose, maybe our country, our race, gets wiped clean off the real world. I felt a little awkward. Damn, Sis Yun, you're really elevating the stakes here, turning some crappy voluntary survival game into something this grand. Representing my country and my people? Suddenly, I feel like a real big shot. My theory might not be wrong. That's why I think we should join forces. Join forces how? I asked quickly. She snapped her fingers, and a man beside her pulled something dark and grimy from his wristband inventory and tossed it over. I caught it, a rough, irregular chunk of iron. A gift for you guys. From now on, let's share what we've got. I suggest we meet here every 10 days. What you have, I might not. What I have, you might not. Cooperation starts with trade. All right, it's getting late. See you around. Handsome and beautiful members of the One King for Queen Squad. I hefted the iron block and asked casually, Sis Yun, is your squad full? Full. 10 people. I know yours is too. She smiled. D. Cohen, surrounded by all these beauties, You must be pretty happy, huh? Ah, too many beauties. Hard to lead a team. Alliance beats slaughter. She looked at me. If you guys can hit gold tier 1 and form a team before we do, we'd be glad to join you. Sisian, I get what you mean. I gripped the iron block. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. The two teams headed back to their respective camps. I understood her perfectly, of course. If we leveled up faster, they'd come join us. If we lagged behind, they'd try to absorb us. This woman had ambition, tactics, and a clear sense of what she needed to do. It looked like no squad that survived in this district was made up of amateurs. Kunkin, what's that in your hand? Lu. E grabbed the chunk of iron out of curiosity. This looks like iron. Yeah, a lump of pig iron, freshly smelted. She tossed it over to make a point. Her team can smelt iron. Is smelting iron such a big deal? My second uncle used to work at a steel mill. Worked like a dog every day. Backyard smelting isn't much of a skill. The key is having iron ore. Give me the ore, and I can crank it out too. Without it, there's nothing to be done. Wei Ting nodded. That woman proposed trading every 10 days. You could practically hear her abacus clicking. Iron isn't much use to us right now, I said. Food is what matters. These potatoes are for planting. While it's still the safe period, we need to head out and gather more plants we can grow. Nobody knows what the next disaster is going to throw at us, so food always comes first. I'm not eating any more of that dry crap Xiaohan makes. Slaving away all day just to gnaw on that stuff. It drains the color right out of life. Back at the camp, Minghui, Xiaohan, and Lin Xiaoxi had already raked out the finished charcoal. It was our first burn, and the heat hadn't been well controlled. A third of the wood had turned to ash. I wasn't discouraged. First try. It would only get better. Sprouted potatoes were still edible once you cut off the sprouts, and the sprouted chunks we cut away were perfect for planting. On the sunny side of a small hill, we cleared a patch of ground, dug holes, and buried them. The newly traded potatoes went into the castle's cellar, dark, cool, and steady in temperature, so they'd keep longer. That night, the fire pit no longer crackled with wood. It burned smokeless, odorless charcoal instead. Kunkin, that stuff Yin Sanhua said today, how much of it do you believe? Wei Ting poked at the coals with a stick. Which part? Representing the nation, the final world war, all that. I was quiet for a moment. Maybe. If that burden really did fall on my shoulders, I wouldn't mind fighting for the nation. 40-odd kilometers away, at the camp of the one big loving family, stood another little stone castle much like ours, except there was no furniture and no fire pit. Yin Sanhua ground 2 lumps of rock salt into powder, mixed a cup of salt water in an aluminum can, and carried it over to a frail-looking girl. Xiaoman, drink this. It'll replenish your salts, and you'll feel better. Thanks, Sisian. Xiaoman gulped it down and smiled. I never realized how important salt was. Such a shame about the last of our potatoes, though. It's fine. We kept some seed potatoes. Soon we'll have more than we can eat. Sisian, without you, we really wouldn't have made it. Silly girl. We're family. No need for thanks. Yin Sanhua stroked her hair. Xiaoman lowered her head and murmured, Sisian, I just tried to look into that Di Kuan's future, but I couldn't see anything. What? Yin Sanhua frowned. In the state you're in, don't use your ability during the safe period. That Di Kuan looks like a fool, but he's actually sharp as a knife. He's a result-orient. People who show their true colors. Those are actually easier to deal with. A real villain beats a fake gentleman any day. But why can't I see his future? Maybe you haven't been around him enough. Or maybe your body's too weak. Getting your strength back is what matters most. Yin Sanhua looked at her tenderly. Xiaoman's ability was precognition. She could see the futures of both allies and enemies, but it took a toll on her body. It was thanks to her foresight that they'd had the last laugh back then. Sister Yun, old Zhang caught 2 more fish. We're having fish soup tonight. A fair-skinned man rushed in with the good news. So old Zhang didn't strike out today after all. By the way, did you figure out which way this river flows? Yeah, we did. It runs west, takes a bend, and eventually flows through the One King for Queen's area. Yin Sanhua's brow furrowed. One King for Queen's? You sure? Positive. The second production team over at Ma Family Fort to the west told us. The river bends at their place and cuts through the mountains down to One King for Queen's. So we're upstream of One King for Queen's. She smiled coldly. Now that's something worth talking about. Sister Yin, You're not thinking of cutting off their water, are you? When push comes to shove, why not? All's fair in alliances and rivalries. She walked out of the hall. I don't like those guys over at my family fort. Every one of them has hooks in their eyes. They see a woman and they're on fire. I'd rather work with one king for queens than deal with that lot. Day 5 of the safe period. The sun rose as usual. Early in the morning, I took Xiaohan and Lin Xiaomo and headed downstream along the little river. This zone covered 100 square kilometers. Not huge, but not small either. We'd been so busy killing people lately, surely there had to be a mine somewhere, some wild fruit, a pheasant or two. Upstream was a tall mountain. No trails, no proper tools, no way to develop it. If the mountain was a no-go, we'd follow the river and see if there were any fish. I love fish. Xiaohan was in high spirits, stopping every few steps. Suddenly she pointed at a clump of low green weeds on the bank and shouted, "Ooh, fishwort." Lin Xiaomo leaned in for a look. It really is. Xiaohan, how'd you recognize it? I'm from Huaxi, remember? With that, she started digging at it with her hands. I quickly handed her a knife. We only had the one, since the entrenching tool was with Wei Ting. Between the knife and her fingers, Xiaohan pried out a whole little clump of roots. Quite a haul. Too bad we don't have chili. Even deep-fried would work, crispy as fries. She stuffed the muddy fishwort into a pouch she'd made from an old shirt and stashed it in her inventory. Deep-fried fishwort. That's a culinary crime. Don't waste the oil on it. I'd heard of the stuff before, but had never dared touch it. Uncle, it's so good, you'll see. Dad used to make it for me all the time, before he got sick. Her expression darkened. Uncle, I miss my dad. Xiaohan, what was your dad sick with? Leukemia. Dad took me to Guiyang, Beijing, Suzhou. He sold the house and slept in the hospital lobby every night. Xiaohan squatted by the river, hugging her knees, her eyes shimmering with tears. I sighed, crouched down beside her, and tossed a pebble into the water. It's okay. Your dad's still waiting for you. Let's just hang in there, make it to the end, and we get to go back. Once you're back, your illness will be gone. When you grow up and make money, you can buy your dad a big house. Xiaohan looked up. Uncle D, really? My illness can still be cured? Really? Do you feel sick right now? No. She shook her head quickly. Ever since I got to this place, I've felt fine. Nothing hurts anymore. Exactly. As long as you make it out alive, you'll see your dad again, and your illness will just go away. I patted her head. Come on, let's keep looking. Maybe we'll stumble on some wild peppers. Lin Xiaomo watched me and smiled, then said softly, Do you think we can really go back? She sat down by the river and tossed a pebble of her own. Why not? As long as we survive to the end, even if it takes 10 or 20 years, we'll make it back. I refused to let that hint of gloom drag me down. I'm an optimist by nature. Honestly, I even kind of enjoy this other world. There's no fighting it anyway. Besides, what's so great about reality? Working 2 jobs, barely scraping by trying to make it in the city, no savings, and every month on the 10th I've got Huabei, credit cards, and Douyin monthly pay to settle up. After paying them all off, I'd have maybe a couple hundred yuan left. And now? At least no more overdue payment texts. No more calling customers over and over. Sir, could you come down and grab your package? No more listening to my supervisor spout crap or fielding customer complaints. No more stressing about buying a car or a house. Back in the real world, I was just a nobody. Delivered packages by day, food by night. Girls like you. No, girls not even as good as you. Turned me down 20 times. But I'm grateful to them. First, they gave me a thick skin. Second, they taught me to keep my chin up. Lin Xiaomo laughed. So do girls still turn you down now? Not a single woman would dare turn me down. Not one. I said smugly. A lump of mud smeared on a wall is just worthless muck, but fired into porcelain, it becomes a priceless treasure passed down through the ages. There are no useless people in this world. Only people in the wrong place. Maybe I was made for this other world. Lin Xiaomo stood up and brushed the dirt off her backside. Revolutionary optimism. Xiaomo, from those 2 pats just now, I can tell your glutes have some serious bounce to them. She grinned. Well duh. This girl trains legs and glutes. The 3 of us kept heading west. Not far along, Lin Xiaomo pointed at the riverbank. Kunkin, isn't that rice? 7 or 8 stalks were growing along the bank, about a meter tall, with green stems and leaves and plump golden ears hanging from them. They really did look like rice. I stepped closer for a better look. That's not rice. It's a kind of weed called barnyard grass. Barnyard grass? Xiaoma, aren't you two country girls? You can't even tell barnyard grass from rice. Nope. Neither of us has ever seen a rice paddy in our lives. I frowned. And yet you had the guts to pick mushrooms for us to eat? How the hell do you even know which mushrooms are which? We went to visit a college classmate at her place. She took us out picking a few times. Christ, I can't believe I trusted you. No wonder we got poisoned. Thank God it was just giant shouting. If it had been a death cap, we'd already be 6 feet under. Lin Xiaoma casually reached down to yank the stalks out. Hey, don't. This stuff is useful. Didn't you just call it a weed? I lifted one of the seed heads in my palm. Weeds can be edible too, just don't taste great. Grind the seeds into flour and mix it with wheat flour. Our flour's practically gold right now. Cutting it half and half with barnyard flour is actually healthier. When you've got no wheat or corn, this counts as coarse grain, way better than foxtail. Dry it out, and it makes better bedding than reeds, too. I pulled up a few plants to bring back and transplant. This stuff has a crazy survival rate and is a nightmare to get rid of. No wonder Sister Ting says you're a cheapskate. You won't even leave the weeds alone. Lin Xiaoma grumbled, but she was clearly impressed by my knack for turning trash into treasure. Like I keep telling you, there's no such thing as a useless thing, only things in the wrong place. Even weeds have their uses. Let's go. Plant it by the riverbank and forget about it. In no time, you'll have a whole patch. At the end of our day's foraging, my haul amounted to a few weeds, and Xiaohan's was a fat bundle of fish mint. The real prize went to Lu Yi. She and Sumi had found a pheasant's nest in the woods, with 4 chicks in it. It was the first time anything living besides us had made it into camp. The 4 fist-sized chicks, mottled black and yellow, huddled together trembling in terror. Lu Yi was also carrying a beautifully feathered hen pheasant, killed with a single arrow. She'd only noticed the nest after the shot. If I'd known she had 4 babies, I wouldn't have shot her, she said, a little regretful. Sumi nailed together a coop from scrap boards, lined it with dry grass, and set the chicks inside. Once we've got chickens, chickens lay eggs, eggs make more chickens, generation after generation, world without end. Louis even threw in some classical flourish. I didn't have the heart to burst her bubble. Chicks aren't easy to raise. Without a mother hen, the mortality rate is horrifying. Back in the countryside, if you bought 20 in spring and half survived, you were doing well. Forget about eggs for now. Let's just focus on keeping them alive. I moved the coop next to the fire pit. Everybody back up. I'm about to show off. Chicks need to stay warm. A chill will kill them quick, so we keep them by the fire. For food and water, rice won't do. We need this. I dug out a block of honey-fried flour from the stash I'd prepped before the game, crumbled some off, mixed it with water into little pellets, and set them in a small clay bowl. Chicks need sugar and carbs. Man, what a waste of good honey-fried flour. A gaggle of women crowded around watching the 4 little chicks peck cautiously at the food, every face glowing with maternal radiance of humanity. Quit staring and go cook, I said, pointing at the chicken coop. Stew there, mama. Dinner was wild pheasant soup, boiled potatoes, and deep-fried fish mint. The fish mint was made from Xiaohan's recipe, flour mixed with salt into a batter, coated in a thin layer, then fried golden in the prized snake oil left over from that giant python we'd killed. Minghui the nun gnawed on a potato and shot it a sideways glance. Fried in snake oil. I'm not eating that. Xiaohan chewed a piece with a satisfying crunch. It's really good. Come on, uncles, aunties, dig in. Seeing her eat with such gusto, I cautiously picked up a piece and stuck it in my mouth. One chew, and the fish mint burst open, the fishy funky stink shooting straight up to the top of my skull. Ugh! I clapped a hand over my mouth, ready to hurl. Not in the house. Go outside. Shwekheidi shouted. I bolted to the doorway and retched. Blah, blah, what the hell is this stuff? I grabbed a cup of water and gulped it down. How can anyone eat this? Haha. Uncle D, you're just not used to it. Once you get used to it, it's great. I'll never get used to it in this lifetime. Xiaohan, you can have the rest. I buried my face in a potato. Wei Ting picked up a piece and popped it in her mouth. Not bad. Wouldn't say it's delicious, though. Sister Ting, you're too hard on yourself. You can actually stomach that? She smiled placidly. I've eaten poisonous mushrooms. Fishman's hardly a challenge. I gave her a thumbs up. You're the boss. Auntie Yi, wanna try? Xiaoan held the plate up to Lu Yi. No, 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 I'll pass. She waved her hands frantically. Let me just taste it. Can it be worse than shit? Millicai refused to be intimidated and ate a piece. You know what? It's not bad. I thought to myself, this big Western mare's clearly never tasted anything good. Shove anything in her mouth, and she'll call it delicious. Sure enough, early the next morning, one of the chicks was dead in the coop, hadn't made it through the night. Lu Yi cradled the dead chick, heartbroken, then grabbed a shovel and dug a hole to bury it. What are you so sad about? Yesterday when we ate its mother, you didn't hold back. You picked the head and feet clean. Now you're digging a grave for the chick? Isn't that the cat crying over the mouse? Crocodile tears. She rolled her eyes at me. You don't know shit. I'm sad because that's one less roast chicken. I patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. Don't be too broken up. Grab your bow and arrows. Take Xiaohan up the western slope and scout around. See if you can find bigger game. We're running low on stored meat. What kind of world is this, without a single wild boar or mountain goat? She sighed. You're the big, strong man. Why aren't you out hunting, ordering me around instead? From each according to their ability. You're ranged. I'm melee. Then what are you gonna do? Look for ore. Maybe I can find some iron. I'll keep an eye out for edible plants too. If I find corn, we'll be set for life. She finished burying the dead chick and patted the little mound of dirt. Fine. Works out anyway. Take Xiaoan out to clear her head. At the edge of the little grove, Wei Ting and Melise were chopping down trees while Minghui split logs for charcoal. Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaoma were down at the river digging clay. The stuff could be fired into pottery or packed into a kiln for making charcoal. Kunkin, where you off to? Lin Xiaoma called out. Heading north to scout for ore. See if there's anything edible up there too. Take me with you. Come on then. Lin Xiaoxi smacked her sister on the butt. Nobody skips out on work like you do. Sis, going ore hunting with Kunkin isn't skipping out. Grinning, Lin Xiaoma fell into step beside me, heading north. A few kilometers up was the salt mine hillside. I wanted to see whether that slope had anything besides salt hiding in it. The campsite wasn't bad. Fresh water, timber, plenty of stone. Only problem was the stone was all quartz. Fine for walls and millstones. Useless for smelting iron or copper. Lin Xiaoma had on a faded, form-fitting t-shirt, the front pushed out full, the hem speckled with mud, paired with black yoga pants and beat-up sneakers. Her figure really was something. But then, she was a fitness girl, and in this other world there was no high-fat, high-sugar junk to be had. You couldn't get fat if you tried. Making conversation, I asked, Xiaoma, you fitness types, things get pretty messy in that scene, huh? I'd sold gym memberships once. Sold 3 cards, and the gym vanished on me. Messy. You know, trainers hooking up with the rich housewives. Trainers are just working the wealthy wife market. She was carrying a straight wooden stick. I won't say it doesn't happen, but a clean person stays clean. My sister and I both work as trainers on the side, and we don't get into any of that garbage. Bet you two get plenty of good-looking guys sniffing around, though. Sure, there are handsome guys, but I don't go for the beefy meathead types. I like a guy with a bookish, scholarly vibe, but I want him to have a wild streak too. So you want it both ways. Don't all women want it every which way? She tipped her head back, her face a little flushed. But, my first time, I'm saving it for a man I truly love. Someone I can lean on. I took the stick from her hand. Well, don't get any ideas about me. For my part, I'd be happy just to have a girl who checks in on me, someone willing to ride on the back of my scooter. That'd be plenty. Hee. Kunkin, you know what? You're actually a good man. You're upbeat, you're kind, and you're always the first one out front, putting yourself on the line for me and my sister. You're the kind of man a girl can lean on. The praise made my face go red. If I'm such a catch, how'd I get shot down 20 times back in the real world? Never even kissed a girl. Different setting, that's all. Besides, you've got a decent build too. Decent build? I graduated from a 2-year college and lived off takeout, instant noodles, and microwave meals. When's the last time you looked in a mirror? I froze, lifted my shirt, and looked down. Holy crap. Abs. They weren't sharply defined yet, but the outlines were definitely there. Made sense though. For over a month now I'd been swinging an axe at trees every day, hiking dozens of kilometers, swinging that same axe at people. And with my diet being so light, I'd gone from a chubby kid to a lean, cut guy. I ran a hand over my cheeks. No more puffiness, just sharp angles and stubble. Damn, talk about a total makeover. So don't sell yourself short. She traced a finger lightly across my abs. Another month of training, and you'll be that stud with the V-line that half the female population dreams about. How do you know I've got the V-line? Last time you and Sissy were down in the reeds, the racket carried a good 3 miles. Without that V-line, you think Sis E could have sounded that happy? Her fingernail slid slowly up to my chest, leaving a faint pink line. Xiaomo, keep that up and I won't be able to hold back. Can't hold back? Go find Sissy E then. She twisted away, threw a one-handed cartwheel, and finished with a mid-air split, her whole body stretched into a straight line. See? I haven't lost my touch. How do I stack up against Sissy? I killed the smile at once and said, straight-faced, every girl's got her own kind of charm. There's no comparing. She realized right away she'd asked the wrong question. Her face flushed, and she stuck out her tongue. Fine, fine, you're just like Duan Jingchun. Every girl's great. Every girl's the best. We cut through the little grove and came out onto a flat stretch of withered brown weeds, where that small wooden cabin stood all by itself, looking especially desolate. Outside the salt mine cave, I swung the axe and hacked at rock after rock, examining each one and shaking my head every time. Limestone, good for making cement. No iron, no copper either. Lin Xiaoma tried to cheer me up. Cement's not bad. You can build houses, put up walls. I frowned, yeah? The castle was standing there bare, no outer wall. Burn some cement, wall the whole place in, and defense would shoot right up. I could build a cistern and run river water in. No more hauling buckets every day. Build a bathhouse for hot soaks. Hell, lay down a big heated brick bed, and even another brutal winter couldn't freeze me to death. Xiaoma, you're brilliant. Thank you. Carried away, I threw my arms around her and planted a kiss on her forehead. Ah, why'd you just kiss me out of nowhere? I wasn't ready at all. She bit her lower lip, cheeks bright red. Sorry, I just got excited thinking about all the things you can do with cement. She looked down. I didn't ask you to apologize. Then she tilted her face up, closed her eyes. A kiss on the forehead doesn't count. The autumn sun caught on her trembling lashes. I leaned in slowly, and before I'd even touched her, she darted forward on her own, lips pressed against mine, a little jolt like electricity. Then in under a second she'd already pulled away, plopping back down beside me and hugging her knees. You done breaking rocks yet? I wiped my mouth. Gonna crack a few more. Grumbling to myself, stingy little thing, one touch and she bolts. Kunkin, I want to go poke around in that cabin. It's empty. Nothing in there. We cleaned it out down to the last straw last time. I just want to look around. All right. The two of us stepped into the empty cabin, and I tossed her a riddle. Zhou Yu enters the cave. A room with no bed in sight. Guess a piece of traffic infrastructure. What kind of lame riddle? I give up. An overpass. She stared at me blankly for a long moment. Then, ugh, you're so dirty. That's a dirty joke. Laughing, she came over to kick me. Quick as a flash, I caught her ankle. She hopped on one foot, struggling. You big dummy, let go. Nope. I hooked my finger, and her sneaker slipped off, revealing a yellowed cotton sock. I tickled the sole of her foot, and she pouted. Doesn't tickle, doesn't tickle. I don't have any ticklish spots. I yanked the sock right off, exposing a delicate, milky white foot. Seen enough. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Not even close. Still holding her foot, I steered her back against the wooden wall, my breath warm on her face. Kunkin, I'm not ready yet. I bent down and covered her mouth with mine. She shoved me hard, pounding my shoulder, but her movements gradually slowed. Yet the moment she went soft against me, I let go and stepped back. Sorry, I got carried away. I don't like forcing people. It's fine. I turned and headed for the door. Thwack. A shoe hit me square in the back. Idiot. I never said no. I turned around. Didn't you just say you weren't ready? Well, I'm ready now. Standing there with one foot bare, she ducked her head and mumbled it like a mosquito's whine. Really, she really was a first-timer. Streaks of crimson bloomed like winter plum blossoms. I hadn't expected it either. This gorgeous girl who worked out at the gym turned out to be a virgin. Afterward, she sat against the wall on the floor, cheeks stained with rosy clouds. Kunkin, was I being too easy? Then she laughed to herself. Whatever. No telling what day I might die anyway. Might as well loosen up a little. Quit talking about dying all the time. Life's beautiful. There's the autumn breeze, sunshine, food, drink, friends. I picked up her sock and carefully slid it back onto her foot. Thanks for putting my sock on for me. Don't mention it. Time to head back. I got her shoe on too, then brought my fingers up close to my nose for a sniff. You perv, you're actually sniffing? She sprang up and jumped onto my back. Tell me the truth. Does it stink? A little, but not bad. Carry me back. I can't walk anymore. Autumn wind swept through the wild grass. Across the wasteland of this other world, I carried her slowly on my back, the setting sun stretching our shadows long. Back at camp, 2 stacks of firewood had been chopped and a good supply of clay laid in. Louie tossed 2 rabbits down in front of me. Only bag these 2. Hurry up and skin them, clean them. We're roasting rabbit tonight. I didn't dare meet her eyes and quickly grabbed the rabbits, heading down to the river. She shot a sidelong glare at Lin Xiaomao, but Lin Xiaomao went on helping Minghui stack firewood as if nothing had happened. At the river, Louie's face was ice cold. That little slut who works out at the gym. You screwed her, didn't you? What kind of talk is that? Don't deny it. One look at you, and I can tell you got up to something shady. Uff, don't you dare touch me again. I knew it was just her being petty. She always loved to stake her claim. I just smiled. I like rabbit head. That evening, while everyone was roasting rabbit, the long-absent system chime rang out again. Ding! All squads must upgrade their shelters to Silver Level 2 within the safety window. Failure to comply will result in the elimination of all members. Time remaining, 26 days. Silver Level 2 in 26 days. Didn't sound too bad. I pulled up the storage inventory screen. What we needed: 500 units of stone, 200 units of wood, 100 units of slaked lime. All of that was manageable. Burn limestone into quicklime, add water, and you had slaked lime. The kicker was the last item: 50 units of pig iron. Pig iron. Wei Ting glanced from the screen to me. Where are we supposed to find that? I rubbed my chin. To smelt pig iron, you need iron ore first. But whether there's any iron in this area, I honestly can't say. The hall fell quiet. All you could hear was the crackling firewood and the clucking of the little wild chicks. After a long moment, Wei Ting looked up. How about we go find? I waved her off. Sis Ting, I know you want to say Yun Sanhua. It's not time yet. We've got 26 days. When it's down to 15, we'll still have time to look her up. Go to her now, and she'll jack up her price for sure. Wait till the last few days, and she'll jack it up even higher. Negotiating's all about leaving yourself some room. Tomorrow we'll get the stone, wood, and limestone squared away. 2 days should do it. The remaining days, we split up and hunt for iron ore. Everybody keep an eye out for reddish rocks. The next few days, quarrying stone and felling trees was easy. Quartz and marble were right there on the hillside. We had our 500 units of stone within a day. There were plenty of trees left from earlier logging, and we had 200 units of wood by mid-morning. That afternoon, I led Lin Xiaomao, Wei Ting, and the others out near the salt mine. The limestone there was decent quality, and we filled up 500 kilos in no time. Back at camp, I threw together a rough lime kiln out of river mud and fired it up with our last bit of charcoal. Best to burn lime at around 900 degrees. Much over 1,000 and you overcook it. Below 800 and it won't calcine at all. You have to mix a little firewood in with the charcoal to regulate the temperature. The work kicks up a lot of dust and wrecks your lungs, so naturally it fell to the men. The nun Minghui insisted on pitching in anyway, working like she was one of the guys. The rest of the crew took hammers and axes and busted the limestone into smaller chunks. We burned through the whole night, went clean through the charcoal, and just barely scraped together 100 caddies of quicklime. Quicklime reacts violently with water, boils on contact. Country style, I dug a small pit by the river, dumped in the 100 caddies of quicklime. The whole pool hissed and popped like a boiling pot. It stewed for a full day. The next day we dug it out, 50 units of slaked lime. Done. With some to spare, we could use the extra to plaster a wall or two. Now all that was left was 50 units of pig iron, with 23 days on the clock. I split the team into 5 groups. Minghui and Xiaoan would stay at camp, packing clay into a big kiln to burn charcoal. Burning the lime had cleaned out our stockpile, and smelting iron. It had to be charcoal. Only charcoal could burn hot enough to hit 1,200 degrees. Any lower, and you couldn't smelt iron. The remaining 8 split into pairs and fanned out to the 4 directions. Search carefully, all of you. Not just iron or valuable plants, rabbits, pheasants. Don't pass anything up. A thief never leaves empty-handed, and neither do you. Nobody comes back with empty hands. I picked east, and naturally my partner was Lu Yi with her bow. Lin Xiaoma had wanted to come with me, but Lin Xiaoxi held her back. The moment we stepped out of camp, Lu Yi was strutting around, playing the head consort role to the hilt. Behind us, Mealy's rolled her eyes. "Hubby, why don't you take me along?" Wei Ting patted her shoulder. "Come on, you get him tomorrow. Today you're with me, heading west." Lu Yi and I cut east through a small grove, and she wasted no time probing. "Kunkin, be honest with me. Have you been fooling around with that little slut?" "Yi, what little slut? We're all on the same team. Same team or not, there's a pecking order. And no matter how you slice it, I'm the big wife. The rest of them are concubines." Fine, you're the big one. Big enough to fill out a magic bra. I've got a perfect handful. Thank you very much. And besides, haven't you heard? Big boobs, no brain. Shuekaidi's got a huge rack, and she goes to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. That stumped her. She thought for a beat. Kaidi's an exception. Take Mealy's, that big Western mare, dumb as a post. You don't actually know whether Mealy's went to some elite school or a third-rate community college. D. Kuan, can you stop arguing with me for 1 second? Her willow leaf brows shot up, and a small fist thumped lightly against my shoulder. Okay, no more arguing. Hold up. Look over there. What's that? Following my finger, on a small hill 200 some meters away, there was a dark shape. I stepped in front of her. Looks like a goddamn black bear. Weren't we told there wouldn't be any elite mobs during the safe period? Louis had sharp eyes. She squinted into the distance. That's not a bear. That's a wild boar. Let's move up and get a better look. If it really is a boar, we've hit the jackpot. Get your bow ready. Whatever you do, don't let it get away. My pulse kicked up. Lately, all we'd bagged was rabbits and scrawny pheasants. A wild boar was the good stuff. The meat wasn't top tier, but it beat wolf or bear any day. And the lard was pure treasure. I took her hand, and we crept over. The hillside was covered in low scrub, the base strewn with rocks and dry weeds. We were about 3 kilometers from camp, but not far at all from the campsite of that elite squad we'd wiped out first. Boars don't live alone. Where there's one, there's a whole pack. It's all on you now. On me? What's on me? Chest, waist, butt, legs. Now, of all times, she was getting cheeky. Cut it out. Your feet. I mean your aim. At least you've got taste. I'll have you know I used to model feet for Taba. She knocked an arrow and drew. No good. Too far. Can't get a headshot. It's not that I can't do it. It's that this bow of yours doesn't have the range. We need to get closer. Spot. Don't blow its head off, okay? Shoot it in the heart. I love pig brains, hate pig hearts. You are a pig brain. Well, fine. You are what you eat. The two of us crept a little closer, until we were less than 100 meters from the boar. Wild boars are nothing to mess with. Their sense of smell is 2 or 3 times a dog's. Their hearing more than twice a human's. And they're born wary, smart too. If it decides you're weak, it'll come at you first. Up close, I got a good look at the big gray-black beast. Easily 2 meters long, 1 meter tall, over 400 pounds. It had its head buried in the dirt, rooting around like crazy for something to eat. This is about the right distance. Put one through its heart, and tonight your little brother's making you wild onion stew with pig brains. Then I'll roast you a kidney, good for the loins. Louis stood up and drew her bow. Before the arrow even left the string, the boar, head still down, let out a sudden squeal and came charging straight at us. The thing launched itself without any warning at all, barreling toward us like a little tank. A wild boar can hit 45 miles an hour, 100 meters in 5 seconds, faster than Bolt, and this one weighed over 400 pounds. Out in the wild, apart from the big cats, it had basically no predators. WHSSHD, Louis loosed her arrow. Because I told her not to aim for the head, she used her power, guided arrow. The shaft curved in mid-flight and sank into the boar's lower back. Unfortunately, guided arrow didn't hit hard enough. The boar just staggered a step, then charged her even more furiously. 2 seconds. 1 second. In a flash, I yanked Louis behind me, threw myself in front of her, and slammed a fist, now suddenly grown huge, right into the charging boar. Asterisk bam. Squeal. Asterisk. 400 pounds of wild boar went flying 50 meters through the air. Understand, an impact like that carries the force of 8 prime Mike Tysons all punching you at once. But I had a power of my own. My propane tank fist met it head-on, like a subcompact getting T-boned by an 18-wheeler. The boar crashed down hard, dragging a still-dazed Louis along. I ran over to check, stone dead. I'd smashed the pig's skull to pieces. The red was blood, the white was brains. I let out a groan of dismay. What a waste of perfectly good brains and head cheese. Louis pulled her arrow free. Well, we didn't find the iron ore, but bagging a boar counts as a haul. I hauled the carcass into my wristband storage. It was digging at something just now. Let's see what it was after. I took my axe and scraped the loose sandy soil aside, and a gnarled, twisting root came into view. A few chops later, I'd pulled out something as thick as a teacup and half a meter long. Huh, wild yam. How do you know it's yam? What if you're wrong and it's poisonous? After the mushroom incident last time, when she'd hallucinated little people, Louis was still spooked. Asterisk I asterisk might get it wrong, but can the boar get it wrong? It was digging this up to eat. How could it be poisonous? Besides, last time the mushrooms just weren't cooked through. Oh ho, sticking up for that little slut now, are we? Cut the chatter and start digging. Tonight, brew you some pork heart soup. The two of us dug up 7 or 8 gene before calling it quits. Couldn't clean the patch out. Leaving some yams behind was what would keep drawing the wild boars in. After that, we hiked east all the way to the zone's border, where we saw that transparent wall of air. Trouble was, there was barely a stone in sight. Nothing but scrub, rolling hills, and little groves of trees. No iron ore. We got back to camp at 3. Wei Ting and Malise were already back from the west. A big clay furnace had been piled up at the camp entrance, and Minghui and Xiaohan were caked head to toe in mud. By a little before 4, everyone had filtered in, so I rounded them all up and announced 2 words. Meeting time. Another one? You getting hooked on these things? Louis grumbled. I'm still waiting on my pork heart soup. Clatter, Lin Xiaoma dumped out a bag of rocks. Kunkin, me and my sis went hammering to the south. Neither of us knows what iron ore looks like, so we just banged on every rock we saw. I looked them over piece by piece. There's iron in some of them, but the content's way too low. What we want is hematite or magnetite. Anything else needs an electric furnace to smelt. With our backyard setup, forget it. Lin Xiaoma pouted. A whole day wasted. Check this out. Sumi and Shue Katie hauled out 5 packs of instant noodles, 2 cans of Spam, a bundle of clothes, half a case of Coke, several packs of smokes, and 2 lighters. Holy shit, where'd all this come from? You rob a supermarket. I lit a cigarette. We went north. The whole area's nothing but abandoned camps. Zhang Yuanfan's crew was supposed to have cleared them out originally, but they were sloppy. They left all the Coke, noodles, and Spam sitting there. Right. The deal had been that south was ours to sweep, north was theirs. We'd never once set foot in the northern camps. I picked up a pair of skinny-fit Lee women's jeans and held them against Shue Katie's long legs. Katie, these'll look amazing on you. Nice and snug. They're not that snug. She turned red. We're talking business here. Louis snatched the jeans away. I could wear those too, you know. Wait till you see our haul. Wei Ting started laying things out one at a time. 2 or 3 kilometers to the west, she said, ran a mountain too steep to climb. The river came down out of it. Most of the rocks she'd brought back were useless, except one that caught my eye, jet black all the way through. I picked it up. It was surprisingly light, and when I brought it up to my nose, there was a faint whiff of coal smoke. This is jet. I thought it was obsidian, Wei Ting said. I felt a rush of excitement. Wherever there's jet, there's coal. Jet forms alongside coal deposits. The ancients even used to carve seals out of it. The most famous one is Dugu Xian's 26-faceted jet seal. You're saying we've found a coal deposit? Depends how deep the seam runs. If it's a shallow deposit, we've hit the jackpot. Coal and iron are the 2 pillars of the Industrial Revolution. With coal, our fuel problem is solved for good. Wei Ting fished out another handful of odds and ends. One of them made me slap my thigh. Holy shit, wild bird's-eye chilies. They really were bird's-eye chilies, thick as a pinky and half as long, bright fiery red. A lot of them, scattered around the hillside. Shouldn't be a problem to pick 8 or 10 pounds if we look around. Perfect. Once we dry them out, our meals won't taste like ass anymore. Kunkin, don't tell me you two came back empty-handed? Wei Ting asked with a grin. Hell no. Tonight, we're eating like kings. Thud. I dragged a 500-pound wild boar out of storage and dumped it on the ground, dust flying everywhere. Then I tossed down 7 or 8 pounds of mountain yam. Chili fried pork liver, yam stewed pork heart, charcoal grilled pork belly. Doesn't that sound amazing? I took the knife Wei Ting handed me. Everybody stand back. Don't get blood all over yourselves. Wild boar hide is too tough to eat, so it had to be skinned. The meat is actually pretty gamey, but the real prize is all that fat. Lard can be used for soap, for lamps, kept in storage, and come fall and winter you can even rub it on your face. This boar hadn't died for nothing. I wasn't wasting so much as a bone chip. That evening, the chili fried pork liver smelled incredible. The yam and pork heart soup was faintly sweet, and the pork belly sizzled on the coals, dripping with oil. A sprinkle of salt, a few fresh chilies on the side. Now that was living. Full belly, a smoke afterward, and honestly, being emperor couldn't beat this. Wei Ting sat down next to me. Kunkin, maybe there really is no iron ore around here. If there isn't, there isn't. We'll just trade for it. Giving up already? Wei Ting shot me a look. Without leverage, people can bleed you dry. She had a point. Without leverage, it's not negotiating, it's begging. So what do we use as leverage? Salt. Tomorrow let's dig at the foot of the western mountain. If it's really a shallow coal seam, then salt won't be our only chip. I nodded. Iron was a matter of life and death. Salt alone wouldn't cut it. But salt plus coal? That was a different story. The next day, I led everyone to the hillside where Wei Ting had found the coal fragments. Low brush covered the ground, which rolled and climbed toward the higher peaks. Standing at the base of the mountain, you could feel it looming over you. Without modern equipment, prospecting comes down to pure luck. Get lucky, and you strike it within a few meters. Unlucky, and you can dig for years with nothing to show. Back in the day, the Japanese hunted for oil in Manchuria and missed the Daqing field by this much. Never drilled it, or they might have held out another couple of years. I stood on the slope with my shovel, glanced at the sun, and started counting on my fingers. Seeking the dragon, dividing the gold, follow the winding ridges. One range is one gate. You're chanting the dragon-seeking incantation now. I told you to find a coal mine, not a tomb. We're mining, not grave robbing. Louis E. burst out laughing, exasperated. Are you any good at this or not, Kunkin? Am I any good? I shot back. You guys should know by now. Louis E. didn't blush, but Su Mi and Lin Xiaoma did. Kunkin, you're very good, Lin Xiaoma said, her almond eyes brimming with a coy warmth. Lin Xiaoxi whipped her head around. What did you just say? I couldn't be bothered to. Ignoring their bickering, I yanked the sneaker off Louis' foot and hurled it skyward. Thump! It landed on a small dirt mound. Kunkin, what the hell? I pointed at the mound. We dig right there. Once we reached the landing spot, I stuck 3 cigarettes upright in the dirt and pressed my palms together. What kind of ritual is this? Wei Ting asked, curious. The living light candles, the dead blow them out. You're literally robbing a grave here. This is Ice Guy survival, not tomb raiding. Louis snatched her shoe back and slipped it on. Everyone stand clear. Behold my whirlwind shovel. I spat on my palms, grabbed the shovel, and started digging. With my ability, I could keep going indefinitely. Shallow coal means anything within 150 meters of the surface. No problem for modern tools, but the ancients could only scrape the top layers, 40 meters deep at best. During the early Industrial Revolution, British miners lived on average only 3 or 4 years. Manchester was crawling with 13 and 14-year-old child laborers, small enough to slip down the coal shafts, dead before they turned 17. History books paint the Victorian era as glorious, but that glory was built on the flesh and blood of the underclass. In 15 minutes I dug down nearly 3 meters, and the pit was getting sizable. Further down, the soil turned sticky, groundwater was abundant. One more scoop and, hey, black flecks in the dirt. The coal seam was close. Want me to take over? Wei Ting called down from the rim. I'm good, almost there. The black grew thicker. 3 more meters, and, asterisk clink. Asterisk, the shovel struck something with a crisp ring. Jackpot. I tossed up a shovelful. Coal. Couldn't keep digging like this. I needed to widen the pit and carve out a path back to the surface. I activated my size increase ability, stretched my legs, and stepped right out of the hole. Coal's out. Now we need a path down to it, and baskets to haul it up. Wei Ting clapped my shoulder, instantly morphed into a copy of me, and set to work chopping out a ramp. Sumi took Lu Yi and the others off to find pliable branches for weaving baskets. We couldn't just shovel coal straight into the warehouse. We needed containers. Both Sumi and Ming Hui knew how to weave baskets, and Ming Hui's actually came out rather pretty. Ming Hui, how'd you learn to weave baskets? Back at the convent, we used baskets to carry cow dung. We'd haul them out to the countryside to collect it. Your convent burned cow dung? Why not coal? Louis asked. Too poor. The alms money wasn't even enough for robes. Then burn wood, at least. Anything's better than dung. The commune wouldn't let us cut trees. 5,000 yuan fine per tree. Then why not natural gas? You done? I cut in. They can't even afford coal, and you're pitching natural gas? Wei Ting and I took turns digging until we finally had a rough, open-pit coal mine. 2 baskets of decent quality coal went into the warehouse, and we headed back to camp. Now I had 2 bargaining chips, salt and coal. Salt was crucial for preserving food. There was no way we'd finish 500 pounds of wild boar, so I cured huge amounts of it with salt and hung the hide up on a tree branch. That night, I rendered lard over the fire pit and poured it into clay jars. Keeps forever, endlessly useful. Louis looked at the 2, a jar of lard. Back in my hometown, at New Year's, we'd have the unmarried girls carry a lard jar around the house. Called it stirring up the meat spirit. You ever done it? Did it when I was 18. Didn't do a damn thing. She carefully hauled the jar into the corner and covered it with reed leaves. The fire pit was burning new coal, strong flame, no smell. Premium anthracite. Bituminous coal reeks of sulfur and makes carbon monoxide poisoning way too easy. Anthracite was much better, but we still couldn't shut the door at night. Burning coal in a sealed room is just suicide. Once the castle hits silver level 2, we'll burn limestone for cement, build a proper stove, and lay down a big calm. Won't have to huddle around a fire pit come winter. Let's get through this one first. Wei Ting looked at me. How do you plan on getting in touch with Yin Sanhua? I smiled. I don't plan to. I'm going to make her contact me. How? Simple. We drop word on the world channel that we've got salt and coal, and we're looking to trade them for pig iron or iron ore. You're going to haggle her down? Exactly. Yin Sanhua isn't necessarily the only one with iron ore. Could be some of the territories bordering ours have it too. She'll definitely see the message, and she'll definitely come to talk. Smelting iron with charcoal is way too inefficient for them, and 10 pounds of salt isn't nearly enough to preserve their food. If she tries to jack up the price, I'll just say other teams have already put in offers. She's not the only game in town. Wei Ting nodded along. Makes sense. Your turn. Get on the world channel and post the message. It's totally safe right now anyway. They can't reach us here. When it came to running publicity, Louis was an old hand. She'd been an internet celebrity in the real world. She knew how to hook eyeballs. Since ancient times, pics or it didn't happen. Just shooting the coal and salt wasn't enough. We needed to spice it up. She slipped on a pair of black stockings she hadn't worn in ages and pulled out the high heels she'd brought from the real world. 2 long legs in black stockings and heels. 1 pile of coal, 1 pile of salt. The world channel blew up instantly. The old perverts drooled over Louis's stockinged legs. The ones who actually wanted to survive kept their eyes glued to the salt and coal. Hey beautiful, how much? How much for the salt? Asking the price and copping a feel in the same breath. Louis wasn't having it. Tui. Salt's not for sale to trash like you. Go sell it to your mama. Buy 100 pounds. Throw in the stockings. Mommy, we're orphans. We just want something salty. Louis frowned at me. How did the killing game not wipe out these old perverts? Do they have some kind of higher survival rate or something? I hurried to distance myself. Why look at me? I'm not a perv. I'm an admirer. Admirer? You get the difference? Within moments, over a dozen squads had added us as friends. Before Louis could even open a private chat, one big happy family messaged first. We'll take all your salt and coal. What do you want in exchange? I leaned in, my hand casually resting on Louis's stocking-clad thigh. Me, pig iron. 50 pounds. Let her name her price. The reply came back. 500 pounds of salt, 1,000 pounds of coal. Holy shit, she's really trying to fleece us. Is Yun Sanhua planning to cure herself in brine or become a middleman? Counteroffer. We've got a counteroffer. Louis looked up. How much do I offer? 200 pounds of salt, 300 pounds of coal. A second later the reply came. Deal, done and done. I slapped my thigh. Damn, we got played. Classic negotiation trick. Throw out a sky-high number first, and even after you slash it in half, she still comes out ahead. Wei Ting patted my shoulder, grinning. Let it go. We've got plenty of salt and coal, but without iron we're dead in the water. Giving up a little extra isn't a big loss. When you're doing business, don't try to squeeze the other side dry in one deal. Aren't you supposed to be a teacher? How come you've got a head full of business tricks? My family runs a company. Learn a bit from your big sis. It'll come in handy back in the real world. Sister Ting, the way you say that, it's like you're not planning to go back. Wei Ting gave a small smile and sat down next to Louis. Go back? Go back to what? Her expression flickered for a moment, then snapped right back. Hey, ask them when the trade's happening. The reply came. Day after tomorrow, noon, usual spot. I nodded, calling it. Done deal. Tomorrow's tight. Lots to do. Me, Sister Ting, Melissa, and E'll go dig coal. Xiaoma takes a few people to hack out salt. Get the pig iron first. Worry about the rest later. Digging coal is filthy, exhausting, and dangerous work. Thank God it's an open pit. If we had to burrow into some tunnel, I wouldn't crawl down there even if it was lined with gold. Honestly, in this other world, gold is worthless. You can't eat it, can't drink it, can't make tools out of it. Between a chunk of gold and a chunk of iron, I'd pick iron every time. What am I going to do with gold? Use it to charm the ladies. No need. Around here, a fragrant pot of steamed rice does more for winning women over than any gold ever could. 300 pounds of coal filled 4 baskets. 200 pounds of salt took another 2. Minghui and Sumi had been weaving baskets all day. On the trading day, I got another look at Yin Sanhua. The woman was a real looker, no worse than the beauties on my team. Ponytail, black hiking jacket, tight athletic tank top, faded cropped jeans. I set the 6 big baskets down at the buffer line. Sister Yin, goods are all here. Where's the pig iron? She glanced at the baskets. Nice baskets. Got some clever-handed girls on our team. And just so we're clear, goods only, baskets stay with us. Yin Sanhua laughed and snapped her fingers. 2 men behind her hauled out several bamboo baskets. Finer weave, tighter, and lighter than ours. My eyes lit up. Side by side, our twig baskets looked pretty sorry. Sumi pouted. We just don't have bamboo around here. If we did, I could weave those too. The men dumped our coal and salt into their own baskets, then hauled out 3 baskets of deep red stones. There you go, 300 pounds of iron ore. Take it home and smelt it yourselves. Good quality. 1 caddy yields 6 taels of iron. This basket's on the house too. I flared up on the spot. Hold on, Sis Yun. We agreed on pig iron. Since when did it become ore? That's not cool. She didn't bat an eye. Take it or leave it. That's no way to do business. I gave you way too much credit. The prettier the woman, the better she lies. D. Cohen, I'll level with you. We don't have much charcoal left, and smelting iron burns through it fast. If you can't smelt it yourself, wait another half month and we'll do it for you. She reached over to pull the basket back. I stomped a foot down on it. Who are you kidding? Who doesn't know how to smelt iron? I've watched enough wilderness survival shows. I could smelt you steel. And I wasn't just talking big. Without coal you can't make steel from charcoal, but now we had coal. All right then, I'll be looking forward to good news. Yin Sanhua fished something out of her pocket and tossed it to me. A gift for you. Don't say I'm not a stand-up gal. I took one look. Holy crap, a small nugget of natural gold, about 20 grams. Sis Yin, this is worth tens of thousands. You're just giving it to me. You've got a lot of women on your team. Don't women all love gold? You don't. Can't eat it, can't use it. What do I want it for? Yin Sanhua suddenly broke into a dazzling smile. Gold's not as good as that thing of yours. Now that can be eaten and used. Louis jumped out with her hands on her hips. Business is business. Quit flirting. Oh, your girlfriend. I jerked a thumb behind me. Cool as ever. They all are. Yin Sanhua puffed out her chest. Looks like you've got game. Little girl, your boyfriend's got this many girlfriends, and you're not jealous of them. But you're jealous over me? There was some substance to that tank top of hers, a size bigger than Louis. Louis hollered, Katie, someone's trying to out-boob you. Katie flushed red. Don't talk nonsense. Milith, that blonde bombshell, jumped right out. What's up? I'll take her on. She was already grabbing at her shirt. I quickly held her back. Big boobs don't hold grudges against small ones. Don't give those guys across the way a free show. Even a worn-out broom's worth cherishing. Yun Sanhua stared at Milith with a frown, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a thick northeastern accent. Could she be a Russian ethnic from the northeast? She turned to glance at a plain-looking girl behind her, and the girl gave a small nod. What's the foreign girl's name? Milith. What do you want? Milith strode over with her chin up. Yin Sanhua sized her up. Where are you from? Where'd you come from? How'd you get here? At those questions, Milith's face changed. Her head tilted onto her shoulder. Where am I from? How did I get here? I don't know. I quickly pulled her back and patted her on the back. Don't think about it so much. All you need to remember is my name. Come on, grab the oar. We're going back to smelt some steel. Something was off with this girl. The moment someone asked about her past, she'd space out. After some coaxing, she calmed down again. Whatever you say, hubby. I stashed the 3 baskets of ore into my wristband and waved at Yun Sanhua. See you around, Sis Yun. Mid-wave, I saw the gaunt woman behind her suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood, splattering right across Yun Sanhua's back and staining her black, climbing jacket crimson. Xiaoman, Yun Sanhua immediately caught her. Did you use your ability again? Xiaoman nodded and tried to speak, but Yun Sanhua shook her head. Let's head back. I stood there awkwardly, hand still hanging in the air. I'd waved at a girl and made her spit blood. That couldn't be on me, right? Sis Yun, is she going to be okay? None of your business. She didn't even turn around. Try to do a good deed and get treated like dirt. I muttered, then motioned for everyone to head back. Back at camp, Xiaoman lay on a crude wooden cot and took a couple sips of water. Sis Yin, I saw it. That blonde woman. She's a cluster of golden mist. The second I tried to look closer, the mist exploded and blew me back. Yin Sanhua sat down beside her. Silly girl, why did you have to look at her? Di Kuan's group isn't our enemy. No more using your ability this month. You're too weak. I just wanted to do more for the team. It's the only thing I'm good for. You've done plenty. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. Yin Sanhua stroked her hair. Get some rest. The future really isn't that important. 3 big baskets of crimson ore, iron content at least 60%. Everyone crowded around. Kunkin, can you really smelt this into iron? Obviously. If I can't, you can shove me in the furnace. It's just what? Louis pressed. It's slow work, low yield. One furnace running 8 hours a day maxes out at 2 pounds. 20 days won't get us anywhere near 50 pounds. No problem. We've got the numbers. Build more furnaces, run 3 shifts around the clock. That's how they did it at the steel mill back in my hometown. All right then, great leap in steel. 1,000 earthen furnaces blazing. 10,000 hearts forging iron as one. I stuck out my hand, and everyone piled theirs on top. Let's do this. Okay, cook first. Full bellies before anything else. No stirring slogan beats a hot meal. Minghui took Xiaoan out to dig up dandelions and purslane for vitamins. Feeding 10 people well isn't easy. Carbs came from a little rice, some potatoes, wild yam, and the last bit of kudzu root. The potatoes had to be saved for seed, too. It was autumn now. If we planted them and winter hit, we'd be done for. But all that could wait. First, we had to get the iron smelted. We got busy at the crack of dawn. A workman needs his tools. First, we build 2 bellows and 2 furnaces. Sumi, do you know how to make a bellows? Lucky for us, we had a carpenter's daughter. I do. But I was thinking, those iron tools left behind by the squads that got wiped out, could we use it to upgrade? Worth a shot, but I don't think it'll be that easy. I tossed all the tools into the upgrade slot. Ding. System tools cannot be used for upgrading. Figured. All right, forget it. Let's build the bellows and smelt some iron. The bellows itself is simple in principle, but hard to build without nails. I banged away at some aluminum cans on the workbench for a while and hammered out a few aluminum nails. Good enough. The furnace had to use the heat-resistant clay from around the coal pit. Regular clay only handles 1,000 degrees, but iron smelting needs 1,500. This yellow clay, mixed with salt and chopped up foxtail grass stems, held up better under heat and kept its shape. The hematite had to be pounded into powder in a stone mortar, another grunt job, which naturally fell to me. Who told me to have the super strength ability? Can't only use that ability below the belt. I swung the hammer with both hands, pounding away at the oar, while Lin Xiaoma sidled up flirtatiously to wipe my sweat with her sleeve and then bring me water. Kuinji, take a break. I'm not tired. Pounding's actually fun. Not far off, Lu Yi and Su Mi were working on the bellows. The two of them shot murderous glares and hissed in unison. TCH slut. By the end of the day, 300 pounds of ore had been ground to powder. 2 bellows were done. Minghui and Xiaohan had built 2 furnaces. Wei Ting had dug up coal, and Xue Katie had chipped away at limestone. Day 2, we started smelting for real. Load the coal into the furnace first, hook up the aluminum piping to the bellows, light it, and start pumping. Flames roared out the top. Coal really was leagues better than charcoal. Pour in the iron powder, add limestone, let it burn, add more, rinse, and repeat. 8 hours later, the first batch of iron came out. A 3-pound lump of iron. Quality? You don't talk quality with a dirt furnace. But by ancient standards, this stuff was pretty decent. A properly forged hoe out of it would beat any bronze farming tool hands down. I dropped it into the upgrade slot like it was some kind of treasure. Ding. Pig iron, 47 units. Yes, it works. Encouraged, I emptied the furnace, reloaded, and kept smelting. Day and night, nonstop. Swap out the workers, but never let the furnace cool. Trouble was, the dirt furnaces died after 2 runs, so Minghui and Xiaohan built new ones every day while the rest of us dug coal and worked the bellows. 12 days of grinding, 2 blown-out bellows later, we finally had 50 units of iron. The system prompt said we still needed an upgrade core. Luckily, the shop sold them. I had 17 points left. Buying the core left me with 7. Evening of day 23, in a swirl of smoke, the shelter upgraded to Silver Rank 2. Ding. Shelter upgraded to Silver Rank 2 Castle. Safe zone expanded to 1,200 meters. Stromgard Keep had grown by nearly half, 3 stories tall now, all built of stone, cold and imposing. Western-style castles have great defense, but they're not comfortable to live in. No outer wall, just a thick wooden door reinforced with iron bands, and the inside felt gloomy the moment you stepped in. The windows were tall, narrow slits like ventilation shafts, no glass, just empty frames. The ground floor was a great hall, iron sconces on the walls for candles or torches. Compared to a Chinese-style courtyard with carved beams and red walls, it was not even close to comfortable. No idea why the system upgraded it into this sorry shape. The second floor had bedrooms, and the third floor added a lookout tower and a few empty rooms. Big enough for the 10 of us, at least. First order of business was digging a fire pit in the main hall and setting up tables and chairs. Once the fire was crackling, the castle finally felt lived in. The 3 little chicks were even starting to grow tail feathers. They'd pull through. The days kept getting colder. The first batch of potatoes had sprouted, but that was useless. Anything below 5 degrees would kill them. During this 7 or 8 day safe period, I led everyone in scouring the whole map for clothes, shoes, tools, and any leftover rations from other teams that hadn't been finished off. But to get through nearly 3 months of real winter, it wouldn't come close to being enough. Kunkin, relax. With Xiaohan around, we won't starve, and we've got all the coal we need. The food she conjures isn't tasty, but it'll keep us alive. Wei Ting reminded me that the safe period was almost up. We needed to prep for the next disaster. Midnight struck. The 1-month safe period ended, but no disaster alert came. Ding. Team in Zone E12 failed to complete the Silver Rank 2 mission and has been eliminated. E12 is now unclaimed territory. For the next 7 days, the boundary walls of E12 will vanish, and adjacent teams may compete for it. E12 contains 10 resource points. The more you claim, the larger your territory and the richer the rewards. The contest opens at noon. The wristband buzzed violently. I opened it. This time, instead of just our own zone's map, several neighboring zones were displayed as well. We were D12. To the north was our one big happy family, D11. To the south, D13. To the east lay E12 and E13. To the west, C12 and C13. Every zone had 6 neighbors. So we're D12, huh? And there are at least 11 more zones behind us. Kunkin, are we joining the fight? Wei Ting asked. Of course we are. Didn't you hear the system? The more we grab, the richer the reward. Plus, taking out a few more teams might bring victory that much sooner. I agree. Should we ask the others what they think? No need. Our team doesn't do the democratic vote thing, and we won't when we build a guild either. Even if we grow to 100 or 1,000 people, we'll stick to small group accountability. In a hellhole like this other world, you have to concentrate your strength to get anything real done. Kunkin, Yun Sanhua sent a message. Louis Yi pulled up the notification. She's asking if we want to team up and take E12. What did she say exactly? Asking if we're interested in joining forces for the fight over E12. Ask her what kind of team-up she has in mind. The reply came a few seconds later. Split E12 down the middle. The system said E12 has 10 resource points. I picked up a piece of charcoal and drew a diagram on the ground. In 7 days, whoever holds the most points takes the most land. E12 borders 6 zones, which means we could be up against as many as 5 other teams. I looked around at everyone. There are 10 of us. But Xiaohan has to stay behind, so that leaves 9 of us. Xiaohan, crouched on the ground, lifted her head like she wanted to say something, then buried her face again. Her ability was pure support. More support than support itself. Practically useless in combat. Sorry guys. I'm dead weight. I smiled. No such thing, Xiaohan. Everyone's useful. It's just a matter of putting them in the right spot. I paused. There's one more thing we need to watch out for. Don't assume we're the only ones doing business with one big happy family. If squads from other zones team up and we go in solo, we're screwed. Wei Ting nodded. Kunkin, what are you getting at? An alliance. It's too big a piece of turf for us to swallow in one bite. And I don't want to make an enemy out of that woman Yun Sanhua. Louis Yi snorted. I think. I cut her off immediately. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Save your objections. It's decided. Louis Yi stamped her foot and huffed. But Lin Xiaoma's eyes were sparkling. So manly. All right, E, go tell Yun Sanhua I'm in on the alliance. We'll hash out the details after we've fought our way into E12. I've got another question. Louis Yi shot up her hand. There are 6 zones around E12. If we ally with Yun Sanhua and wipe out the other 4 squads, wouldn't that give us a huge chunk of land? I pinched her cheek. Silly girl. Who's going to bet their whole fortune on grabbing E12? This is icing on the cake. If we can grab it, great. If we can't, we pull out. Same for us. If the enemy's too strong or the cost's too high, we walk away. No prize is worth dying over. Wei Ting picked up the thread. Right? Anyone who's survived this long in a killing game is sharp, either strong or clever. Nobody's going to fight to the death with you. All right, everyone get some rest. I lit a cigarette off the firewood. We head out at 9 tomorrow. Xiaohan holds the fort. Don't stress about it. Grab what we can, kill who we can. Morning. A biting late autumn wind swept through the other world. Good thing we'd stockpiled a bunch of clothes recently. Wolf pelts were too hot, short sleeves too cold. Only Melis was still rocking that leopard print miniskirt with her long legs on full display, not the slightest bit fazed by the cold. Russians can take the cold. Me, no way. I stay frozen too long, and I'll get arthritis in my old age, Lin Xiaoma said, layering on a second shirt. Old age? We're just living day to day out here. What old age? Lin Xiaoxi grabbed a reflective vest and pulled it on. Sis, don't be so gloomy. We're going to make it. This world hasn't given up on anyone. Only people give up on themselves. Huh? Where'd you pick up that inspirational crap? Hee hee, from D. Kuan, of course. Xiaoma, did you and D. Kuan really, you know? Lin Xiaoxi stared at her little sister. Don't ask. All right, come on. Come on, they're all waiting outside. Lin Xiaoma's face flushed red. Any fool could see she'd slept with me. Something soured in Lin Xiaoxi's chest. She couldn't quite explain why she'd get jealous of her own little sister. In the whole squad, at least 2 or 3 had a history with me. Louis most of all, her possessiveness written right on her face. Xiaoxi always felt she was the latecomer. The others were founding shareholders, while her own spot carried a faint whiff of charity. She knew her place, deliberately kept me at arm's length, polite but never warm. And since her ability was still a blank slate, she threw herself at every hard, dirty job going. But today, with it confirmed that her sister had slept with me, that sourness came surging up. She didn't envy Lu Yi. The woman was the reigning queen. She didn't envy Su Mi or Milith either. They were veterans. But her sister was another matter. They were cut from the same cloth. So why couldn't it be her too? Luckily, the feeling passed in a heartbeat. Outside the castle, someone shouted, "Xiaoxi, we're moving out." Coming. She dabbed the corner of her eye and hurried out the door. The 10 of us set off northeast. 400 or 500 meters in, I stopped. "Xiaohan, head back. Don't leave the safe zone these next few days. 1,200 meters around the castle, no farther." Xiaohan's eyes brimmed with tears. "Uncle, aunties, I want to come with you." I ruffled her hair. "If you tag along, we'll have to split our attention keeping you safe. Relax, it's rock solid around camp. Nothing's going to happen. Oh, and since you know your wild plants, gather up some seeds so we can sow them once winter's over. And cut some of the reeds down by the river and the foxtail grass on the slopes. Dry them out for hay. Plenty to keep you busy. Just don't wear yourself out." Xiaohan nodded again and again. "Got it, Uncle D. I'll do a good job." "Good girl. Head on back. We'll be home in 7 days." As she waved goodbye, I hummed a tune and strode off northeast with a light step. "Walked you all the way to the edge of the village. There's something I've got to say." 4 kilometers in, less than 3 from E12. We'd been chatting and laughing the whole way, and the walk hadn't felt tiring at all. Then, just as we crossed a low ridge, the clear sky suddenly turned overcast. "Huh? Why is it clouding over?" I looked up. The sky was shading from gray to black. At that same instant, Schweck Heidi had already shifted into her werewolf form, her clawed hand leveled straight ahead. Out of the gloom, a massive single-horned goat appeared on the slope, better than 200 meters off. A wave of danger hit me full in the face, and this thing looked all too familiar. Baphomet. Motherfucking Baphomet. Over a month back, that opening night of the killing game. This was the bastard that had nearly finished us. 6 eyes, capable of spitting death rays, claws that shredded steel like paper, leaving a trail of green fire behind every step. A genuine 5-star demon. Did I forget to check the almanac before heading out today? How the hell had we crossed paths with this jinx? Safe windows over. The second you leave a shelter's safe zone, you're bound to run into elite mobs. I muttered, "How the... So do we hide or fight?" "No hiding, it's already spotted us." Wei Ting kept her voice low. Not far off, Baphomet had split its goat mouth into a sinister grin. "Fuck. It couldn't finish us off last time. Why should we be scared of it now, when we're loaded for bear? Let's take it down." I spat on the ground and yanked out a pair of axes. "Tingjia, keep Sumi safe. This thing feeds on mental attacks." Hang back. "Katie, hit the flanks. Don't let it claw you." I pulled another blade from my bracelet and shoved it into Lin Xiaoma's hands. "You're fast. Get in a stab whenever you can. Everybody stay sharp. I'm going in first." With that, I whirled my axes and charged. Wei Ting grabbed Lin Xiaoxi. "Your power is demon contract, right? Try to bind it. This thing's a 5-star. I know. Fight first, sort it out later." Wei Ting stepped to Su Mi's side, and in an instant she'd shifted into Su Mi's exact likeness. Swish, swish, 2 beams of white divine light slammed into the goat's head. At the same moment, 2 arrows came whistling in from left and right. Frost crawled up my axe blades. Fearless, I brought them down. 1 king and 4 queens threw everything they had at Baphomet's skull. The divine light struck home dead on. It howled in agony, probably shocked that Su Mi's holy light hit this hard. Its scream hadn't even died down when the 2 arrows came ripping in. One punched clean through its goat snout. The other was aimed at its eye, but it ducked, only for the arrow to curve midair and dive straight for the back of its neck. Thunk. Direct hit, but its neck was hard as iron, and it barely left a scratch. The arrows didn't work, but my frost-wreathed axes came down clean on the goat's head. The first axe slammed into its forehead, asterisk clang asterisk, and bounced right off. That skull was tougher than a steel plate. The second axe caught it on its broken horn. Baphomet shrieked and staggered back 2 steps, forehead crusted with shards of ice, both hurting and freezing. It wouldn't underestimate us now. It huffed a few heavy breaths, then reared up on its hind legs, its whole body wreathed in smoke and dust. When the haze cleared, a humanoid monstrosity stood before us, an old man's head, a woman's body, 6 eyes with 2 of them blinded, 2 goat horns with 1 snapped off, goat hooves in the back and wolf claws in the front. Its stare was ice cold, and green fire licked across every inch of it. "All of you will die," it snarled. "You said the same thing last time. Getting old." I tossed my axes up and slipped them back into my bracelet. I'd already guessed what this bastard was about to do. Zayat, two beams of green light shot from its eyes, screaming toward me like will-o'-the-wisps. I thrust both hands forward, and a wall of ice sprang up in an instant. The green fire crashed against it and couldn't punch through. But it cost me. My body was drained bone dry, my mouth parched and bitter. That ice wall guzzled water like nothing else. Kunkin. Louis tossed me a bottle of Coke. This girl really got me. Crack, straight to the lips, chugging it down. I hadn't even finished when Baphomet came charging again. That's not how you fight, you cheap shot bastard. I couldn't bear to waste the Coke, so I supersized my whole body and channeled my iron skin, morphing into a steel giant to plant myself in its path, and down the last swallow while I was at it. Its wolf claws raked. Its claws raked across me. God, it hurt. Broadswords and axes couldn't crack my defense, but those claws were something else. The first swipe left a mark. By the second and third, the skin over my chest actually split open. It's no good, Sis Ting. I can't seal the contract. Lin Xiaoxi's face was ghost white, blood smeared across her hand. Blood was a required condition for the contract. Don't lose heart. Once it weakens more, maybe it'll take. Wei Ting turned. Mimi, hit the goat head with divine light. I'll heal Dikuan. On it, Sumi raised her crystal staff, and 3 beams of divine light slammed into Baphomet in quick succession, knocking it back 3 steps. 2 of its 6 eyes had already been shot blind by Lu Yi. Only 2 remained, burning with murder. Seizing its retreat, I charged in 2. My fists swelled to the size of propane tanks, radiating cold as I hammered them at its face. Bam missed. Its fist met mine head-on. In the wake of that exchange, a goat's horn sprouted from my left hand, and I drove it straight at the demon. At the same instant, an arrow trailing green blood streaked toward its heart. I'll gut you with your own horn. The horn was a hair's breadth from piercing its throat when Baphomet suddenly shot skyward, a pair of tattered bat wings unfurling from its back. Louis's arrow whistled through empty air. You're all courting death. Suspended above us and wreathed in green flame, it now brandished a skull-topped short staff, and twin torrents of raging green fire erupted from its palms, sweeping the ground below. Move! With one hand, I threw up an ice shield out front. With the other, I hurled that demon horn at it. One stream of fire I blocked, the other tore toward Lu Yi and the girls. Everyone scattered. Melis darted 2 steps and ducked behind me. The horn I'd thrown had barely reached Baphomet when a hoof kick sent it flying back. It landed behind me, right at Melissa's feet. Hubby, watch out. This mangy goat's spewing fire everywhere. The hell's it burning for? Melis snatched up the horn and hurled it back at Baphomet. Screw you and your grandma's leg. The horn flashed like lightning and punched clean through Baphomet's chest. Its eyes filled with disbelief. Green ichor gushed from the gaping hole in its chest. Its wings could no longer beat, and it crashed down with a thud. No, impossible. I turned and shot Melissa thumbs up. She tossed her hair. This piece of shit dared lay a hand on my hubby. I'll end it. With that, she strode over to the half-dead Baphomet and planted a 12-centimeter leopard print platform stiletto square on its chest. Smacking you around's just playtime. Slicing you up's just for laughs. Killing you'll cost me pocket change tops. Twitch one more time. I dare you. Baphomet coughed up green blood. I am an undying demon of hell. It was still babbling about being undying when Lin Xiaoxi rushed over, fresh blood dripping from her fingertips onto its head. The hell you doing? Squirting blood on it for what? Melis stared at her like she was watching an idiot. Wei Ting yanked her aside. Hold on, Big Mare. Let's see if Xiaoxi's ability works on it. Lin Xiaoxi's ability was demon-packed. She could bind demons and command them to fight for her. But her ability was only Bronze 3, and Baphomet was a 5-star. Whether it would work was anyone's guess. Baphomet, I forge a pact with thee. Fight for me, forever, and I shall grant thee eternal life. Dost thou accept? Mortal, thou art unworthy to bind me. Oh, so we're going to play it that way. Melis shook off Wei Ting and lunged forward in 2 strides. Sign it, or I'll snap off your other horn too. I accept the pact, mortal. It cannot be undone. Thy soul shall follow me down to hell in the end. Wouldn't budge without a beating, this little thing. Lin Xiaoxi held out her bloodied hand. Baphomet extended its right hand, slick with green blood. Their palms met. The pact was sealed. A dazzling flash of green light burst forth, and out of it stepped a man-high goat. It shot Lin Xiaoxi 2 cold sneers, then broke into a gallop on all 4 hooves and vanished in a streak of light over the distant slope. The moment it was gone, the sky cleared in an instant. Where'd that goat run off to? And its horn looks like it grew back, I said. The horn we'd punched clean through was nowhere to be seen. It went back to hell, I think. Green blood still stained Lin Xiaoxi's hand. But I can feel it there. I'm pretty sure if I summon it, it'll come. Wei Ting wiped her hand clean for her. There you go, Xiaoxi. You finally landed a demon contract, and a strong one at that. Big boost for our squad. I walked over. Xiaoxi, your hand okay? Need a rest. She looked up at me, and something in her seemed to straighten. She smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Just a little blood. No need to rest. All right then, everyone perk up. Let's go meet those other squads. I picked up the demon blood-slicked arrow from the ground and tossed it to Lu Yi. Hang on to this. Lu Yi pouted. TCH. She got off easy. The group pressed on toward E12. Melissa and I took the lead. Lu Yi and Wei Ting trailed behind. Sounds like you've got a chip on your shoulder about the Lin sisters. Me? Whose fault is it if that little tramp? We're all on the same squad. We've got to pull together. Besides, you really think that little horndog Di Kuan would pass up dumplings for something else? Sis Ting, that's what you say, but what? You know how it is with Su Mi and Melissa. Mimi's different, though. Ugh, Sis Ting, you know what I mean. Lu Yi took a few steps ahead, then glanced back. Fine, I get it. I won't pick fights with them. Wei Ting laughed. Knew you'd come around. You see them as latecomers, and Sumi came in with you. So in your head, there's a pecking order. Everybody's got that kind of bias. No getting around it. Say hypothetically, what if one day I feel like sleeping with Kunkin? Everyone has needs, right? Lu Yi flushed. Sis Ting, if you really wanna, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Don't worry, it won't happen. Wei Ting tilted her head back and looked at the sky. I've tried. It just doesn't work. Maybe I only belong to that man. Lu Yi didn't quite catch her meaning. She hooked her arm through Wei Ting's. Come on, Sis Ting, let's go. They've already gotten pretty far ahead. At the edge of E12, Yun Sanhua sat on a large boulder with a foxtail grass stem hanging from her mouth. A plump, naturally curly-haired woman with a small braid sat beside her. Sis Yun, the plump woman asked, will Di Kuan's group really team up with us? They will. Even if Di Kuan wants to hog it all for himself, that Wei Ting at his side will talk him into an alliance. Why? Because Xiaomin took a look. That Wei Ting has no intention whatsoever of leaving this other world. A little past 11 in the morning, I arrived at the edge of E12 with my 9 people. The transparent air wall was still up. It wasn't noon yet. Hands on my hips, I surveyed E12. This block probably had no river. My river back in D12 must have flowed into E13. Lu Yi came over pressing at her wristband. Yun Sanhua says she wants a meeting with us. A meeting? Sure. Once we're inside E12, we'll find a spot. The sun finally climbed to its peak. Ding. E12 border unlocked. All personnel may now enter. E12 territory battle initiated. Resource points. Scan any squad member with the black storage box to complete captured. Kill, plus 10 points. Squad wipe, plus 30 points. Time limit, 7 by 24 hours. This is basically fucking earthy basin, I muttered. The air wall dissolved. As we crossed into E12, my wristband buzzed and the map unfolded. No rivers in this region, just 2 small lakes, one to the northwest and one due south. Mostly plains and low rolling hills, with marshland ringing the lakes. Very few trees or deposits. Honestly, the terrain was unfriendly as hell. Without trees, it was hard to defend, and without it was hard to stockpile resources. My guess was the original squad here couldn't scrape together enough pig iron to upgrade to a silver 2 camp, which was why the system wiped them out. The 10 resource points showed up on the map as hollow boxes. Once captured, they'd fill in solid. Kunkin, Yun Sanhua wants to meet at the northwest lake. Lu Yi stepped up. I glanced at Wei Ting. Sis Ting, do we meet with her? Meet. No rush on the resource points. We can grab those on the last day. Wei Ting gave a cold smile. The priority is destroying the enemy's fighting strength. Hold the ground and lose the people, you lose both. Hold the people and lose the ground. You keep both. The Northwest Lake was 4 kilometers from us. It took over an hour to walk there. We arrived at 1 o'clock. The map marked it as marshland, but with no rain for a long time it had dried into a stretch of green grass. Yun Sanhua and her people had gotten there first. Naturally, they'd been closer. The two squads met again, and this time I finally got to shake her hand. Her hand was soft, a little clammy with sweat. Sister Yun, your palms are sweating. Captain D's quite the observant one. That means you've got ENE deficiency with excess heat, endocrine imbalance, hormones out of whack. You know traditional Chinese medicine too? A little. So how do you treat it? ENE deficiency with excess heat. Huh? Not much to be done really. Just harmonize things, balance yin and yang. Ha! Yun Sanhua doubled over laughing. I wouldn't mind, but I doubt that little princess of yours would go along with it. What's that got to do with me? I hurried to distance myself. Your squad's got plenty of men and women, no need to outsource. We call ourselves one big loving family. Naturally, we treat each other like brothers and sisters. And how are brothers and sisters supposed to harmonize? Something clicked in my head. So there's no lovey-dovey stuff going on in your squad? No hooking up? Sure there is. 2 guys wanted to sleep with me. I killed them. Yun Sanhua said it as casually as if she'd slaughtered a couple of chickens. I narrowed my eyes. Sister Yun, your squad plays that rough? Has to. If you want to survive, you have to be ruthless. Ruthless to yourself, and even more ruthless to others. Then I really don't dare treat you. Huh. Other people wanting to sleep with me and me wanting to sleep with someone else. Those are 2 different things. She was talking to me, but her eyes drifted over to Louis. Louis's face went cold. She'd probably already cursed this woman out 800 times in her head. All right, down to business. Yun Sanhua leaned in with a smile, her shoulder pressed against mine, her head close to mine, and opened her wristband. Hey. If you want to look at the map, just look at the map. Why do you have to get so close? Louis yanked me away. This woman eats people alive. Stay away from her. Yun Sanhua wasn't offended. She pointed at the 10 hollow boxes on the map. D. Kuan, how do you guys want to play this? You go first. She shot me a sideways glance. She was short, 5'3". I'm 5'11", though I tell people I'm 6 feet. We take the boxes above the middle line. You take the ones down south. 50-50. How's that sound? I clasped my hands behind my back. For the next few days, we're not taking any boxes. So you want to fight? Yeah. Holding onto turf is pointless. The other side has 4 squads at most, 40 people tops. I said, the only way is to fight. Beat them so bad they don't dare set foot in E12 again. Then the boxes are ours for the taking. Like the chairman said, throw the first punch hard, and you'll spare yourself 100 more. Yun Sanhua thought it over. Makes sense. Let's move together then. First 5 days we focus on fighting. Last 2 days we split up and sweep the boxes. I waved my hands. No. You go your way, we'll go ours. Too many people, and they'll just circle the wagons. Don't push them into a corner. Our goal is to drive them out of E12, not fight to the death. Got it. She gave me a thumbs up. Leave a way out when you surround a city. Sis Yun, how many of you came this time? 8. You guys. 9. 1 more than you. Then you take the south, we'll take the north. Each does their own thing, and we cover each other. She pulled a can of Coke from her wristband inventory and handed it to me. Blood oath. Blood oath? This is how you want to do it. She snatched the Coke back and popped the tab with a crack. Hold out your left ring finger. I stuck out my thumb instead. What are you, Al? Holy shit. The pull tab had already sliced open my ring finger. Blood dripped into the can, fizzing up a cloud of bubbles. She cut her own ring finger too, let a drop fall in, and handed the bloody Coke back. I tipped my head back and took a swig. Tasted like Coke, with the faintest tang of iron on the tip of my tongue. She chugged a big mouthful herself and tossed the can. Remember, our blood is mingled now. It's inside you, and it's inside me. A shiver ran down my spine. Sis Yun, your ability isn't like blood tracking or some DNA-based assassination technique, is it? The things you come up with. Even if it were, I couldn't bear to kill you. She let down her ponytail and shook out her hair. All right, we split up here. I leaned in close to her ear. Sis Yun, what is your ability really? She turned her face to me, almost cheek to cheek, and said in a sultry voice, "Want to know? Come find Big Sis some night. Then Big Sis will tell you." No thanks. I'm scared you'll kill me. How many times do I have to say it? I couldn't bear to. I took 2 steps back and smiled meaningfully. Some other day, then. Hee hee. Big sis will be waiting to cure what ails you. TCH. Looks like she's the one who's sick in the head, Louis muttered, grabbing me and pulling me along. The two teams parted ways at the little lake, one heading south, the other east. Asterisk, the parting pavilion echoes with flutes at dusk. You head for Xiaoxiang, and I for Qing. Asterisk, I waved to Yun Sanhua and led my group south. Late autumn. The northwest wind carried a bite of cold. The Kogong grass had turned a scorched yellow, rustling with every gust. Wei Ting walked beside me. Kunkin, since when did you learn to flirt with older women? She likes to tease. I'm just playing along. When an older sis really turns it on, a little rooster like you might not be able to handle it. Relax, sis Ting. Business is business, pleasure is pleasure. After walking about 40 minutes, we reached the first resource point in the south. On a plain of white Kogong grass stood a lone brass tier level 3 shelter, completely empty, just a single black wooden chest in the main hall. Louis was just about to open it. I stopped her before she could scan the box. Don't scan it. We'll camp here and wait for others to come claim it. For the first 5 days, we don't capture a single point. All we do is kill anyone who tries. If we don't take it, won't people just stay away? She countered. If our opponents are the play-it-safe type, they'll grab 2 points, hold them, and stop expanding. Then it doesn't matter either way. But if they're greedy, they'll pounce on any empty box they see, and we'll have ourselves a fish on the line. There's another kind, too, Wei Ting added. Some squads send scouts. If there's an easy score, they take it. If not, they pull back. To the west of E12, 3 men came creeping in, shivering, over from F12. 3 of them, total. The one in the middle was bald, his face buried in a thick beard, impossible to guess his age. On the left was a skinny guy, about 5'9", hunched and stooped, black-rimmed glasses, 28 or 29, with that beaten-down look of a corporate drone worked to death by his boss. On the right was a short guy with an ugly, hacked-looking buzz cut, a hooked nose, and beady slit eyes, a real sleazeball face. The bald one kept scanning warily as he fished out a cigarette and passed one to the skinny guy. We're just here to scope it out. If the competition's too tough, we bail. No wading into this mess. Old Ding, you drew the short straw, and I haven't even started complaining yet. Baldy Chun, I still say this ain't right. You show up a little late, and suddenly you get treated different. Come off it. What can you do? They're the founding members. The short guy snatched the cigarette away, tucked one behind his ear, and stuck another between his lips. The hell, Wugo? Captain only gave us 1 pack, and you're smoking 1 and pocketing 1. 3 guys splitting 1 pack. So what if I take 2? If it were you holding him, that pack'd have Chin stamped all over it, wouldn't it? The 3 of them bickered their way forward. Skinny old Ding was stewing inside. Bunch of stinking college kids, lucking into strong abilities, screaming for their mommies on world chat every damn day. No shame at all. If I ever get my hands on those sluts in the black stockings, I swear I'll. You'll what? What the hell can you do? Baldy Chin laughed. I'll fucking end them. Shill. I think there's someone up ahead. The 3 of them slowly dropped down into the waist-high Kogong grass. Short guy Wugo peered forward. Coming down from the north, still far off, was a group of 6 or 7 men and women mixed together. One of the women was wearing black stockings and thigh-high heeled boots, hair the color of milk tea, chatting and laughing with a tattooed man beside her. Old Ding's eyes were practically bleeding. Now that is one hot little slut. You still got the headspace to be sizing up sluts right now? Wugo glared at him. They spot us. We're dead. Old Ding wiped his mouth. Follow them. Follow my ass. Jumping them is a suicide mission. Who said anything about jumping them? We just watch the show. Maybe they run into somebody else and start throwing down. We sit back on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, pick up whatever scraps we can. And even if we don't get anything, at least we get an eyeful of those black stockings. And those long legs won't be wasted either. We've got 9 grown men on this team, testosterone through the roof. Wugo couldn't tear his eyes away either. Works for me. Might even bag ourselves a woman while we're at it. The 3 of them tailed the group quietly, keeping 200 or 300 meters back, not too close, not too far. Before long, they'd followed them to the first resource point on the west side. Tattoo guy went inside to scan while 4 women and 3 men waited by the door. Old Ding counted them off. 1, 2, 8 of them. F11's got a hell of a lineup. The woman in black stockings was chatting away with some pale-skinned guy, and when nobody was looking, he snuck a hand right onto her ass and gave it a squeeze. TCH, slut. Old Ding's eyes went red. He was cursing out loud, but inside all he could think was, asterisk, why isn't that me? Asterisk. Tattoo guy came back out, and Pale Boy immediately ditched the woman, sauntering over to a chubby little cutie to horse around with her instead. Look at him. Men and women working together. Makes the job a breeze. We got nothing but dudes. It ain't fair, Wu Go sighed. Old Ding checked the map. One of the hollow boxes just went solid. Once they finish scanning, we can claim it. How about we jump in and take the point once they clear out? Baldy Chin suggested. Claim my ass. You think we can hold it for 7 days? I sure as hell can't. Hell, if that chick would sleep with me one time, I'd hand over my life for her. Simp to the death, Wu Go laughed. The other group claimed the point without leaving anyone to guard it and headed straight for the next one. Tingjia, look, the point out west just got claimed. I was slurping down instant noodles. I'd scavenged these from an abandoned camp during the safe window, dug up more than 20 cups of them. Means a squad's arrived, coming in from the west. No telling if it's F11 or F12. Wei Ting was crouched by the campfire boiling water. Using a non-stick flat-bottom pan, we'd looted off Squad 1 and Squad 0. Same model as the one from PUBG. Tingjia, you guys take your time. EE and the others are done eating with me, so we'll head to the next point first. What? Can't wait to throw down. A whole month of downtime got your fists itching. Wei Ting laughed. Fine, it's not far anyway. The flat pan boiled water painfully slow, 10-odd minutes per pot. Only enough for 2 or 3 cups of noodles. Xiaoma Milisai done eating? Let's head out. Tingjia and the others will catch up. Done, let's go. Milisai came bounding over. We hiked west a couple of kilometers to another resource point, 4 or 5 clicks away from the one that had just been claimed. This whole area sucks. Flat terrain's no friend in this other world. We're still in the hunter-gatherer phase. Plains won't be worth anything till we can start farming. I pushed aside a clump of white Kogong grass with my stick. If it weren't for the rewards, I wouldn't bother claiming this dump. Rewards my ass. You just want to take out more rivals. You're itching for a fight. Louis called me out flat. I gave a sheepish grin. Fair point. I just figure, the fewer people there are, the better our odds of surviving. The higher the odds of winning. The second point came into view. A cluster of tall poplars stood beside it, jutting out conspicuously across the plains. Weird. Why didn't the folks at this shelter chop the poplars down? Louis asked. Who says they didn't? There's a bunch of stumps behind the building. I pushed the door open. The main hall still held that one lonely black wooden chest. Don't scan it. Wait for someone to show up. Lu Yi and Millith sat on the east side, Lin Xiaoma on the west. The 3 of them dozed off. I sat by the doorway and lit a cigarette. Wonder if Yin Sanhua and her crew have started swinging yet. I gazed westward, my face full of anticipation. That anticipation didn't go unrewarded. Before I'd even finished my smoke, a line of figures appeared from the west. The wind rustled through the white Kogong grass, and a jolt of excitement shot through me. Finally, someone was here. Cigarette hanging from my lips, I stood proudly in the doorway and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. I lost count. Quite a crowd, men and women, strolling along without a care. Once they got within 100 meters, they stopped. They'd spotted me, and I was staring right back at them, especially at the woman in the black thigh-high stockings and boots. That woman, why does she look so familiar? In the tall grass, Old Ding and his 2 companions didn't dare breathe. Tattoo guy stood at the point's entrance with 8 people behind him, while the point itself apparently held only 1 man. We fighting? There's only 1 guy over there. How do we play this? Baldy Chin was tense. There's gotta be an ambush. A wise man knows when to bail. Let's run. 1 versus 8, we've got no shot. Wugo licked his lips, but his eyes were glued to those black-stockinged legs. Old Ding kept his stare fixed on the man in the doorway. Old Ding, what are you looking at? That guy's outfit. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Bullshit. He's not a chick. Why the hell would you be paying attention? Old Ding suddenly frowned. Holy shit, I remember now. You guys remember that one king for Queen Squad? The one with all the women. Yeah, those stinking college kids. They were on the channel every day calling women mommy, and drooling like idiots the moment they saw a pair of stockinged legs. That's the one. They posted a photo once, 4 women and 1 guy with a perm. All the faces were blurred out, but I recognized this guy's clothes. Damn, you look that closely? No shit. I've cranked one out to that photo more than a few times. At the doorway of the Poplar Point, I gave the 8 approaching figures a cold, humorless smile. I already had both hatchets in hand, taking the Li Kuei stance. One man holding the pass. 10,000 shall not pass. Tattoo guy walked at the front. He sneered and waved his right hand. Pale-skinned guy and chubby girl broke off about 10 meters to the left, while a long-haired woman and one with high cheekbones peeled off to the right, standing guard. This tattoo guy had some skill. One look at me alone in the doorway, and he immediately smelled a trap, ordering his crew into defensive positions. Kid, is it just you? Yeah, one's enough. The 8 of them once again. Boss, quit yapping, just take him out. What's there to be scared of? A middle-aged man in a suit behind him snarled. Min-san, don't rush. This punk's pulling the empty fort trick. Obviously, there's an ambush. You think I'd fall for that so easy? Ambush my ass, I thought. You look like some tattooed thug, but turns out you're pretty cautious. Kid, you're camping here without grabbing a crate. Waiting for backup? Quit calling me kid. Who the hell do you think you are? The name's D. Kuan. D. Kuan. The woman in black stockings' eyes lit up. Wait, D. Kuan. Huang Yajun, you still remember me. I looked her up and down. How'd you end up here too? The tattooed man glanced between us. What? You two know each other. Old flames. Huang Yajun burst into peals of laughter. As if. Old coworker. Chased me for the better part of a year. Oh, a simp then. He get anywhere with you? Ah, Outyin, you jealous? No way. He was just some intern fresh out of school, toad lusting after a swan. Bought me breakfast and bubble tea every damn day. Rode around on a little scooter, wiped down my desk, ran my errands, did all the grunt work. When I was in a good mood, I'd let him treat me to dinner and buy 2 movie tickets for me and my girlfriend, then send him home to wait for news. Outyin slid an arm around her waist. The man buys you dinner and you won't even sit through a movie with him? One look at him made me sick. Ride his crappy scooter home after the movie? I'd die of embarrassment. Guy doesn't even own a car and thinks he can chase me. Listening to this had me boiling. Back then, I'd just graduated from vocational college and finally landed a job at that company, only to run into her. She was just a receptionist, but with a bit of a pretty face, she strutted around like she owned the place. My hormones were raging, and I shamelessly figured sincerity would win love. So yeah, I simped for a while. But while I was simping on her, I was also simping on a girl from my class. 2 irons in the fire, keeping my options open. Huang Yajun, you were just a receptionist. Who were you playing upper management for? TCH. You know how you actually got fired? I told the boss you were harassing me, and out you went. She smirked without warmth. Toad should have looked in a mirror. Like I'd ever go for you. Bullshit. Crap company. $2,700 a month and no pension contributions. Who'd want to stay? Hey, Yajun, we're all old acquaintances here. Now that we're in another world, we've got to help each other out, right? Outyin gave her a shove toward me. Kid, take a good look. Yajun's a real upgrade from before, huh? I looked, and yes, she was. I'd never thought much of her looks back then, but now? Higher nose bridge, bigger eyes, sharper chin, plastic surgery? Outyin, what do you mean? Huang Yajun squirmed coyly. I mean, you could catch up with our friend D. Kuan here for old time's sake. Why the hell would I want to catch up with him? He confessed to me later on, said he'd hand his paycheck straight to me, work days and deliver takeout at night, promised me the good life. Kept quoting stuff like, don't scorn a poor young man, fortunes turn every 30 years. Huh, like hell I'd buy that. Outyin smirked wickedly. Save the ancient history for back home. Tell you what, D, let's put our cards on the table. I'm not a petty guy. You want to chase Yajun? Knock yourself out. No objections here. But, market economy and all, from now on, every month you hand over to me 300 pounds of pig iron, 300 pounds of charcoal, and 50 pounds of salt. You pay up, I let you keep chasing your goddess. What do you say? Outyin, honey, am I really worth that little? Huang Yajun purred with a flirty laugh. Even simps gotta pay their dues. Otherwise they don't even get to simp. Ha. D. Kuan, made up your mind yet? I looked at Outyin, then at Huang Yajun. So what you're saying is, I give you 300 pounds of pig iron, 300 pounds of charcoal, and 50 pounds of salt every month, and Huang Yajun becomes my girlfriend. The hell are you dreaming about? She sneered. Who said anything about being your girlfriend? You think you deserve that? I said you can keep chasing me. Maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll grace you with a glimpse of my face. I almost cracked up. And if I don't pay, I'm handing you a chance and you're too dumb to take it. She hooked her arm around Out Yin's neck. You think you've got a choice? Don't pay, and you won't live through the day. Out Yin baby. He was a co-worker of mine after all, and he did chase me once. Make it quick for him. Out Yin tilted her chin up. Oh, getting sentimental? You slut. You go into heat the second you lay eyes on any man. No, I don't. I only get hot for my Out Yin. Fuck, that's disgusting. I plopped down on the ground and looked at the two of them like they were a pair of flies. I regret this so goddamn much. Regret what? Huang Yajun snapped instantly. Her face, at that moment, looked positively revolting to me. I regret ever being blind enough to chase you for 3 whole months back then. Just thinking about it makes me want to puke. You little shit, you don't know who's holding the trump card, do you? Out Yin rolled up his sleeve, bearing a tattoo of a fierce tiger. You're on your own. There's 8 of us. You got a death wish. He pointed at a poplar tree in the distance. Bang. A gunshot cracked, and a branch snapped clean off. See that? My Out Yin's air pistol kills you without a trace. Only reason he's letting you off is because you bought me breakfast for 3 months back in the day, Huang Yajun chimed in, like she was really doing me a favor. I stared at Out Yin like he was a total moron. Air pistol? Damn, impressive, jerking it off with air, wow, badass. Then I turned to Huang Yajun and, imitating her coy tone, 300 pounds of iron and 300 pounds of charcoal a month, just for the honor of seeing your face? You got no shame? Really think you're some kind of goddess? I snap my fingers, and women 10 times prettier than you come running. Ha ha ha, then snap them. Let's see it. Out Yin jabbed his finger at me and roared with laughter. I thought to myself, there are 3 of them inside. Any one of them will do. Snap. I snapped my fingers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing. I turned to look inside. Where are you people? Any one of you 3, come out. Aren't you usually loud enough to raise the roof? Heh. Huang Yajun gave me a mocking smile. Out Yin, this is what we call posturing gone wrong. If he can actually call out a pretty girl, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Go ahead and eat. A woman's voice drifted out. Louis walked out of the house. Long hair cascading down like a waterfall, a black mini dress hugging every curve, 2 long legs sheathed in glossy black stockings, red-soled high heels, makeup and all. She strolled over to my side, draped her arm across my shoulder, and said to Huang Yajun, go on, eat. Skip the headstand. You can eat it standing up. Huang Yajun's expression changed. Who the hell are you? I'm Di Kuen's girlfriend. Got a problem with that? Louis flicked her hair back, giving her a coy, seductive look. Out Yin's eyes glazed over as he stared, transfixed, at those black-stockinged legs, swallowing hard. Not far off in the white Kogong grass, 3 pairs of eyes were watching too. Old Ding pushed up his glasses. Damn, how come other teams have hotties like that, and our team doesn't have so much as a stray hair? I pulled Louis close and murmured into her ear. What took you so long in there? Changing clothes and putting on makeup. Is that your ex? Ex my ass. He got shot down, didn't you? One of the 20 women who turned you down. At the time I did chase Huang Yajun once. A man owns up to what he's done. I spent 3 points on the cheapest makeup they had. You're reimbursing me. Louis threw her shoulders back. Well, why aren't you eating yet? Beautiful. What future is there sticking with this loser? Out Yin put on a smarmy grin. Come with my crew. Good food, good drink, guaranteed to live till the end. Come with you? Sure. Kill that slut first, then I'll think about it. Louis pointed at Huang Yajun. Go on, do it. Out Yin sneered inwardly. You think a ploy that obvious would fool me? Beautiful. There are 8 of us and 2 of you. I'm offering to take you along to give you a way out. Otherwise, you're going to die right alongside this punk. What do you mean, 2 of us? Who are you calling to? Millicai came bursting out of the house, dressed in something skimpy, sheer, and downright indecent. 2 enormous watermelons practically bursting out of her chest. Out Yin was stunned stiff. Out in the grass, Old Ding nearly shot blood out of his nose. Blood? Damn, that chick's rack is huge. Western girls really are built different. Melis jabbed a finger at Outyin and let loose. Look at your sorry ass. Short as hell. Some scrawny wildcat tatted on your shoulder, playing tough guy? You stubby little jar. Thick as a barrel, but not half as tall. Nothing but butt and waist. Stand up, and you're not 3 tofu blocks high. And there's 8 of you? Do any of you even look human? Outyin froze. He really was short. Only about 5'8", and standing in front of Melis in her heels, he was a full head shorter. Huang Yajun was floored by the tirade. This blonde bombshell. How did she rattle off insults like that? One right after another? Next to them, the pale-skinned guy was staring at Melissa's chest, couldn't tear his eyes away. Melis pointed straight at him. The hell you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll snap that crooked hook off and feed it to the dogs. The pale guy flushed red and dropped his head. What are you all just standing there for? Huang Yajun stamped her foot. A couple of insults, and now you don't even have the balls to fight. That snapped Outyin out of it. Right. Was he really going to chicken out over some name-calling? He waved his hand. Get him. Don't kill the women. Take out the guy first. Then he raised his hand and fired a shot right at me. The air gun ability shoots compressed air bullets, every bit as deadly as the real thing, and infinite ammo to boot. The shot slammed into me. I flipped on steel skin in a heartbeat. Didn't hurt much, but the impact still knocked me back 2 steps. I reached out, my arm shooting out long, grabbing for Outyin. He ran and squeezed off 5 more shots at my arm as he went. They couldn't crack my defense, but they hammered my hand right back. Get him, Outyin shouted. The pale guy came charging in, opened his mouth, and hurled up a stream of green sludge. That is nasty as hell. I shoved my hands out and threw up an ice wall to block it. *SSSHHK*. The wall got eaten straight through. This freak was spitting sulfuric acid. Thwip! Just as the pale guy was about to spit again, an arrow shot into his mouth, plunged clean through his throat, and the arrowhead came out the back of his neck. The acid couldn't get out, but his stomach kept swelling bigger and bigger. Move. He's gonna blow. I yelled. Lin Xiaomao picked that exact moment to come out of the house. Yoga pants, high heels, K-beauty makeup, clearly all dolled up. Xiaomao, get back inside. We bolted for the door. Lui twisted around mid-run and loosed an arrow behind her, nailing the pale guy right in the gut. Boom. Like an arrow into a water balloon. The guy just detonated. Green sludge splattered everywhere. The silver grass corroded into black lumps. The poplar bark turned to charcoal. Lucky for us, we were fast. Nobody got hit. Lui, plus 10 points. Yes, 10 points ahead, jackpot. Lui pumped her arms in the air. Over in the bushes, old Ding and his 2 buddies rubbed their hands, buzzing with excitement. Fight. Best if it comes down to just the women. We'll grab one and drag her back. Lui pressed her advantage, bending her bow. I drew my bow and took aim at Huang Yajun. The arrow flew, about to hit. Bang. Outyin shot it clean out of the air. Oh, I don't believe this. Lui snatched out 2 more arrows, but before she could loose them, Outyin shifted his stance, both hands raised like he was holding a Gatling gun, and hosed us down. Dat. Air bullets came pouring out like they were free, splinters flying everywhere off the cabin walls. This bastard really did have infinite ammo. Kunkin, can he break through your defense? Nope, just knocks me back. I'll go take the heat. You pick your moment and let one fly. I charged out, body swelling until I was a wall of solid steel. The air bullets couldn't punch through my defense, but the sheer density of them shoved me backward. I coated my hands in frost and shot out an ice spike, only for the barrage to shred it into slush before it got anywhere near Outyin. His bullets were too thick to close through. I forced myself forward step by step. The moment Lui tried to poke her head out, bang. 4 shots came ripping straight at her. Outyin's face twisted into a snarl, but inwardly he was uneasy. What the hell kind of power is this kid packing? Grows huge, tanks bullets, throws ice around too. Could dump 800 rounds into him and still not put him down. Bullets won't kill you? Then let's try shells. He curled both arms into a ring at his shoulder. RPG. Boom. An air shell slammed into my chest. Couldn't crack my defense, but it launched me flat off my feet and hurled me straight back into the cabin. This guy's ability was a nasty counter for mine. I rolled to my feet in one quick tumble. This guy's a total cheat. Can't get anywhere near him. Try ice on him. On it, I charged out again and slammed a fist into the ground. Asterisk, asterisk, freeze. Asterisk, asterisk. A wave of ice raced toward Outyin. If I could just lock him down, I'd be on him in a heartbeat to devour his ability. But ice was fast. The air cannon was faster. Outyin's RPG boomed out again. The shell didn't hit me. Lin Xiaoma yanked me back inside just in time, and the round blasted a gaping hole through the cabin wall. You okay, Kunkin? I'm fine. Xiaoma, it's too dangerous here. You should go find Sister Ting and the others. Truth was, there was no way I'd let her run for backup. As the only guy in a squad called One King for Queens, even if there were 8 of them out there, I wasn't about to ask for help. Too damn humiliating. I'm not leaving. Give me a knife. I'll go hack that guy up myself. Cut it out. Just stay put in here. The words were barely out of my mouth when a scraping, skittering sound cut through the air, and a huge, misshapen insect burst into the cabin. It looked kind of like a mantis but wasn't. 6 legs, a pair of razor-sharp scything claws, absolutely revolting. It lunged. Without a thought, I fired off my gas tank punch. Asterisk BM. Asterisk the bug went flying 20-some meters, its head reduced to pulp. I charged back outside, and only then did I get a clear look. A half-man, half-bug guy with long hair had appeared beside Outyin, and with a casual sweep of his hand, he was all ready. I summoned bugs out of the ground. This power was too disgusting. I didn't want it at all. Thwip. The bug had barely crawled out before Louis's arrow punched through its head. Still putting up a fight? Kill them all. Brother Outyin snapped. He'd only meant to kill me and snatch the women, but now he wasn't leaving any witnesses. The 7 left on the other side each showed their hand. The long-haired guy summoned more bugs. Brother Outyin mounted a Gatling gun. The chubby girl dropped flat to the ground and morphed into a lizard 2 or 3 meters long, blood-red tongue flicking out, revolting. Huang Yajun backed up 2 steps, her eyes full of contempt. I told you to pay tribute to this princess, and you refused. You deserve to die here. There were too many of them. Getting out alive wouldn't be a problem, but wiping them all out would be tough. Xiaoma, Melisse, take EE and go. I've got this. I stepped forward, my body swelling larger as cold air rolled off me. Nobody's going anywhere. Brother Outyin swept his hand, and a high-cheekboned woman behind him vanished into thin air. In an instant, over 100 sharp-clawed crows filled the sky, jagged beaks descending in a black cloud. Not one of you is leaving. In the bushes, old Ding was wide-eyed. So these really are the winners of the killing game. No chops, no survival. Old Ding, you still thinking about saving those girls? Fear flickered in old Ding's eyes. He slowly shook his head. Forget it. We'd only get ourselves killed too. Hey, why's the sky going dark? Wugo looked up. What the hell is that coming from over there? Looks like some kind of demon. To the east, the sky was dimming. A creature over 2 meters tall came striding forward, ram's horns on its head, an old man's face, a woman's body, wolf claws, and goat hooves. The demon Baphomet. In 2 or 3 strides it was near the resource point, and the sky grew darker still. Brother Outyin's crew froze. What the hell was this thing? Before they could react, 6 eyes on Baphomet locked onto the crow swarm and unleashed sweeping green laser beams. The crows screamed and dropped in swathes, dissolving the moment they hit the ground. I stared at the familiar Baphomet. Lin Xiaoxi's contracted demon. Wei Ting and the others had arrived. The crow swarm rallied and dove back in, beaks and claws slashing at Baphomet. But its hide was tough enough to shrug off even Louis's arrows, and its veins ran with green corrosive blood stronger than sulfuric acid. A single drop touched a crow and the bird corroded away to nothing. While Baphomet had the crows tied up, I charged at Brother Outyin. He was the strongest firepower on their team. That air gun of his, combined with my ice, would fire frozen air rounds with double the killing power. I wanted to devour his ability, but they knew Brother Outyin was their ranged specialist. There was no way they'd let me close. Before I could reach him, 2 bugs cut across to block my path. They couldn't hurt me, but they could stall me. Under their cover, Brother Outyin retreated another 10 meters or more, Huang Yajun falling back with him. The 2 of them were now less than 20 meters from Old Ding and his crew. Outyin, rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of bullets came flying, some hitting me, some slamming into the bugs. The bugs couldn't take my frost gas tank fist. 3 seconds and 2 of them were toast. Just as I was about to charge forward, My calf went cold. A crimson, stinking tongue wrapped around my leg, and a dragging force yanked me toward that giant gecko's mouth. Screw your grandma's leg. I whipped out my big axe and hacked down, chopped that tongue clean in half. The gecko flinched, pain shooting through it, and reeled the tongue back in, leaving a puddle of dark red blood on the ground. It was gearing up for a second attack when, thwip, thwip, 2 arrows sank into its body. Geckos have crap defense, the thing howled in agony. I'm running low on arrows, Kunkin, Louis shouted. Several of her bare fang arrows had been shot out of the air, and she had less than 10 left now. But the worst of it was over. A werewolf came leaping out of the darkness to the east and started laying into the giant gecko. Katie was a total clean freak. Every time she picked the most disgusting thing to attack, and this belly-crawling, mucus-slick gecko was right up her alley. The werewolf's claws tore through the gecko's flesh like paper, but this thing was no slouch either. It had survived the kill game too, and wasn't about to roll over. After taking a few hits, it came to its senses, and its massive tail whipped straight at Katie. Just watching Katie's end made my scalp crawl. She dodged the giant gecko, sure, but then the monster opened its jaws and outpoured countless baby geckos, a thick, seething mass of them all swarming her. Truly, disgustingly next level. Katie's claws and fangs were sharp as hell, but useless against these little pests. Like a lion trying to bite a mosquito, nothing to sink her teeth into. And with her clean freak thing, she was practically losing it with them crawling all over her. More and more of the little geckos kept pouring out, threatening to bury her. Katie, hang on. I wanted to use my freeze attack, but I was afraid of hitting her. Then I looked back at the big one still spewing out geckos, gritted my teeth, stretched myself tall, made my feet enormous, coated them in frost, and stomped down on the giant gecko. Squelch. The whole thing was crushed into pulp, its head reduced to something like runny mud. Dikuin, plus 10 points. The second I finished it off, there was a whistling sound behind me. An air RPG round slammed into me and sent me flying 2 meters through the air. Brother Outyan's air gun was seriously a pain in the ass. We couldn't let this guy stick around. Once his skill leveled up, he'd probably be firing off air atom bombs. As I was going down, a werewolf blurred past me, charging straight at Outyan. He opened up, rat-a-tat-tat, and the werewolf twisted in midair to dodge. The moment she landed, another Outyan popped up right in front of her, and without a word he let loose another spray of air bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat, the 2 streams of bullets collided in midair, sending out ripples in the air like waves on water. It was Wei Ting. She refused to turn into that giant gecko, and the bug summoner form was useless too. Hairy Guy had already fallen back to Outyan's side. But Outyan, bro, was too far from her to make the switch, so all she could do was go werewolf first, charge in, and shift into Outyan once she got close. When a man suddenly sees another version of himself, he freezes. Outyan was no exception. He stood there watching the werewolf morph into an exact copy of him. But that daze didn't last a full second. His eyes went red, and with them squeezed shut, he just started spraying bullets. Worst case, they'd go down together. Who's scared of who? As the burst tore out, a figure moved faster than the eye could follow. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Yanking Wei Ting clear of the gunfire, then scooping up a bare fang arrow that Lu Yi had shot into the dirt, closing on Outyan and driving the arrow straight into his neck. The figure was blindingly fast, but it wasn't Mealy's. Mealy's had a head of blonde hair and wouldn't stoop to picking arrows up off the ground. Her weapon of choice was a stiletto heel. This one had black hair, wore yoga pants, and had an athletic build. Once the arrow was in, she let out a startled, ah, like a spooked doe, stumbled back a couple of steps, and stood there frozen. It was Lin Xiaomo. Her power was rapid speed. Mealy's had been dragging her away to bail, but when she saw Wei Ting about to eat a bullet, she panicked, used her speed to snatch Wei Ting out of the way, and on reflex put an arrow through Outyan. Under heaven, only speed cannot be broken. This crazy broad, the hell you doing? That was Mealy's voice. A streak of gold lightning shot up to Lin Xiaomo, threw a kick that punted Outyan's head clean off his shoulders, then grabbed Lin Xiaomo and bolted east. Lin Xiaomo, plus 10 points. Outyan was dead, 1 arrow through the throat, and after he was already dead, his head got kicked off for good measure. His whole squad collapsed on the spot. The white guy shot dead, the chubby girl stomped dead, the captain gone too, 3 down. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those left had no stomach for fighting anymore. Bug Guy burrowed into the ground and fled. The crows circling Baphomet vanished without a trace, and Huang Yajun turned tail and ran too. She couldn't fly, couldn't burrow. All she had were her 2 legs. She hadn't made it more than a few strides when a big hand shot out of the kogong grass and grabbed her calf. "Come here." Before she could even scream, a man had dragged her through a transparent portal. The door snapped shut. In under 2 seconds, she was gone. Holy shit. Huang Yajun's power is opening portals to run away. I scratched my head. No wonder she never threw a punch this whole time. Turns out she's the getaway girl. Truth was, Huang Yajun herself was just as bewildered. She opened her eyes to find herself dumped in a patch of shrubs 300 meters out. That short-range teleport was Old Ding's power, capped at 300 meters, good for a few people at a time. Just as she was about to scream, a big hand clamped over her mouth. "Keep it down. We're only 300 meters off that resource point." She was a survivor of the killing game herself. Her reflexes were sharp. Eyes wide, she nodded. "Girl, we saved your ass. How you gonna pay us back?" A wicked fire flickered in Old Ding's eyes. "The hell's your rush? It ain't safe here, move." Wugo snapped and hauled her off toward F-12. Huang Yajun's eyes darted around, and she caught on right away. Her squad was finished, and even Brother Outyin, their strongest fighter, was dead. "Where are you fellas taking me?" She deliberately pitched her voice up in a coy tone that set Old Ding's heart ablaze. "To join our squad." "I can't, though. I can only go back to F-11. She kept jogging while playing the damsel. After a few hundred meters, they stopped to catch their breath by a small hillside. Wugo spoke up. "Old Ding, she's not from our squad. How's she supposed to get onto our turf?" "Easy. She joins up with us. We've still got an open slot." "You idiot, you don't have recruitment privileges." Baldichin shot back. Old Ding sidled up to her. "Beautiful. Our squad's got muscle and numbers. Your team's already been gutted. They're grasshoppers in autumn, won't be hopping much longer. Join us, and you'll eat well, drink well, and live a long life." Huang Yajun looked Old Ding over, beady eyes, glasses, skinny and hunched, then glanced at Baldichun and Wugo. Each one was harder to look at than the last. But this was no time to play the prim young lady. Brother Outyin was dead, and there was no telling how many days her squad would hold out. On top of that, she'd been trading on her relationship with Brother Outyin while also carrying on something shady with pale skin on the side, and the other women in the squad had been eyeing her wrong for a while. Going back might mean walking straight into payback. She fixed Old Ding with a pair of peach blossom eyes. "Handsome, you really willing to take me in? There's a reason the good die young and the wicked live 1,000 years." That one question had Old Ding ready to die in her place. "Willing. Absolutely willing." "All right then." Huang Yajun lowered her head. "I'll leave my squad right now." Old Ding slapped his thigh. "That's it. You quit, come back to base with us and sign on. Perfect. But if I quit and can't find a squad, I'm as good as dead. You guys wouldn't lie to me, would you?" Old Ding was practically breathing fire in his eagerness. "How could we? I'd lie to my own mom and dad before I'd lie to you." "Damn right." Wugo pushed in. "If I'm lying to you, may I get hit by a car the second I step outside?" "Don't go swearing oaths like that." Huang Yajun pursed her lips in a small smile, and Wugo's heart melted on the spot. "I stake my head on it." She nodded and tapped her wristband. "Huang Yajun has left the squad. Ding. Squadless personnel must join a squad within 24 hours, or they will be eliminated. Countdown, 23:59. Old Ding's face split into a lopsided grin. "Come on, let's head back." A portal opened, and they took off at a trot. 3 hours later, they finally reached the stone castle they'd built on a hillside, a 3-story fortress perched atop a slope 50 or 60 meters high, backed by pine forest. It cut an imposing figure. "Beautiful. That up ahead is our base." "Oh right, what's your name?" "Huang Yajun." "Brother Ding, your castle really is gorgeous." It's nothing." "Your name. Now that's gorgeous, fresh and elegant. A lady among gentlemen." "Brother Ding, you've really got away with." "All right, you used to be a professor?" Old Ding grinned like a dog that had just gobbled down a pile of shit. "Nah, I'm a novelist." "A writer, huh? No wonder. TCH. $300 a month posting web novels on Tomato, some writer." Wugo snorted. "What? You look down on writers?" Better than driving a big rig like you. Sitting your ass into a prostate problem. Old Ding shot back. Baldy Chin barked. Enough. Start thinking about what you're going to say when we get back. They walked another half hour or so before reaching the castle gate. Huang Yajun glanced at her wristband. Countdown. 1940, and felt a twinge of regret. What if they wouldn't take her in? God, let their captain be a man. Old Ding. You son of a bitch. You're finally back. We send you out for intel for a whole damn day, and holy shit. A pudgy guy hauling firewood spotted Huang Yajun in her black stockings and tall boots, and his eyes practically turned green. Who's this beauty? Old Ding puffed up. She's here to join our squad. Perfect timing. That makes 9. I brought her back. Aren't you all gonna thank me? The fat guy tossed the firewood aside, wiped his hands on his shirt, and stuck one out. Hello there, gorgeous. Name's Huang Jiangang, chairman of Jiangang Import-Export. I do business in Europe. Germany, mostly. I'm over there all the time. When things settle down, I'll take you around. Nice to meet you, President Huang. I'm Huang Yajun, same family name. Well, no wonder you looked familiar. But we were one family 500 years back. I'm from Jiangxing. Where are you from, President Huang? My family's roots are in Jiangxing. Huang Jinggang clutched her hand and wouldn't let go. Fat-ass Huang. Didn't you say you were from Qinhuangdao? Germany, my ass. Let go of her hand. Old Ding yanked him off. All day long, going on about that dead-end company of yours. Old Ding, you pull that shit one more time and I'll kill you. Cut the crap and help get Miss Huang signed up. Baldy Chin couldn't stand watching anymore. He shoved the castle door open, thinking, 2 women show up and already they're fighting over them like roosters. Inside the castle, Huang Jinggang stoked the fireplace, muttering, guy like Old Ding? Wouldn't have let him shine my shoes back in the day. Just then, 5 young men came trudging up the slope, dragging a black-tailed mountain goat that had to weigh at least 250. The one in front, tall, sharp-featured, in a black t-shirt, clapped his hands. Anybody know how to butcher a goat? Hey, Old Ding, you're back. How's it looking out there? Old Ding's face split into a huge grin. Captain Gao, I brought someone back with me. Little Huang, come here, let me introduce you. These are the backbone of our Dawa orphan squad. Gao Bo, Lu Jun, Yuan Guishue, Su Wenming, and Ma Chong. Fine young men, everyone. And this is Huang Yajun. Life's dealt her a rough hand. Her squad abandoned her, so she's come to join us. Huang Yajun's eyes locked onto Gao Bo, whose pecs showed through his shirt. She smiled and walked over, hand extended. And in the very instant she reached out, her pupils flashed red, for just a second, before returning to normal. Gao Bo had been on guard just a moment ago, but now he was a different man, brimming with enthusiasm, his eyes locked onto her like a vice. Miss Huang, are you here to join our squad? That's the plan. Wondering if Captain Gao would welcome me. Welcome? I'd be honored. Let me get you signed up right now. Gao Bo's hands were actually shaking. Hold on, let's check her info first. We don't even know. Su Wenming cut in from the side. Huang Yajun turned to look at him, her eyes flushing red again. Handsome, you got a problem? Su Wenming's expression shifted instantly, replaced by a dopey grin. Drool was practically running down the corner of his mouth. No problem at all. I second the motion. Both hands raised. Ding. Huang Yajun has joined the Mahjong Orphans squad. Ding. Countdown terminated. Huang Yajun let out a long breath. Her ability was charm. It could drive members of the opposite sex into a frenzy of devotion, though it worked on at most 3 men at a time and had 0 effect on other women. Gao Bo and Su Wenming were already eating out of the palm of her hand, and the other 3, Lu Jun, Ma Chong, and Yuan Gui, were staring at her fishnet-clad legs with barely contained restlessness. Lu Jun, the one who spent every day screaming for Mommy on the World Channel. Well, now Mommy had finally shown up. No one could have guessed that from this day on, Huang Yajun would become the real puppet master of this squad, playing this pack of grown men like pieces on a board. That night, the castle was livelier than ever. A mountain goat sizzled over the fire, dripping fat into the flames. Huang Yajun basked in the feeling of being pursued and adored, even though she knew perfectly well she might be the one on the spit one day. She knew how to hold the balance between men and how to leverage that balance to get what she wanted. Her ability might be mediocre, but in the right hands it was devastating. The best cut of meat was placed in front of her, Her eyes flicked around, and instead of eating it, she pushed it over to Galbo. Captain, you have it. I'll just pick at something small. Pretty lady, you eat up and put some meat on those bones. We got plenty of goats out on these cliffs. Galbo didn't blink once. Truth be told, Huang Yajun's looks were only slightly above average, nowhere near Lu Yi or Su Mi. And forget about comparing her to Wei Ting. But among a squad of pure meatheads, her looks did the job just fine, especially with how brazen she was about flaunting them. Captain Gao, we've got goats, we've got mountains, we've got water right here. Why go fight over that dumpy 12? Think about it. If E12 were really such a sweet spot, how come the squad inside it couldn't finish their upgrade quest and got wiped out? It's wasteland. Barely even any trees. Not worth cracking skulls over. Just my 2 cents, of course. She was genuinely afraid this squad would head back to E12 and come looking for trouble with us again. She'd already gotten a taste of what our squad could do. Right, Miss Huang's got a point. We should just mind our own patch and be happy with it. Old Ding chimed in with a fawning smile. Galbo glanced at Lu Jun and the others. Yajun's making sense. Let's just shut our gates and enjoy the quiet life. Old Ding and Wu Go exchanged a look. In their minds, we said, 10,000 words from anyone else can't beat a single word from a pretty girl. Every man's a horny bastard, dead or alive, it's all the same. On our end, Outyan's crew had bolted after dropping 3 corpses, and by the looks of it, they weren't coming back to E12. That night we camped at a resource point on the western edge of E12, right next to a little pond. At least we had fresh water. Just over a kilometer north was Yun Sanhua's squad's resource point. The 2 spots were close enough you could holler and hear each other. So Yun Sanhua came over, bringing a woman with her. Plump, round-faced, bursting out of her clothes. One word, BBW. Word was she streamed on Kuaishou under the handle Big G Meat Bun, which reeked of the kind of borderline porn solo shows you'd expect. Compared to her, Louie's just some tease who dances and flirts a little. This chubby girl was the real deal. Horse oil stockings, one-on-one action. I sat on a rock by the pond. The autumn wind carried a chill, the white Kogon grass rustled, and the dark was creeping you out dark. When this other world goes quiet, the silence can kill you. Yun Sanhua had just finished dinner with Wei Ting and the others. She walked over, sat down beside me, evening breeze lifting her long hair, and carrying a faint trace of her scent along with it. How'd it go today? Run into any tough ones? Anyone still alive out here is a tough one. I had a blade of grass hanging from my mouth. True, we had a few chancers roll through too. Chased him off. We tangled with 2 squads at least. I fished out my cigarettes. Okay to smoke now. I really don't know how, she laughed. Not that I don't trust you, I honestly can't smoke. I lit one. One of the 2 squads, we killed 3 of theirs. Then, something weird happened. Weird how? One woman got away, picked up by another squad. And it was somebody I knew, a woman I used to chase. The kind where I confessed and got shot down. Huh, I already heard. The girls told me everything. Said you'd been rejected 20 times and still had the nerve to try again. I gave a wry smile. You women and your gossip. Anyway, back to business. That woman got rescued by another squad. I'm guessing those 2 squads have teamed up. One's from F11, the other F12. Yun Sanhua frowned. Possible. If we can join forces, so can they. But losing 3 men? My read is they won't be back. That's what I figured. It's just a bit of loot, not some do-or-die fight. Hey, Sis Yun, think they might hit us tonight? For payback? No. Nobody in this other world's that loyal. If you died, would your teammates avenge you? My teammates wouldn't wait till nightfall to ambush anyone. If there's a score to settle, they settle it on the spot. Huh, one big happy family, huh? Sigh. D. Cohen, mind if I ask you something I probably shouldn't? She tucked her hair behind her ear. How many of the women on your team have you slept with? Yun? Sis, don't ask what you shouldn't. Just curious. Several, I guess. You. Nothing to hide in another world. Me? Not one. See, either nobody sleeps around, or everybody does. It's what we call better bang the whole village than a single household. I flicked my cigarette butt away. Makes sense. Why does that sound familiar? Old Yangzhou saying. Was afraid you wouldn't get it. Only one zone left now, E13. No telling what those guys are cooking up. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow, maybe not till the last day. If I were E13, I'd wait till the final day and try to piggyback off the winners. Score if I can, walk away if I can't. Yun Sanhua picked up a pebble and tossed it into the pond. Asterisk plop asterisk, ripples spreading out. I threw one too. Guess we're the only two dumb teams grinding it out here for 7 days. No, we're the two teams with the biggest ambitions. Winning's the only option. Sis Yun, one mountain can't hold two tigers. Unless it's one male and one female. Are you flirting with me? Yun Sanhua looked at me and laughed. Am I? You know, men always get this delusion that she likes me. When I first started working, fresh out of college, eager to please, I'd get in early and brew tea, wipe down the desks for my coworkers. Later on, the guys started giving me these weird looks, cocky as hell, like I'd fallen for them or something. I scratched my head. If it were me, I'd probably get the same idea. That's the thing, men come in two kinds. Either way too cocky or way too insecure. So which one am I? Yin Sanhua didn't answer. She turned and stared at the waist-high patch of white kogon grass to the west. Shoo, Di Kuan, there's something over there. I followed her finger. Pitch black. The autumn wind rolled through the grass in waves, and I couldn't make out a thing. Hang on, I'll go check. I crouched down, slipped into the grass, and pushed through the half-yellow, half-green blades for a good 10 meters. Nothing. Just as I turned around, a dark figure lunged and pinned me down. The hell? I threw up my hands to shove it off, wouldn't budge. And that scent, it was Yin Sanhua. Don't shout. She clamped a hand over my mouth, cheeks flushed, breath ragged. I can't sleep with anyone else on my team. But I can sleep with you. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Di Kuan, right now, you're the only man I can sleep with. She yanked down the zipper of her jacket, fire in her eyes. This is the first time I've ever wanted a man this badly. The autumn wind carried a chill, but it couldn't smother the heat in the grass. Half an hour later, the two of us lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, staring up at the pitch-black sky. Half an hour, and not one of them came looking for me. I felt a strange twinge of disappointment. Yun Sanhua propped herself up on one elbow and looked at me. That's because I told them. I want to have a chat with you. Your girls aren't going to kill me, are they? No, not unless you start running your mouth. She plucked a blade of thatch grass, twisted it into a ring, and slipped it onto the ring finger of my left hand. There, you're my man now. I did the same, sliding one onto her finger. You put yours on the wrong hand. Thanks. Can I call you Laogong? Somebody already calls me that. You can call me Xianggong. Huh? Who's the one calling you Laogong? That's a rather forward question. The two of us laughed as we got dressed. Then something suddenly hit me. Wait a minute, Sis Yun. When you pounced on me just now, I shoved you, right? Yeah, but I didn't push you off. That's impossible. My power is super strength. I could send 5 of you flying without breaking a sweat. Yin Sanhua laughed at me like I was an idiot. What's so impossible about that? I'm a 5th Dan black belt in judo and a 7th Dan black belt in karate. This has nothing to do with judo. Forget black belts. Captain America himself couldn't stand up to me. Want me to prove it right now? I stood up and clenched my fist. It swelled to enormous size, wreathed in frost. I threw a couple of punches. Everything checked out. That's weird. Hee hee. Try again. The moment the words left her mouth, my fist shrank back to normal, the frost vanished, and my strength dropped to that of an ordinary man. What the hell, my power's gone. I whipped my head around and glared at her. You did this. Bingo. She snapped her fingers, and my power instantly came back. My one and only ability is making yours disappear. Without your power, you might not be a match for me. Barefoot, she settled into a karate stance and snapped a side kick that stopped 3 centimeters from the tip of my nose. I caught her by the ankle. How long has it been since you washed these? Ugh, you creep. She yanked her foot back. I gave a sniff. Bracing. Back at the resource point cabin, the chubby girl Big G Meat Bun came charging over from a distance. Oh my, would you look at this? Quit playing dumb. Even a blind man could tell what you two were up to. Di Kuan, you owe me a red envelope for this, don't you? Red envelope for what? Cheapskate. And you're still trying to explain yourself? You're covered in our boss's scent. She grabbed hold of Yin Sanhua. This guy's a tightwad. You should keep your distance from him from now on. Cut the crap. Let's head back. Yin Sanhua waved to me. Say hi to Wei Ting for me. Bye-bye. The moment I stepped through the door, 8 pairs of eyes locked onto me. Had your fun. Louis shot me a withering glare. Not a single decent man out there, and women are no better. I've met some harsh critics, but never one as harsh as you. You'll even curse yourself out. I meant Yin Sanhua, not myself. Wei Ting walked over to smooth things over. That's enough. What's done is done. It's not like this is his first time. That. What's the woman's power? Nasty stuff. Her power lets her cancel out other people's powers. Think about it. If Yi lost her powers, all she'd have left is running for her life. Wei Ting nodded. Big G said their squad has another heavy hitter who didn't show, some kind of precognitive. Put those two together, and it's no wonder they're on track to win the slaughter game. I quietly counted my blessings. At least Yin Sanhua wasn't gunning for me. The next few days, Sector E12 stayed quiet. No squads came looking for a fight. Yin Sanhua kept dropping by, though dropping by was putting it politely. She was clearly angling for a second round. But Louis stuck to her like a fly on flypaper, and there was no shaking her off. Not far away in Sector F11, over at the castle held by the PUBG Orphan Squad, Huang Yajun had been living like royalty these past few days. One woman among a pack of men. Her body was the sharpest weapon she had. She could bewitch all three men if she wanted to, but bewitching two was enough. Captain Gao Bo hung on her every word, and lecherous old Ding and his crowd were wary of Gao Bo's college boy crew. She played the balance to a razor's edge, never letting anyone actually get his hands on her, but tossing out just enough sugar to keep them hungry. Call it the art of the pull, dangle the bait, and the men come flying at it like moths to a flame. F11 was leagues better than E12. Trees, a stream, quarry stone, and the rocks in the cliff walls even had a salty taste. Wild goats scaled the cliffs like their lives depended on it, just to lick those stones, for the salt and calcium. Without them, their bones would go brittle as paper. That 40-meter cliff face was chalk white, all of its salt weeping out through the stone. But the stone was all up on sheer rock walls. People aren't mountain goats, so how were they supposed to get to it? Easy, Gao Bo could fly. Literally fly. 6 wings could sprout from his back, carry him aloft, fold around him as a shield, and his feathers could be launched like throwing knives. Turns out anyone fit to captain a squad had a trick or two up his sleeve. Gao Bo and the rest had put the idea of trying their luck in E12 out of their minds for good. Huang Yajun even suggested that once the fight for E12 wrapped up, they should go do business with whichever squad ended up on top. In her mind, it was a done deal. E12 was going to Di Kuan's people. That man had chased after her back in the day, and now here she was in a new squad, still landing on her feet, still living large. I had no idea Huang Yajun was over with the PUBG orphans. I was waiting to see whether E13, which still hadn't made a single move, would send anyone our way. On the 6th day, they finally did. E13 only sent 2 people, and both were women. They hadn't come to raid us. They'd come to negotiate. The meeting spot was a low, muddy patch of ground at the southern edge of E12, all carpeted in moss. The reeds that used to grow there had been cut clean away. One good rain, and the whole place would turn into a swamp. I had men and firepower to spare. They had 2 women. Just call us the Order of the Upward Gaze. We're all devout Christians. I'm Little Cream, and this is my teammate Bing Bing. Wouldn't even give their real names. Not a shred of good faith. The woman in front of me was about 26 or 27, roughly 5'9", quite good-looking. Except she gave off some kind of vibe I couldn't quite put my finger on. We don't want to fight. It's not easy for any of us in this other world. You're the one king for Queen Squad, right? How'd you know? Saw the photos. Those black stockings on this beauty's long legs. I recognized her at a glance. Sharp eyes. You've got the height for it. You'd look good in black stockings too. Yeah? I'll wear a pair for you next time. Bing Bing yanked her back, shooting her a reproachful look. Business first. Right. Di Kuan. A close neighbor beats a distant relative, you know? To be good neighbors, we'd like a resource point in E12. I froze. Asking for a resource point out of thin air, with the excuse of wanting to do business with us? Pipe dream. She tapped her wristband and pointed at the map. This low-lying patch right here. Terrible spot. Floods every time it rains. No loss for you. But it borders on a little strip of F11, which means we'd be able to trade with F11. And what does that have to do with us? Why the hell would we just hand over a resource point? We're not asking for a handout. She patted Bing Bing. Show him. Bing Bing fished a cup noodle container out of her inventory and set it in front of me. Instant noodles? We don't, holy shit. Inside the container weren't noodles at all. There were 2 dried ears of corn, golden, thick, and packed with plump kernels. I reached for them, but she snatched the box back. Not so fast. Once you agree, they're yours. 2 lousy corn cobs for a resource point? Are you kidding? Louis snapped at her. 2 ears of corn isn't even enough for one meal. Sumi pouted. Wei Ting held Sumi back and shook her head. Listen to Kunkin. Mind if I ask where you got the corn? That's a pretty nosy question. Let me touch it, just to make sure it's not a prop. She twisted a kernel off the cob and tossed it into my hand. I popped it into my mouth, faintly sweet. Real corn. Deal. I slapped my thigh. The resource point's yours. A man who doesn't drag his feet. I like that in a guy. Cut it out. Flirting like that. And you call yourself a Christian? Louis wouldn't let it slide. I grabbed the container and tucked the corn into my inventory. Done deal. That spot's yours. We want more trade partners too. Thanks, Mr. Kuhn. Since it's settled, gentleman to gentleman, we'll head over and scan it right now. Just so we're clear, we won't try to claim it, but if some other squad shows up, that's out of my hands. No one else will come, except that ally of yours. Little Cream sounded utterly confident. I'd suggest you give your ally a heads up. Leave some room for goodwill. My face darkened. How do you know we have allies? With a rub of his fingers, Wei Ting immediately slipped out the door with Shui Katie in tow. You guys have been holed up on the south side and never headed north, which means there's definitely another squad occupying resource points up there, and you two must have some kind of gentleman's agreement. We've had people watching the past few days, and your 2 teams hang out together all the time. A chill ran down my spine. I'd gotten sloppy. Smooth sailing makes it easy to get cocky, and these people have been watching us from close by the whole time. So why didn't you ambush us? What's the upside in an ambush? You guys are strong. We'd probably end up losing our shirts trying to steal a chicken. Not worth it. 2 ears of corn for 1 resource point, and we trade with each other from here on out. This world needs cooperation, not conflict. This woman had something going for her. Her analysis was sharp and on point. All right, we're off to claim the resource point. Bye-bye. After that, she leaned in close to my ear and gave a mysterious little smile. That day, I got so excited watching. Watching what? You know what I mean, big boy. She patted my chest. Wow, nice and firm. Come on, let's go. Bing Bing yanked her away. At the door, Wei Ting and Shui Katie watched the 2 of them disappear into the distance. So, what's the verdict? We give it to them. A gentleman keeps his word. I pulled out an ear of corn. This thing, it's a game changer. Corn. A game changer. Louis still didn't get it. Because corn is the crop that changed the world. Of all the crops that have shaped humanity, corn ranks in the top 3. Wheat is about the only real rival. And it's perfectly suited for this other world. Easy to grow, high yield, simple to process, and stores well. Rice is too hard to cultivate, and nobody in our group has ever done farm work. Wheat is a pain. Husking and milling it without modern tools is basically impossible. Corn is the best of all worlds. You can grind it into flour, eat it whole, or ferment it into liquor. Back in history, it was corn and sweet potatoes that let the Qing dynasty's population swell to 400 million. Without them, it would have topped out at maybe 120 million. Trading 1 throwaway resource point for 2 ears of corn, that was a steal. With only 1 day left in the contested zone, Yun Sanhua and I cracked open every chest at the resource points, leaving just the one in Little Cream's lowland. All we had to do was wait for the noon reward drop. The fight over E12 never really escalated into much of a battle, which was exactly what I'd expected. Staying alive was what mattered. Rewards were just icing on the cake. And more squads were catching on to the value of trade. Small talk on the World Channel had dwindled, replaced by ads. Or charcoal, grain. Someone was even selling pottery. Noon hit. Ding. Contested Zone E12 event has ended. Territory will be redivided based on occupied resource points, and rewards will now be distributed. Please have each squad collect them from the supply crate at their campta. The system's female voice chimed out, and the transparent walls of air rose up once again. I waved to Yun Sanhua across the way. As we said goodbye, her eyes were full of reluctance. She had no idea when we'd get to be together again. D. Kuhn, you gave a resource point away to somebody else. Not gave. Traded. What could possibly be worth that much? I pulled out the corn. 2 ears of corn. Yun Sanhua stared, transfixed, speechless. I snapped off half an ear and tossed it to her. That's got to be worth a few baskets of iron ore, right? She caught it, her face blooming into a smile. The iron ore to get you to silver rank 3. It's yours. Deal. No takebacks. The two groups waved and parted ways. Louis shook her head with a sigh. One night as husband and wife earns you 100 nights of devotion, huh? 100 nights as husband and wife. Deep as the sea, We walked the perimeter along the air wall. The land really wasn't much to speak of, mostly plains, with a patch of swamp and a pond. The lowest sunken part had gone to Little Cream. At that moment, the willowy beauty was standing on the other side of the air wall, wagging a finger at me, where Yun Sanhua would wave with her whole arm. Little Cream kept her arm still and wiggled just her finger in a rhythmic little motion, dripping with coquetry. Kuan Gij, thank you for giving us that little piece of land. From D. Kuan to Mr. D. Kuan to Kuan Gij, her way of addressing me changed by the day. Behind her, Bing Bing wore a look of pure disgust. Can you talk like a normal person? I am being normal. Ugh. Bing Bing turned and stalked back into the wooden cabin. Little Cream, you've claimed your land now. Shouldn't you finally tell me your real name? A name is just a label. Silly. Isn't Little Cream cute? Enough. Nothing worth saying to this slutty little thing. Let's keep our distance from now on. Louis was seething. Don't be so cold, Blackstocking's big sis. I'm just a little flirty. Oh, by the way, we could do lots of business together in the future. Curious, I asked. Business? What have you got? Hee. Want some used Blackstockings? You think we're short on those? If you've got something real, out with it. Don't hold it in like you're constipated. Louis lifted a leg. We've got plenty right here. Oh, we've got corn, rice, wheat, sweet potatoes. Hold it. What am I, 3 years old? No way. I didn't buy for a second. Your patch is the promised land now. You've even got sweet potatoes. Someone on our team has a skill. She can turn one plant into any other plant in the same family. Damn, that's actually a pretty badass ability. Truly, there was a power for everything. Badass. I think making things bigger would be better. I like the make it bigger power. Little Cream bit her lip, tapping a finger against it. Absolutely revolting. Louis couldn't take any more. All right, we're heading back to open the chests. Goodbye, Miss Cream. If we need anything, we'll come find you to trade. Bye, Kuan Gij. Let's go. I can't stand that bitch. Louis grabbed me and pulled me away, while Wei Ting followed behind with a smile. Sis Ting, what are you smiling about? That woman is disgusting. Wei Ting leaned close to Louis's ear and whispered something. Louis's face froze, and she stared at her in shock. Are you serious? Wei Ting nodded gravely. Did you forget what my ability is? Ha. Sis Ting, nice, real nice. Laughing, Louis threw her arm around my neck. Kuan, honey, that Little Cream puff, what do you think of her? Pretty, huh? I was baffled. What was Louis playing at now? She narrowed her eyes and grinned. That girl's pretty cute. Tall. Good figure too, though not quite as good as yours. If you got the chance, wouldn't you want to, hit that? Louis, what are you scheming? Am I the kind of guy who chases every woman he sees? Hee. Kuan, honey, you'd better watch yourself. Who ends up doing whom is anybody's guess. What the hell? I whipped my head around to stare at her. What's that supposed to mean? She gave a mysterious little smile. Nothing much. Just get to know her better down the line. I didn't take it to heart. This girl was jealous as hell, rolled her eyes at every woman she laid eyes on. Back at camp, well damn. 7 days gone, and the place had a whole new look. The ground was scrubbed clean. Outside the castle, all the scrapped iron smelting furnaces with scraps and iron slag had been cleared out neat and tidy. Uncle D, you're back. Xiaohan came flying over from the doorway. I didn't slack off while you were gone. I can see that. What did you eat these past few days? Stuff I conjured up myself. I didn't touch the food stores, not a single bit. Looking at this 10-year-old girl, something tugged at my heart. Her self-discipline was heartbreaking. The potatoes were sprouting by now, and she hadn't touched a single one. The 3 grouse had grown big too, tucked into a wooden coop she'd built for them, clucking away. Inside the storage chest, that green treasure box sat quietly, waiting for me to open it. How about singing good lucks on the way to bring us some luck? Go to hell, just open it already. My nickname's Lady Luck. She shoved me aside and popped the box open herself. Ding. Obtained. Point cards times 10, upgrade gems times 10, Ability stones times 10, rice 100 pounds, flour 100 pounds, thornwood longbow, flame arrows times 50, castle upgrade core, silver level 3, new shelter core, converts the shelter of an eliminated squad into your camp's shelter. Nothing flashy, all pretty standard except for that new shelter core, but overall it was a solid boost to the squad's strength. I pulled out 5-point cards plus 2 upgrade gems and handed them to Xiaohan. This bumps you up to silver level 1. Then I pulled 3 more. Push your ability up to bronze level 3. You've got 5 points left over. The remaining cards. I handed it to Minghui. Your power level's too low. Bump it up to bronze 3, about the same as Xiaohan. The gem I'd hold on to for later. There's more good stuff in here. I pulled out the red hardwood longbow and passed it to Louis. The bows I make can't compare to what the system gives out. You take it. Hee hee, the chests this mama opens are on a whole different level. She snatched it up like a kid with a new toy, dying to try it out. The thornwood longbow was about 50 pounds and came with 50 flame arrows. Whoosh, she loosed one, and it slammed into a distant tree. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, the trunk instantly went up in flames. Ha. Dikuin. Oh, Dikuin. You flirt with one more girl, and I'll put an arrow through you. She cackled at the sky. Now that the gear was sorted and the team was equipped, it was time to work on the castle. Since we'd struck coal and had limestone on hand, it'd be a crime not to cook up some cement. Making cement isn't hard. The trick is getting the heat high enough. I built a kiln out of clay, packed coal at the bottom, and stacked limestone on top. 2 hours later, it burned down into quicklime. Crush it, add water, then mix in the iron slag powder left over from smelting, and there you have it, rudimentary cement. In 3 days, we fired off a few hundred cement blocks. Minghui knew a bit of masonry, said the nuns used to do all their own repairs back at the convent. Minghui, why was your convent so dirt poor? Look at Shi Yongxin, luxury cars, mansions, mistresses on the side, and you guys couldn't even afford coal. Minghui pressed her palms together and answered earnestly. We keep the precept against handling money. No donation boxes, we do everything ourselves. Yongxin is Mara Papian reborn, sent to defile the purity of the Buddhist path. The world's got more than one Shi Yongxin, I thought, and more than one demon king. The bathhouse Minghui built was cleverly designed. She'd set a stove inside, with the flue coiling around the cement tub before venting out. One fire, and the water stayed warm, saved water, and held the heat. By the 4th night, we could finally take a real hot bath. Since coming to this other world, I hadn't once had a proper hot soak. That night, Minghui sat by the fire in the main hall with Xiaohan, Lin Xiaoxi, and Wei Ting, while the bathhouse was already in an uproar. The tub was small, and 5 of us were crammed in shoulder to shoulder. Lin Xiaoma played stoker girl, feeding wood into the furnace. Lu Yi grabbed Shuekaidi. Come on, see whose are bigger, yours or Melissa's. Shuekaidi flushed red and covered her chest. The foreign girls are bigger, La. I'd soaked enough. I stood up and started toweling off. Xiaoma, stop stoking, the water's scalding. I'll take over the fire. You get in. Lin Xiaosa, get over here and stack up against these two. Are you some kind of pervert? You've got to grope everyone's boobs. Sumi hugged her chest. I gotta inspect the goods. Louis gave Melissa's chest a squeeze. Certified genuine. Inside the bathhouse, it was all giggles and squeals. Outside, dead silence. Xiaoan was only 13 or 14, quietly tending the fire. Minghui murmured her sutras. Wei Ting glanced at Lin Xiaoxi and let out a sigh. Tingjia, why aren't you going to wash up? I'll wait until they're done. Wei Ting tossed a piece of charcoal into the fire pit. You girls need to knock this nonsense off. Xiaohan's still young. We need to watch our influence on her. When we finally came out, all pink-cheeked and squeaky clean, we ran smack into Wei Ting's icy glare. That was the last time we're bathing together. From now on, everyone washes separately. Especially you, Dikuin. Xiaohan was right there, or did you forget? My face burned red with shame. I'd been reckless. I'd completely forgotten there was a kid around. Our turn now. Wei Ting took Xiaohan's hand. Come on. The moment they stepped into the bathhouse, ding. Another system quest? Ding. Attention, all squads. A calamity will descend in 3 days. This calamity, lesser corn. Holy shit, corn. I shot up from the fire pit. Everyone stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Corn, What's the big deal? The big deal is huge. My face went pale again. Korn is a chaos god. His power comes from human brutality, hatred, destruction, and slaughter. In return, he grants courage, martial prowess, blood, and glory. He's on the same level as a demon lord. If the real deal shows up, we're toast. Nothing left but ashes. You didn't listen carefully. Louis quickly corrected me. The system said lesser Korn. Even the lesser version won't be easy to deal with. Kuan, how do you know so much about Korn? Sumi hugged her knees, her soft, pale feet resting by the fire pit. I'm into mythology. Most of the gods humans worship are born from collective belief. You believe in ghosts, so ghosts exist. If not a single person in the world believed in them, they wouldn't exist. It's called exist because believed in. Then what kind of monsters are coming? No idea. But even Korn's grunt soldiers are no pushovers. I paused. Wait, Lin Xiaoxi can form contracts with demons. Could she contract the monsters that come? I shook my head at my own question. She can only contract old-age demons from the Goetia. New-age chaos gods like Korn are beyond her reach. Where there's war, there's bloodshed, slaughter, and hatred. And it's those very emotions that gave birth to Korn. Unless humanity gives up war and killing forever, these kinds of chaos gods will always exist. They'll never disappear. Sumi shook her head. Why worry? Whatever comes, we deal with it. Louis hoisted her bow. I'll show those crappy chaos gods the power of archery. Arrows are the most loyal companions. She wasn't taking the calamity seriously at all. Let's check the World Channel. There wasn't much of a reaction on the World Channel. Some squads were still pushing ads. Humans will do business anywhere they go. Ma Family Fort Squad 2. A calamity's coming. Korn no less. And you people are still just hawking your wares. Urgent button Special Ops Squad. So it's coming. Big whoop. This boring war. World. Everyone dies sooner or later. Loving Family Squad. Hang in there, you bastards. Where there's life, there's a way. Faith Guild Squad. Believe in the Lord and be forgiven. Mecha Watchers Squad. Burn, heretics, burn. I frowned. Now we had the Inquisition weighing in too. It takes all kinds to make a world. Valorant Orphan Squad. What about the One King for Queen Squad? Are they dead yet? Huh. My eyes snapped open. That squad usually called us the Mama Squad. Why the sudden change? Asking whether we'd kick the bucket? Let me snap a photo and piss them off. Louis raised her hand, but I stopped her. Don't post anything. Pretend they don't exist. I get the feeling that squad has picked up some new members, and maybe people who know us. People who know us. Never mind for now. Let's get through the calamity first. Louis' wristband buzzed. A private message from Yun Sanhua. D. Kuan, you know about Korn? Yeah, one seriously nasty demon god. What are your odds? I smiled faintly and typed back. Members with faith, a squad with strength, and victory within reach. On the other end, Yun Sanhua read the message and couldn't help but laugh. What a naive little optimist. She wrapped her arm around the frail Xiao Min beside her and said, once we get promoted to full teams, maybe we'll merge. And whichever of us makes it to the end, we'll all count as winners. That night the autumn air hung heavy with dew. On the second floor of the castle, in a room lit by a lard oil lamp, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was my first time sleeping alone. Normally we all crammed onto the big communal bunk to stay warm, but Wei Ting had insisted, so as not to disturb Xiaohan, that I take a room to myself. The room had a window originally, but with no glass in it we'd nailed a plank across to block the wind. It felt suffocating. I'm a little claustrophobic. Windowless rooms always put me on edge. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? I sat up with a start. It's me. I can't sleep. Sumi? I hopped out of bed in a few strides and pulled the door open. She stood there timidly, tucking her hair behind her ear. I'm a little scared. Scared of what? I tugged her inside. Those demon gods you mentioned really freaked me out. My heart's still racing. She melted into my arms, and the two of us tumbled onto the straw bed. Kunkin, I had this weird dream last night. I dreamed you killed us all. Tingjia, Katie. They were laughing so cruelly, their faces covered in blood. Dreams mean the opposite. You're just too wound up. I held her close and murmured soothingly. Below her collarbone was a line of English tattooed on her skin, *Bloom a lone star. Why'd you pick that one? The tattoo artist said it describes a wildflower blooming all by itself in a field. People say girls with tattoos are all bad girls. I've got them on my collarbone and on my lower back too. The one on my lower back was done with pigeon blood. It doesn't show most of the time, unless I drink. Only came out when she'd been drinking or was especially excited. She cradled my head in her arms. Am I a bad woman? You're not bad at all. You patch everyone in the squad back up, and you do carpentry too. This bed's your handiwork. She snorted a laugh. Maybe I should have stayed in the countryside and become a carpenter. Too bad my dad said women don't do carpentry. It wasn't until after that night that I got a clear look at the string of vermilion tattoos on the small of her back. Keep going, fill me. At dawn, a sliver of sunlight slipped in through the crack in the window shutters. Sumi was sleeping soundly. Her hair spilled across her face, features as delicate as a sculpture. I got up quietly, pulled my clothes on, and slipped out the door. Survival had to go on. As long as you were alive, there was work to do. Breakfast was rice porridge that Minghui had cooked with Xiaohan. Another crate had turned up 100 pounds of rice and flour, so now we had rice for porridge. Sipping my porridge and chewing on the unleavened flatbread Minghui had fried up, I asked her, Minghui, you know how to make leavened bread? Sure, but we don't have any yeast. You don't need yeast. You can make your own. I finished my porridge in a few gulps. Boil some rice water and set it by the fire pit. Let it sit 2 or 3 days till it turns sour, then use that water to knead the dough. Once the dough rises, there's your yeast. Minghui nodded. All right, we'll do it your way. Xiaohan piped up from the side. Uncle D, you're amazing. You can even make yeast. My old group didn't know how to do anything. Then she wilted a little. That granny was so good to me, but she's gone too. I ruffled her hair. Granny just went up to heaven. The best thing you can do for her is live well. All right. We've got a tough fight coming up in a couple days, so today we hunt. Let's go. We're heading back to where we got that boar last time and bagging another one. Lu was in yoga pants today, her bow and quiver slung over her shoulder. Sure. Where's Sumi? She's not up for breakfast yet. I wiped my mouth. Never mind her. We ought to head out early if we're hunting boar. Lu rolled her eyes and got the picture. TCH. You don't have to tell me. I can guess what's going on. The two of us headed out the castle gate one after the other. We hadn't gone far when someone called out from behind. Wait up. Lin Xiaoma came running over. I want to come too. Lu hooked her arm through mine and eyed her warily. What are you coming for? Come on, let her come. Xiaoma's the Flash. She's plenty tough. You bring a weapon. Lin Xiaoma held up the knife in her hand. Sister Ting gave it to me. She said as long as I can run fast, no one can catch me. Yeah? Try running, then. See if my arrow catches up with you. Lin Xiaoma lowered her head. Sister Yi, I didn't mean it like that. Lu realized she'd come on too strong. Forget it, let's go. Just don't go running off on your own and leaving us behind when things get hairy. How could I do that? Xiaoma hurried to deny it. She'd never do that. Last time, facing brother Outyan's air gun, she hadn't run even when told to. We headed northeast for 2 hours until we reached that little hillside. Damn it, where were the yams? Nothing but craters left. Wild boars had rooted up every last big yam. Only the vines remained. Late autumn is prime yam season, and those bastard boars hadn't left me a single one. Son of a bitch, this is too much. Where are those pigs? I glared at the pockmarked ground. Lin Xiaoma asked tentatively, how about I go scout around? I nodded while digging up wild yam seedlings for transplanting. Be careful. If you see the boars come back, holler for us. Xiaoma triggered her ability and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Damn, she was fast. I dug up 4 or 5 seedlings, tucked them into my bracelet, and plopped down at the edge of the woods, feeling a little dejected. Lu sat down next to me, leaned her head on my shoulder in the morning sun, and asked, Sumi came to your room last night, didn't she? The fact that you held out this long before asking proves you're maturing, TCH. Anyone could figure it out with their ass. Then how about you come over tonight? What if Sumi's there too? What can we do? All 3 of us, I guess. You're the worst. No way. She laughed as she said it. Hard to tell if she meant it. We'd barely gotten a few more words in when there was a whoosh through the air and Lin Xiaoma came streaking back. Over there. There's a huge herd of boars to the north. She pointed north. When she registered leaning against me, a flush swept across her face. Let's go. If we can't get yams, we're at least bagging a boar. Boars live in herds, breed like crazy, have no natural predators, and eat anything, meat or plants. They multiply out of control easily. We walked another kilometer north and came to another small hillside where 7 or 8 boars, big and small, were rooting up grass with their heads down. Pick a fat one. Pig lard's perfect for oil lamps. We could just tap pine resin. There's a pine grove on the way to the salt mine. Right. Then we'll use pine resin for the lamps. Don't even need to refine it. Louis made a shushing gesture and crouched forward. With this bow, within 200 meters I guarantee a headshot. Quit going for the head. Leave the brain for me to eat, would you? Looks to me like you're the pig brain. Watch this flame arrow. She'd just knocked the arrow when Lin Xiaoma took off beside her. Fast as lightning, she zipped up to one of the big boars, slashed its throat, then whooshed back to our side. The hell? Louis glared at her. You didn't kill it. Boars are tough to kill. Xiaoma had never butchered a pig. All she knew was to stab the throat. The wounded boar let out a couple of squeals, its eyes locking straight onto our position. That thing's sense of smell was no joke. I'll go finish it off. I grabbed her. Don't, it's charging. Whoosh, a flaming arrow shot out. Of the 4 barreling toward us. The 5 wild boars saw the flames and, except for the injured one at the front, all whipped around to flee. Fear of fire is coded into animal DNA. The flame arrow flew fast and hard, punching straight through the boar's skull and bursting out below its neck. Yes. The boar collapsed, twitching. Louis ran over and lectured Xiaoma like a big sister. Don't go rushing in when you're not sure you can pull it off. Xiaoma looked crushed. She'd probably wanted to rely on her speed to take down a boar the same way she'd killed Brother Outyin, but she'd underestimated a wild boar's defense. Brother Outyin had an air rifle, sure, but his body was just an ordinary human's, nothing against a boar. I got where her head was at. Unlike her sister Lin Xiaoxi, ever since we'd crossed that line together, she wanted to fit into the team faster. The boar's head was ruined again. Half of it burned clean off. So much for my dream of stewed pig brain. Down the drain once more. Louis cheerfully stored the 300-pound boar into her bracelet and clapped my shoulder. Come on, let's head back and render the lard. Xiaoma trailed behind, dejected. Kunkin, I didn't mean to. I took her hand. I know. It's not that you can't do it. You just don't have the experience yet. Kill a few more people down the line and you'll get the hang of it. Kill a few more people and you'll get the hang of it. What kind of psychotic thing was that to say? Xiaoma blinked. Then her worry melted into a smile. I'll work hard. I'll kill more. A few wild yam seedlings were planted on a sandy slope tangled with kudzu vines. Perfect ground for yams. Minghui scooped up biofertilizer from the manure pit with a big clay jar and poured it over them. I pinched my nose. Minghui, where the hell did you get that jar of crap? She acted like she had chronic sinus problems, didn't mind the stench one bit. From the manure pit, obviously. Don't be squeamish. This beats chemical fertilizer any day. All natural. Back in the village, when we bought base fertilizer, the gold card guys came around selling it, 200 a load. Now that was someone who'd actually worked a farm. Louis claimed she'd done farm work too, but only stuff on the edges, like husking corn. Minghui, can you grow corn? Yeah. At the nunnery, we did 2 crops a year. Winter wheat in October, then corn after harvest. Where was your nunnery, anyway? Come to think of it, you've never told us how you ended up in this other world. Minghui stopped, straightened her back, and looked up at the sky. Heong County, Weinan. Ever heard of it? Nope. Geography's not my strong suit. Edge of the Lus Plateau. Grows Sichuan peppercorns. Little county town, nothing famous. She gazed at the darkening sky. That day it was pouring. Heavy rains rare where we are. The nunnery buildings got washed away, and I got swept off the tableland. When I came to, I was here. She rubbed her head. My hair's getting long. I'll have to ask Benefactor Way to trim it for me tonight. 2 days left until the terror calamity. That night, wild boar with rice. After dinner, Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaoma carried the bowls down to the river to wash. The river. The water had gone a little cool. A thin crescent moon hung in the sky. Xiaoma, aren't you getting a bit too close to Dikuan? Xiaoxi said as she rinsed the bowls. Xiaoma wasn't washing anything. She was just flicking pebbles into the river. No, why would you say that? We joined later, just like Xiaohan. Look at Xiaohan. She's only a kid, And even she knows that when you're living under someone else's roof, you keep your head down. Can't you tone it down a little? Sis, you're reading too much into it. D. Cohen saved us both. We'd already be dead otherwise. Stop acting like we're just charity cases. Aren't we part of the squad too? Xiaoxi slapped the dish rag down into the water. They call it one king for queens. So where does that put you? I'm out there risking my life for the squad too, aren't I? Xiaomo, I don't care what's already gone on between you and D. Cohen. Just don't let there be any more of it. Can't we just quietly be background props? Sis, some things you have to fight for. Take Wang Jigang. Did you ever fight for him? In the end, you just handed him over to that bitch, Zhou Pingping. The words drove into Xiaoxi's chest like a knife. She turned, saw the indifference plastered all over her sister's face, and suddenly exploded. Lin Xiaoma, if you don't know the whole story, keep your mouth shut. What did Wang Jigang have besides money? Did he ever love me? Why the hell would I fight for a man who didn't love me? Xiaoma was stunned. It was the first time she'd ever seen her sister blow up like this. Sis, honestly, money's enough. Having money beats not having it. Isn't money exactly what Zhou Pingping was after? What other people do is none of my business. Lin Xiaoma, you really disappoint me. When did you get so mercenary? Other people's business is none of yours, but your sister's business you have to butt into? Me, mercenary? If I were mercenary, I'd have ditched you and run off a long time ago. Xiaoxi's lips trembled and her eyes filled with tears. Lin Xiaoma, you feel like a stranger to me right now. She scooped up the bowls and strode off toward the castle. Hey, you started it, okay? You were the one who called me mercenary first. Xiaoma trailed after her, taking her sweet time. I was sitting by the fire pit, smoking. Xiaoxi's voice was loud enough that everyone in the castle could hear. 2 more days till corn. Sister Ting, why don't you go see what's up with those 2 girls? Wei Ting took a drag on her cigarette. This one's on you. Spread the rain and do evenly, remember? How's he supposed to spread anything else? He's already spread it everywhere he was supposed to, and everywhere he wasn't. Lu Yi jumped in. What do you mean wasn't supposed to? Don't go tacking extra charges onto me. Please. You know exactly what you did. She turned, glanced at Sumi, and then abruptly said, Ugh, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Wei Ting snorted a laugh. Katie, come on, come help me talk those 2 princesses down. Sumi kept her head down, staring into the fire pit. Fine, I'll go. Why are you looking at me? Sure enough, Lu Yi was already sprawled out on my bed. I was in my early 20s, the age when a guy pretty much wants to live in bed. The ground floor was one big communal bunk. Wei Ting was covering. Xiaohan's ears twitched, and she frowned. This Lu Yi was really too much. Auntie Ting. Auntie Lu sounds like she's screaming for help. Ignore her. Go to sleep. Shuekai rolled over and got out of bed. I'm gonna go splash some water on my face. By the fire pit in the great hall, Minghui sat cross-legged, meditating, or maybe chanting sutras, who could tell? Only Milisai was still fast asleep, sleeping like a baby. 8 hours until corn. At 4 in the afternoon, the last batch of cement bricks was hauled into the castle's great hall. Back in the real world, I wouldn't have given these bricks a second glance, but now they were treasures. Terrified Corn would smash them up. I had all several hundred of them dragged inside the castle. Midnight. The 4th calamity descended. In District D11, Yun Sanhua had already divvied up the assignments. No one was leaving the castle tonight. They'd fight it out in the daylight. Their defenses were solid. Wooden cheval de frise studded with iron spikes lined the entrance. As long as the monsters didn't charge the door, they weren't going out. Yun Sanhua's ability nullified other people's abilities, but would it work on monsters? She had no idea. Xiaomin had been recuperating for half a month and was doing much better. Big G wasn't the least bit rattled, because Xiaomin had glimpsed her future, a tall, handsome foreign boyfriend. In District F12, the Dehua Orphan Squad was cracking their knuckles, itching for a fight. Huang Yajun played up the delicate damsel act, stirring every man's protective instincts. Males will always strut and puff up in front of females. Gaobo treated the calamity like his personal stage. Yajun, don't be scared. I'll show you what a real man looks like. Even old Ding, whose only trick was opening portals, was uncharacteristically fired up. Captain Gao, don't you worry. I'll have a portal open right behind you. If you can't hold the line, just step through and come back for a breather. Gaobo glared at him. Old Ding, the hell are you talking about? Me? not hold the line. Ding. Fourth calamity, descending, lesser corn. Begin. World channel suspended. Point shop closed. The system's female voice rang out. The fourth calamity had begun. Wei Ting and the others sat with me around the fire pit. Nobody said a word. Minghui had taken Xiaohan back to the communal bed in the inner room. She meditated while Xiaohan lay quietly beside her, wide awake. She knew what day it was. Inside the castle, there was only the crackle of firewood. Outside, dead silence. The minutes crawled by. Louis kept her eyes glued to her wristband. 12:05, 12:10, 12:15. Half an hour in, and still not a peep from outside. Like nothing was happening at all. Ugh, I'm sick of sitting. I'm gonna go take a look. I sauntered over to the entrance and creaked the big wooden door open. Outside, a pair of blood-red eyes was locked dead onto mine. No pupils, just solid, glistening red. A foot-long tongue dangled out, dripping slime, and a mouth full of jagged fangs belched a foul stench. The creature's crimson skin bristled with jagged bone spurs, and its massive, warped skull, twisted like something out of Alien, was contorted into a mask of pure fury. The thing stood about as tall as a man, with cloven goat hooves for feet, and clutched in its hand was an iron greatsword. It was pressed right up in my face, less than 5 centimeters away. My nose was filled with the reeking stench of its blood, and somehow a flicker of bloodlust actually surged up in my mind. Slam! I whipped the door shut and forced down my pounding heart. Everyone was staring at me. Wei Ting asked flatly, "What did you see?" "A bloodletter. Some kind of low-tier demon." "How do you know it's called a bloodletter?" "Because I've watched anime." "You're saying there's a low-tier monster from some anime standing outside? You really think this other world is going to cough up something that only exists in cartoons?" I nodded. "As long as you believe in them, they exist. If 100 million people believe in God, then God is real." Louis stood up and knocked an arrow. "Open the door." I flashed her an okay sign, then yanked the door open. A flame arrow shot out instantly. Thwack! It slammed right into the bloodletter in the doorway, sending it straight to hell. But in that split second, a shriek came from behind it, and 2 more bloodletters came charging in without a care in the world. "Take them out." I threw my gas tank fist and blasted one bloodletter clean across the room, shattering its teeth. Louis' second arrow took the other one down. Well, since it was on, time to bring it. I charged out front. Holy shit. There were at least 20 bloodletters at the door, and not far off, along the edge of the little grove, there were about a dozen crimson-skinned, gleaming-fanged bloodhounds. Day 1, and it's already this brutal? The moment those monsters saw me burst out, they exploded into a frenzy of shrieking, one single thought in their minds: kill every human. They swung iron greatswords nearly as big as their own bodies, battered blades, but cursed by Korn's touch. Any wound they cut would never heal. The bloodhounds caught the scent and came bounding in, howling, insanely fast. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows dropped the first 2 hounds. I sent the third flying with a punch, but the damn thing rolled a few times on the ground, got back up, gave its head a shake, and lunged again like nothing had happened. Back in the castle, Sumi gripped her crystal staff, Shuekai had already transformed, and Lin Xiaoma clutched her knife, trembling as she cowered behind Wei Ting. "You two, keep yourselves safe. Remember, you can't dish out damage if you're dead." Wei Ting shifted, and 2 werewolves shot like blurred phantoms into the bloodletter ranks. The bloodletters and hounds were fast and rubbery quick. It took me 3 punches to realize brute force alone wasn't going to kill them. They wouldn't take a hit head-on, and when they got knocked back, they'd roll with the momentum to bleed off the force. My frost spell burned through mana and couldn't aim for shit. The ice shards kept missing. But defense-wise, I was rock solid. My iron skin layered with frost had become frost iron skin, and those big iron blades couldn't even scratch me. Shuekai and Wei Ting couldn't steamroll these slippery, cunning bastards either. The only one carving through them cleanly was Lu Yi. Her flame arrows were basically one-shot kills. Unfortunately, with nightfall settling in and the monsters, fast and small, it seriously dragged down her rate of fire. After putting down 7 or 8 bloodletters and 3 flesh hounds, I decided I couldn't keep swinging fists like this. I had to adapt. If a gas tank punch wouldn't teach these bastards any manners, then I'd use their own big iron swords to school them. The dead bloodletters dissolved into shadow, less killed than banished. Demons can't really be killed. You can only chase them back to hell for a breather, and sooner or later they crawl right back out. 7 or 8 steel greatswords lay scattered across the ground. I snatched up a sword in each hand, and the instant my fingers closed around the hilts, my heart lurched. A strange sensation, like something had seized hold of it. A surge of killing lust erupted from inside me again. So this was Korn's curse upon mortals? Dikuin, SAN +5. The eerie part was that as the bloodlust rose, my courage and SN went up too. Face your fear, savor the slaughter. I charged the nearest bloodletter, a sword in each hand. I brought one down in a chop, and it reflexively raised its blade to block. Clang! The swords crashed together, and my left-hand blade swept in horizontally. The moment the edge tore through its flesh, an ecstatic rush of slaughter flooded my brain. Blood. Rage. Kill. Dikuin. SAN +5. One sword cleaved the one in front of me. I spun and slashed open the belly of a flesh hound lunging in. Another stroke lopped the head clean off a second bloodletter. Was this Korn's curse? No, this was Korn's blessing. The thrill of the frenzy was too intense to stop. I grinned like a maniac, going from clumsy swings to cutting everything down in fluid, sweeping strokes. Every bloodletter dead. Every flesh hound wiped out. 5 minutes later, the savage grin still twisting my face, I suddenly realized there was no one left to kill. Kuin Kuin. Kuin Kuin. A woman's frantic voice called from behind me. I whipped my head around, my face still twitching. More. Bring me more. Everyone was staring at me, at my snarling face, at the 2 great swords in my hands trailing black smoke. Wei Ting stepped forward, watching me in shock, as if she'd never seen this man before. Kuin Kuin, what's wrong with you? Clang. I dropped both swords to the ground. My legs went weak and I staggered, my head spinning a little, but I didn't fall. I rubbed my eyes. I'm fine, Sis Ting. I'm okay. There was no blood on me. Those demons don't bleed. Cut them open and they just ooze slime. And once they're dead, even the slime vanishes. The bloodletters and flesh hounds had all dissipated into black smoke, leaving nothing behind but 20 iron swords strewn across the ground. Wei Ting steadied me and picked one up as she went. Heavy, solid pig iron. Nothing special to the touch. The thing had to weigh a good 30-odd pounds. Way too heavy for a woman, no good in her hands. Everyone, gather up the swords. No sense wasting good iron. Sumi and the others rushed out and hauled the blades back in a flurry of hands, dumping them in the corner of the castle. Hey, do you guys feel anything weird holding these swords? I asked, watching Sumi make a half-assed show of swinging one around. Nope, just heavy. I can't even lift it. Sumi tossed the sword aside and dusted off her hands. First day's done. We passed, right? Wei Ting nodded. Should be. Huh, Korn? Is that all he's got? Lu Yi looked smug. Anything in my crosshairs is trash. Everyone was in high spirits. I was the only one who stayed quiet. Something felt off. That urge to kill. That feeling of being sucked into a vortex where all you wanted was slaughter, blood, battle. It had been too real. I checked the time. Not even 1 in the morning yet. I picked up my little oil lamp and headed upstairs in silence. Behind me, Wei Ting's voice caught up. Kunkin, I want to talk to you about something. I turned around. Huh? Ting Jieyu. She waved her hand quickly. Don't get any ideas. Just to talk. Okay. Back in the room, we each lit a cigarette. There was nowhere to sit, so we ended up side by side on the edge of the bed. Wei Ting studied me. Kunkin, you don't seem right. Are you hurt? Want Sumi to patch you up? I shook my head. Not hurt. Then be honest with me. Is something off? I was quiet for a moment. I feel really crazy. She snorted, brushing her hair back. Been a rough couple of days? Grinding by day, grinding by night. That's not it. I mean it literally, crazy. The second I picked up one of those greatswords, my whole head was just one thought. Kill, kill, kill. Only killing like a madman made me feel good. Wei Ting didn't dismiss it. She'd always been perceptive, an empathetic type. Kunkin, everyone has a killing urge, it's animal instinct. As kids we burned ants, pulled the legs off grasshoppers, all killing. Don't dwell on it. As adults, morality keeps those urges in check, but there's no morality out here, so they come back. You're a man, being aggressive is normal. Just get some rest. She stood up, smiling. And hey, one bit of good news. Korn, as calamities go, isn't so scary after all. I watched her, the way those yoga pants hugged her figure, the slight rise under the loose t-shirt. I couldn't quite pull my eyes away. What are you staring at? Go to sleep. Wei Ting yanked the door open and walked out, shaking her head. Her footsteps had barely faded down the stairs when the door pushed open again. Sumi slipped in like a fish and slid straight onto my bed. Kunkin, you were so scary today. Scary, huh? Yeah. Are you hurt? Wanting to heal you up? Sure. I feel awful. Sumi rolled her eyes at me, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You don't look hurt at all. Looking pretty lively, actually. At least he is. I stroked her hair. I really don't feel great. That feeling just now, it was like sinking into a deep, deep darkness. Close your eyes. Don't think about anything. Her fingers glided softly across my face, her body pliant, her touch light. I blew out the oil lamp and let the darkness swallow us. Let her breath fill my ear. Creak. The door opened. Sumi froze. I bolted upright in bed. Kunkin, I'm here. It was Louie. Hee hee. I saw you weren't looking so hot. What did Sister Ting say to you? She talked as she peeled off her shirt, and the t-shirt came flying, landing squarely on top of Sumi. You. You what? What did Sister Ting say? I just washed my feet. Want to have a taste? Hee hee. Her yoga pants sailed over next, landing on Sumi too. Ugh. Why haven't you lit the lamp? She climbed onto the bed, and suddenly a hand closed around her ankle. Ah. Before the scream could escape, I clapped a hand over her mouth. Don't yell. Did you really just wash? Sumi crawled over, her face close. MMPH. Mimi, you're the worst. Zone D11 from a second-floor window of the castle, Yun Sanhua looked out. The spike barriers hadn't done a thing to slow the bloodletters and flesh hounds. But they weren't charging the castle, just prowling around the doors, occasionally swinging those massive iron swords. Xiaomin stood tense beside her. Sister Yin, are they going to break down the door? Doesn't look like it. Go get some sleep. One person on watch is enough. We'll clear them out in the daylight tomorrow. The first night of Corn wasn't as terrifying as they'd feared. Every squad had wiped out its enemies at only minor cost. Gao Bo, captain of the Tile Smasher Orphan Squad, had his arm bitten by a flesh hound. A wound like that would have cost an ordinary man half his life, but his power let him transform into a battle angel. Incredible regeneration, and immune to demonic corruption. The injury was nothing serious, yet Huang Yajun still cleaned and bandaged it with meticulous care, a performance that only bound Gao Bo to her more completely. On Yun Sanhua's end, it was effortless. She hadn't even lifted a finger. Her squad members were all veterans, more than enough to mop up small fry like these. As for me, first fighting bloodletters and flesh hounds, then fighting Lu Yi and Sumi. I barely slept all night. The next day, I slept until noon. Nobody woke me, and when I finally came to, my head was foggy. At the castle gate, Lin Xiaoma was teasing the 3 half-grown grouse with a strand of grass. Xiaoma, where is everyone? She turned. Sister Ting took a group to the coal mine to dig coal. Sister Yi took a group north to tap pine resin. Tap pine resin? She knows how. I don't know either. They told me to watch the place. I crouched down beside her. Xiaoma, you don't seem too happy. She was quiet for a while. Maybe I really should do what my sister said. Just background scenery. Every time, it's me who dragged Sis down, dragged her into this hellhole. I was too calculating. How'd you drag her down? Let's hear it. I picked up a piece of straw and started poking at the chicken. There was this man named Wang Jigang. Wang Jigang was a boss, early 40s, seriously rich, top 3 in their city. His wife had died in childbirth, making him a diamond-tier bachelor. Lin Xiaoxi worked at an event planning company, dealing with local bosses day in and day out. Year-end parties, celebrations, weddings. One thing led to another, and the two became friends. Lin Xiaoxi was pretty, had a great body, loved hitting the gym, and had a thing for the occult and demonology. Wang Jigang was something of a scholar businessman, plain-looking but sharp. Problem was, rich men are never short of beautiful women, and Lin Xiaoxi never made the first move in matters of the heart. She kept up her airs and refused to play along. She was hung up on looks. Wang Jigang drove a Qian, but his face was the deal-breaker. Wang Jigang chased her for a while, got nothing back, and it drove Lin Xiaoma up the wall. Leaping across class was just one step away. Sleep with the guy already, and we sisters could turn our whole lives around. I'd get to ride your coattails too. But Lin Xiaoxi just couldn't drop the act. If you won't make a move, someone else will. Lin Xiaoxi's so-called best friend, Zhou Pingping, seized the moment and threw herself at Wang Jigang shamelessly. The woman had decent looks and a decent body, and she wasn't shy about anything. Within a few months, she'd moved into his villa. Lin Xiaoma lost her mind. Do you have any idea how hard it is for someone at the bottom of society to climb up a class? Zia Hongshu is full of these. If all else fails, just marry a rich guy posts. Delusional. You're not Liu Yifei. What makes you think you deserve that? The world's got no shortage of beauties, and unmarried rich men are harder to find than a needle in a haystack. The sisters fought bitterly over it, from the gym all the way into the car. Lin Xiaoxi was driving, Lin Xiaoma in the passenger seat, and when things got heated, Lin Xiaoma yanked the steering wheel, and next thing they knew, they were in another world. Well, Wang Jigang was gone, and the two sisters had landed in this godforsaken place. You weren't wrong, actually. Everyone in this world is calculating. I looked at her. Everyone lives for themselves. Morality's just a yoke the strong strap onto the weak. The strong never follow it. They just spin their own actions into morality. Emperor Taizong of Tang killed his own brothers. Moral? Later generations only say the Tang dynasty was won by him. Why should he hand it over to some useless brother? Nobody calls him immoral. They just laugh at how weak his brother was. Lin Xiaoma tilted her chin up. So because you're the strong one, you get to share the same bed with everyone. One king, two queens. No, one king, for queens. You'd be number 3. What? I'm third. Yeah. Tingjia and Katie and I haven't done anything. I pulled out a cigarette and held it between my fingers. Then what about Melis? I thought about it. Melis is strange. She doesn't even have any powers. It feels like we have, and yet it feels like we haven't. Never once. She doesn't do jealousy, always breezy, like she's just watching from the sidelines. But she's faster than you, stronger than me, and Ting's ability doesn't work on her at all. Lin Xiaoma didn't hear a word of it. Her mind was stuck on one thing. Asterisk, you rank 3rd star. One king, for queens. That makes me number 3. Hee hee, then I want to turn tonight too. My face went red. What's even going on in that head of yours? Let's talk after tonight. She had a point, though. After midnight, it wouldn't just be bloodletters we'd be dealing with. A few minutes past 12, sure enough, another swarm of bloodletters and flesh hounds came pouring in. This time, trailing behind them, were 2 more figures, mounted on iron-armored beasts and wielding blazing crimson greatswords. Blood Crush Ravagers. Don't come out. Tonight I'm handling this alone. I grabbed a pair of iron greatswords from the corner. Gripping them, I took a deep breath. Doesn't actually feel like a big deal. Kunkin, are you okay? Wei Ting asked, worried. I waved her off. Should be fine. I strode out of the castle. The autumn wind hit me full on, carrying the stench of the abyss with it. The moment the bloodletters saw me, their eyes went red and they charged. They had no minds, only instinct. And that instinct was to kill every living thing. I split the first one clean in half. It dissolved instantly into black mist, drifting into the air. I couldn't help but breathe it in, and immediately, a raw hunger for slaughter flooded my brain. STN +5. The twin blades in my hands grew sharper, my movements smoother, my speed faster. Every muscle drew taut, unleashing a strength I'd never felt before. The bloodletters and flesh hounds hurled themselves at me without a shred of fear, and I dodged every single one with ease. The higher my SN climbed, the clearer my mind became. But that clarity held only one thought. Asterisk kill star. Wei Ting stood at the doorway, watching me carve through the horde, not sparing a single one. Bloodletters and flesh hounds dropped one after another, laughably weak beneath my blades. Once most of them were down, the Blood Crush Ravagers finally rode in on their iron war bulls. The bulls were sheathed head to tail in steel plating, not fast, but their charge was devastating. An ordinary person hit by one wouldn't survive with 2 lives to spare. I didn't dodge, didn't even flinch. As the warbull thundered toward me, I actually smiled. Kunkin, look out, Wei Ting shouted. Beside her, Liu Yi already had her bow drawn taut as a full moon. Her arrow struck the mounted Ravager, but not fatally. Before she could knock a second, my greatsword was already coming down on the warbull. and slammed straight into its thick armor. Clang! The blade snapped. The bull didn't stop. It kept coming, barreling straight at me. Kunkin! Louis cried out. Sumi's staff flared to life beside her, ready to intervene at any second. But what happened next left everyone stunned. I caught the war bull by one of its horns, and with my other hand, cocked back a fist. The moment it lunged, the mounted crusher was smashed flying. My body swelled, muscles surging with monstrous strength as I slammed the war bull to the ground and drove the broken sword through its unarmored belly. Leaving the blade buried in the bull's gut, I wrapped myself in black mist and leapt 3 meters into the air, hammering a heavy fist down onto the crusher's head. Bam! The skull vanished from its neck like an exploding watermelon, and the ground caved in, a crater a meter across. I snatched up its fiery red greatsword, and the instant it hit my palm, I threw my head back and roared at the sky. The other crusher looked stunned. Demons have no minds. Fear isn't an option in their instincts. When confronted with it, all they do is freeze. But that daze wouldn't last 3 seconds. My fiery red greatsword was already sweeping down toward its skull. It raised its own blade to block. The 2 swords met with a thunderous clash. I bore down with my right arm and shot my left out, stretching, elongating, and clamped it right around its throat. You die. Now. Veins bulged along my left arm, knuckles bone white. Asterisk crack. Pop. Asterisk its neck snapped like a cucumber, and the arm that had been resisting went slack. I ran the sword straight through its chest, in the front, out the back, black smoke hissing off the blade. Ea! I bellowed, wrenching the sword upward. The crusher split clean in 2 from the chest up. Another downward swing, and both warbull heads dropped from their necks together. The remaining 4 or 5 bleeders had frozen up on instinct. They don't feel fear, but they do daze, and once dazed they don't know what to do. So they became chives for my scythe too. 10 minutes. The second day's Corn Legion wiped out. Our squad took 0 casualties, not even a scratch. Every last monster died by my hand. But I didn't stop. Both hands still swinging the fiery red greatsword. I kept howling. Kill. Kill them all. Something's wrong. Sumi, do it. Wei Ting snapped. She suspected my mind had cracked. A brilliant restorative divine light enveloped me, gentle and holy, brimming with cleansing power. What bitter irony. The one who wielded such sacred abilities was Sumi, while Shwekaidi, the actual doctor, had become a werewolf who could do nothing but slaughter. Clang. Both swords fell from my grip, and I passed out inside the halo of light. Kuin Kuin. Sumi came running, and 2 lightning-fast figures shot out behind her. Mealy's threw her arms around me. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like that. Lin Xiaoma hadn't expected Mealy's to beat her to it, much less scoop me up in a full-on bridal carry. This chick had some serious muscle. Mealy's, let go already. I've got a reputation to keep, you know. I was just drained to the bone. The moment Sumi's divine light touched me, I started coming to. Reputation, my ass. We'll talk about it back inside. She carried me straight into the main hall. Di Kuan, sit tomorrow's fight out. We'll handle the small fry. Wei Ting sat down beside me. I saw a layer of black mist wrapped around you. Ming Hui walked over, both hands. She pressed her palms together. Benefactor D, those monsters release grudge energy. Absorb too much and you'll fall to the demonic path. Grudge energy, demonic path. It's just a disaster from another world. Nothing so mystical. Ming Hui went on as if I hadn't spoken. What is a demon? Nothing more than the human heart. When the world's grudge energy gathers, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva made his great vow to deliver the wicked spirits. Benefactor, if you chant Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's name, you can dissolve karma and ward off calamity. I knew she meant well. I didn't really believe it, but I wasn't about to brush her off. Got it. Ming Hui, take Xiaohan and get some rest. And so that night passed. 5 days left. On the 3rd day, Wei Ting wouldn't let me lift a finger. You just stand by the door and keep watch. You can't be the one charging in every single time. That night went off without any real trouble. Louis's flame arrows dropped almost 1 enemy per shot. She stood at the 2nd floor window and kept them flying. Wei Ting and Katie, both transformed into werewolves, were brutal on the front line. Sumi's holy light worked on the bloodletters but was useless against the flesh hounds. Those beasts are born immune to mental attacks. The real standout, though, was Lin Xiaoma, blood-red greatsword in hand. She darted through the swarm on sheer speed, cutting left and right. Not every strike was a killing blow, but she was dead set on not being scenery, and she swung that heavy sword like she meant it. A little over an hour later, wipeout. I stood in the doorway and clapped. Badass, badass. Color me impressed. I sat out the fourth day too. By the fifth, there were fewer than 10 bloodletters left outside and 7 or 8 flesh hounds. But the bull-riding crushers had grown to 8, and a new enemy had shown up, 4 axe-wielding flesh whisperers. These things specialize in bewitchment. Fight them long enough and your mind starts to slip. You forget who you are and just want to kill everything in sight, teammates included. On top of that, they can lay invisible shields on the crushers, gutting the damage from Katie's claws and Lu Yi's arrows. Shots that should have been one-hit kills only left flesh wounds after the shielding. You can't take them head-on. Only ranged attacks work, but Sumi's mental strikes barely scratch them, because that kind of thing is their bread and butter. The fight was tilting against us. The crushers were rampaging around the camp, and one wrong step meant getting trampled to death. Lin Xiaoma had the speed, but not the muscle. She couldn't cut through the armored warbulls. The werewolves were built as shadow assassins, not frontline brawlers. Wei Ting may have taken my form, but in the end she wasn't me. Facing these grudge-soaked demons, I only fought fiercer the longer it went on, while her Essen just kept bleeding out. No way I was sitting this one out. I grabbed my 2 fire-red iron swords and charged in. Consequences be damned. Slaughter. Now that's the most primal desire of all. My target wasn't the rampaging crushers, but the whisperers in the back who wouldn't stop stacking shields. The moment I closed on the 4 of them, their tightly shut eyes snapped open, blue pupils suddenly dilating. Big. A mysterious voice whispered in my ear. Kill them, kill them. Kunkin, don't get any closer. Wei Ting shouted. She'd heard the whispers the moment she charged in. Only her steady Essen and iron had kept her from falling under their spell, but even she didn't dare face them head-on anymore. Lu Yi was still up on the 2nd floor, and with nightfall plus the whisperers hidden in the trees, she couldn't get a clear shot for now. The whispers coiled through my head, urging me toward endless slaughter. Maybe I really had been bewitched. I raised my greatsword high and brought it crashing straight down, cleaving a whisperer in 2 before it even had time to run. The rest whispered even more frantically, desperate to twist my mind. Dikuan, SAN +5. My SAN kept climbing. With every tick, my mind grew sharper, my swings came faster, my bloodlust burned hotter. 1 stroke, 2, 3, all 4 whisperers wiped out. Amid the swirling black mist, I bared my teeth in a savage grin, my sword trembling from the killing. And yet my eyes were rock steady, steady enough to swear a party oath. With the whisperers dead, I wheeled around and charged the arrogant crushers. Tingjia, get back inside. I'll handle them alone. Kunkin, don't push your luck. Wei Ting shifted forms, this time into the familiar shape of Shuekaidi. Wolf claws whirled through flesh and blood. 3 minutes later, the bloodletters and flesh hounds were all dead, leaving only 5 ox-riding crushers still trampling around. Kunkin, go back inside. Stop fighting. Wei Ting could see I'd gone off the deep end again. I'd never trained in martial arts, but with my SAN spiking through the roof, my twin blades cut a passable figure. Still, I really was starting to slip. My strikes came with zero regard for my teammates. Kaidi nearly took a blade to the arm. Any longer, and I'd stop telling friend from foe. Mimi, hit him with a heel just in case. I dare anyone to lay a hand on me. I bellowed, another swing opening a crusher's throat. Sumi hovered in the doorway, torn. She glanced at Wei Ting, then at me. What was she supposed to do? 2 crushers left. Tingjia, let's just wait until Kunkin wins. Wei Ting shot Sumi a dirty look, and her form rippled, shifting into Sumi's shape. Fine, if you won't do it, I'll do it myself. She raised a hand, ready to loose divine light on me. I flicked my wrist, and a red greatsword whistled past her ear, slamming into the castle's stone wall with a thud, buried right up to the hilt. At the same instant, the other greatsword in my hand punched through a flesh crusher's gut, sliced sideways, and split the thing clean in half. Don't touch me. I said it already. I could feel my face twisted like a demon crawling straight out of hell. Everyone froze. I'd actually taken a swing at Wei Ting. But Wei Ting just gave a cold laugh and sent a shaft of pure white divine light straight into me. My face went. My body went limp mid-transformation. I couldn't even keep a grip on my sword. Then another beam of divine light descended from above, and the two shafts of white light enveloped me. Only then did the savage snarl on my face melt back into something calm. The last of the flesh crushers fell to the combined assault of Lu Yi's arrows, Shui Kaidi's wolf claws, and Lin Xiaoma's lightning-fast blade. I collapsed to the ground with a thud. Malise came rushing over. "Hubby, you fainted again." This time I didn't wake up. I sank straight into a deep sleep. Day 6. Wei Ting and I stood by the wall, staring at the massive sword embedded in the stone. "I'm sorry, Sister Ting. I really don't know what I was doing back then. I don't remember any of it." Lu Yi's face was like iron. "You actually dared to raise a hand against Sister Ting." "I honestly don't remember." I frowned. By all rights, there was no way I would ever turn on a teammate. Wei Ting, though, was remarkably gracious about it. "Kunkin, I know you've got your reasons. Today, I'm going to let you go out there and kill to your heart's content." Lu Yi grabbed her arm. "Sister Ting, are you insane?" "I'm not insane. Rather than keeping him cooped up in the castle as some kind of decoration, we might as well turn him loose." You really think he'd just stand by and watch if he saw us in danger?" The second he charged out to save us and started killing demons, he'd go berserk all over again. So instead of letting that happen, let him kill until he's had his fill. Then sue me and I will pull him back. I yanked the great sword out of the stone wall. "We'll do it Sister Ting's way." Day 6 calamity was even fiercer than the day before. More enemies, tougher waves. The Whisperers went from 4 to 6, and a whole line of crushers came thundering in astride warbles, hammering at the castle gates so hard that squads hoping to wait for daybreak had no choice but to fight through the night. I stalked forward with 2 blazing red great swords, black mist coiling along the blades. My eyes had gone pitch black, and a savage grin of pure bloodlust twisted across my face. I wove in and out through the herds of warbles, hacking the crushers' heads clean off, beating some of them to death with my bare fists, and every now and then loosing an ice spike straight through a Whisperer's skull. From the second floor, Wei Ting watched me single-handedly sweep the castle grounds clean. When the last Whisperer went down, Wei Ting's and Su Mi's divine light flared to life at the same instant. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, a full 6 shafts of divine radiance settled over me. I dropped to my knees with a thud, and the great sword slipped from my hand. I was exhausted. I couldn't tell whether it was my body, my heart, or both that were worn out. "There, it's finally over." Wei Ting patted Malise on the shoulder. "Tomorrow we're staying in. No matter how good the rewards out there are, we're not stepping foot outside. Go on, carry your husband back." I slept clear through until noon before jolting awake, sitting bolt upright in bed with a scream. Sumi's worried face was the first thing I saw. "Kunkin, you're finally awake." "How long was I out?" I rubbed my forehead. "It's noon. You slept for over 10 hours. Sumi began kneading my sore arms. "Sister Ting says tonight we're—" "I'm not going out." "Not going out? Isn't today the last day? The rewards for elite monsters might be really good." I didn't get it. I felt fine. "Because if you keep this up, you might not make it back." Wei Ting had appeared in the doorway at some point. "Stop gambling with your life. Points, rewards, those are all just things. What we need to do is stay alive." "I'm fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly okay. Mimi can heal me. A few scratches don't matter." "Tingjia, what kind of storms haven't we weathered?" Kuan, I'm saying this for your own good and for the squad's. We can't afford to lose you. Remember this. You're not just living for yourself anymore." Wei Ting looked at me calmly. I smiled and didn't argue back. I couldn't outtalk her. She used to be a teacher, sharp-tongued as they come. By 6, when it had gotten dark, Wei Ting had the Lin Xiaoxi sisters bar the front gate shut with a heavy crossbeam. She really wasn't planning on going out. Everyone's been worn out these past few days. Get to bed early. She glanced at me, then at Lu Yi and the others. "You girls, take him upstairs to sleep. Keep it down. Xiaohan is still young. Especially you, Yi." Lu Yi quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, shaking her head in embarrassment. "Tingjia, can't I sleep alone for once tonight?" I asked. Getting spoiled and still complaining? Everyone gets a turn. Haul him up there, and don't let him rest a minute before dawn. Lin Xiaoma's face twisted with the conflict of wanting to join in, but not daring to. Wei Ting looked over at Lin Xiaoxi with a smile. "If Xiaoma wants to go, that's fine too. Your sister won't mind, right? Lin Xiaoxi kept tidying up, expressionless. Lin Xiaoma hitched up her yoga pants and quietly followed the others upstairs. In my room on the second floor, an oil lamp flickered dim and bright as I was tossed onto the wooden bed piled with dry straw. Hey, don't all pile on. This bed can't handle this many people. It can handle it. I built it myself. I've got faith in it. Sumi squinted, grinning. I get shy with a crowd. Who said we were doing anything with you? We're all just sleeping together. It's warmer. Lui plopped herself down on the edge of the bed, legs spread wide. Now lie still. A little bed barely a meter wide, crammed with several people. Louis's arm was draped across my chest, and Melissa's long legs were pinning down my lower belly. Melissa, scoot over, you're crushing me. You've got way too many complaints. Settle down. Half asleep, she didn't budge an inch. Squeezed so tight I could barely roll over. I lay stiff as a board in the middle of the bed like a sardine. Soon enough, everyone was out cold. Dikuin, Dikuin. Through the haze of sleep, I heard someone calling by my ear. Who is it? I rubbed my eyes and sat up. The space around me was empty. Lu Yi and the others were all gone. Dikuin, come out. Everything you've ever wanted is here. An aged, a strange man's voice. Everything I want. I scrambled up and pried loose the wooden board covering the window. Outside was pitch black. The voice kept urging me on, and something inside me yearned to answer. The temptation to kill. My eyes slowly darkened, and I leapt out. In that instant, I thought I heard someone behind me cry, Kunkin, felt a hand reaching to grab me. But it couldn't hold on. Thud. I landed squarely on my feet. The voice was still whispering in my ear. Come, come. Right there in the little grove to the east, the owner of that voice was waiting. Not a single demon lurked outside the castle, only that endless whispering. Step by step, I walked toward the woods, where a pair of blood-red eyes was fixed on me. Dikuin, have you lost your mind? The castle gate flew open, and Wei Ting charged out with the others. Deep in the grove, I stopped. Before me stood a hulking, aged man in full armor, leaning on a massive sword. Dikuin, you've come at last. He smiled. You truly are the successor I chose. Successor to what? The successor to the king of slaughter. Don't you feel it? That you were born for killing. By now, Wei Ting and the others had reached the edge of the woods. They saw me standing before a horrifying creature. Bat wings, twin horns on its head, cloven bull's hooves. The two of us facing off in silence. It was eerie beyond words. Katie, shift and flank from the left. Yi, put an arrow through its skull. Xiaoxi, Minghui, ready your companions. Xiaoma, be prepared to drag Dikuin back at any moment. Wei Ting murmured, then looked at Sumi, Mimi, cast holy light with me. Maybe we can heal him out of it. On my count. 3, 2. Before she could finish, the bull-headed monster moved first. Its blood-red eyes flared, its wings snapped open, and it stomped. Asterisk, boom, asterisk. Wei Ting and the others saw only darkness. All 7 of them crumpled unconscious without a chance to fight back. Only I remained standing in the grove, facing the old warrior leaning on his sword. Dikuin, join us. Become the king who rules over slaughter. Why me? Who are you? Looking at the heroic bearing on his face, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of respect. I have no name. Call me the nameless warrior. Slaughter, hatred, destruction, fear. You are the king of slaughter. Accept the blessing of the supreme god. He hurled his great sword, and it slammed into the dirt right in front of me. Draw that sword. Become the king of slaughter, and stand among the 4 divine kings alongside hatred, destruction, and fear. I stared at the sword, its blade shimmering blood red, and a voice whispered inside me. Asterisk, take it. Take up that sword, now. Asterisk. Follow your will. Accept the blessing. Become slaughter itself. Yes, slaughter. What a beautiful thing. I took 2 steps forward, one hand pressing down. On the sword's hilt. A craving for slaughter surged through every fiber of my being. This was the primal hunger of my very soul. Shing, the greatsword slid free, and power flooded my body. This blade shall be called slaughter. Dikuin, kill those lowly demons. The nameless warrior's voice trembled with excitement. His face flushed crimson as he jabbed a finger toward the 7 or 8 demons sprawled a short distance away. Kill them, show them no mercy. You are the king of slaughter. Reap their souls. slay 9,999 demons, and your power shall rival that of the gods. I raised the sword and advanced on the demons. Their faces were twisted and hideous, their bodies rotting, oozing a nauseating slime. Kill them. Purge the evil. The great sword shone with a bloody light, casting its glow across my snarling face. Yes, those demons. Kill. The nameless warrior urged from behind, his voice frantic. Do it now. I halted, the edge of my blade less than 3 centimeters from a demon's throat. Nameless warrior, one question. Do you really have no name? None. You don't need to know. I'm here only to guide you. I whipped the sword up and brought it down in one savage arc. A blade of red flame came slicing down. Dikuin. The nameless warrior shrieked, unable to believe what was happening. His body slid apart from the waist down, cleaved in two by my strike. What are you doing? Black blood spilled from his mouth, and his eyes flushed red. Nothing much. Just killing you. I am your guide. No, you're my whetstone. You've betrayed me, betrayed the supreme god. Squelch. I drove the sword straight into his chest. There is no supreme god in this world, I said coldly. Every man is his own supreme god. I twisted the blade with all my strength and split his upper half in two as well. In that instant, everything changed. There had never been any nameless warrior. It was a horned, winged demon, now hacked into 3 pieces at my feet. Ding! Corn Greater Demon, terminated. Congratulations to the One King, 4 Queens team for defeating the Corn Greater Demon and claiming first place. Novice Corn trial concluded. Entering safe period. The woods had gone eerily still. I hurried over and knelt beside Wei Ting, gently lifting her up. Sister Ting? Sister Ting. A golden figure came rushing over with a child in tow. Hubby, are you okay? Mealy's had heard the system announcement and come running with Xiaoan. When she saw Wei Ting and the others sprawled every which way on the ground, she yelped, "Oh no! What happened to Sister Ting and the girls? They didn't kick the bucket, did they? They're fine, just knocked out. Not dead. Quit your wailing." I wanted to laugh, but couldn't quite manage it. After a long while, Wei Ting and the others finally came to. The Corn Greater Demon had already dissolved into black mist, and the great sword stood driven into the earth, its blades still stained crimson. Kunkin, you're okay? What about the Demon King? I'm fine, definitely. Killed him myself. You hurt? Just a bit dizzy. Wei Ting propped herself up on the ground, studying me carefully. Di Kuan, how'd you kill that greater demon? Barehanded. No, with this. I walked over and pulled out the massive sword. No strange sensations this time, just an ordinary, razor-sharp blade. Where'd the sword come from? I stowed it back into my wristband. The greater demon gave it to me. Wanted me to use it to kill all of you. Too bad his head wasn't screwed on right. I don't fool that easy. You're all my nearest and dearest. He didn't even offer money. Wei Ting laughed, knowing I was joking. So if he'd paid, you'd have done it. With money, at least he'd be showing some sincerity. And then he goes on about how I should become the king of slaughter. Him, a lowly greater demon. What right does he have to make me the king of slaughter? My whole heart set on building up the motherland. How the hell am I going to become some crap king of slaughter? I outgrew that edgy teenage phase years ago. Wei Ting waved a hand, stifling a laugh. All right, enough of your nonsense. Go back to sleep. Everyone was awake now. Lu Yi rushed over and pounded my chest with both fists. You actually jumped out a window. Tomorrow I'm putting bars on it. Let's see you try that again. I wrapped an arm around her waist. Are you expecting a next time? I'm nipping it in the bud. You awful man. She couldn't hold back and gave me 2 more furious swats. The mood in the castle hall was light. This wave of the calamity had passed, and somehow our team had taken first place. We'd always come in second when facing elite monsters before. This time we'd finally turned things around. Everyone get some rest. We'll settle up at noon tomorrow. I leaned on the window, gazing out at the sky. With the calamity over, everything outside was peaceful and still. Wei Ting came in carrying an oil lamp and passed me a cigarette, lighting it for me. So how exactly did you kill that greater demon? I took a drag. He turned into a warrior. Tried to seduce me, tried to trigger the killing instinct in me. Slaughter and fear, they're written into human DNA. If they weren't, how could there have been so many wars? The demons of Buddhism, the devil of the Bible, they all come from the human heart. Humans are killers by nature. Wei Ting listened calmly and leaned onto the windowsill beside me. She was in a black skin-tight outfit, barefoot, every curve of her figure on full display. Guess you really are all right. As long as a man can still be a lek, nothing serious is wrong with him. I chuckled. Tingjia, what are you saying? She smiled, relieved. You and me, we're comrades, teammates, not friends with benefits. See you tomorrow. Wei Ting headed out the door, snatching Lu Yi by the collar as she tried to slip away. He's fine. Still ogling women. A man's only not lecherous when he's dead. Then count your blessings. Wei Ting gave her a slap on the rear. Lucky. See, this guy's a horn dog. But imagine if he were the loyal type. Think about what that would mean. Lu Yi froze. One squad, one man. And if that man was loyal to just one woman, there was only one possible outcome. Catfights. Crude but true. In this other world, morality had pretty much dropped to zero. Either go the Yun Sanhua route. No man at all. Everyone loving each other. Or take all comers. Whatever you did, don't play favorites within a tight-knit group. Picking Zhang, San overly see. That kind of team would fall apart sooner or later. Right in the middle of that thought, a figure whirled into my room like a gust of wind. It was Lin Xiaomo, come to comfort me. In this other world, who cared what other people thought? Once you got over it, everything was fine. The next day around noon, the system chimed. Disaster Novice Corn ended. Squad survived 7 days. Each member plus 70 points. Defeated Corn Greater Demon. Each member plus 20 points. Reward, 1 gold gift pack. World Channel unlocked. Point Shop unlocked. 90 points each, plus a gift pack. Out in the living room, Lu Yi and Su Mi were belting out Good Luck's Coming. I opened the pack. Leveling Gem times 10, Ability Gem times 10, Point Card times 10, Destruction Greatsword, Bloodletter Dagger, Rice 300 Gene, Flower 300 Gene, Second World Map. Second World Map? I pulled out a small black chip and stared at it for a while, none the wiser. Maybe it goes in the wristbands. I slotted it into the notch on my wristband, and every wristband on the team gave a jolt, all flashing red in unison. An unfamiliar map appeared on the screens. What map is this? Never seen it before. Deal with it later. I pulled out that 4.5-foot great sword, its blade broad and heavy. Had to be a good 30 gene. Who wants this monster? Wei Ting waved it off. Too heavy. No woman swinging that. All yours. What about this dagger, then? The bloodletter dagger. I drew out the blood-red short blade, 40 centimeters long, glinting with a red glow. Me, I want it. Lin Xiaomo raised her hand. I passed it over, and she gave it a heft. Not heavy, just right. Now the points. Lu Yi was the highest at 114. Me, Wei Ting, and Shui Kaidi had 107. Su Mi and Xiaohan had 95. Lin Xiaoxi had 105. Lin Xiaomo 110. The Nun Minghui was the lowest at 90. Miri still didn't have any points. Let's push our levels up to Silver 3 first. The squad level will move up along with it. We've got plenty of gems. Once we finished leveling, a few of us were down 50 points, and those who jumped 2 tiers were down 90. The system prompted. Squad overall rank raised to Silver 3. Upon reaching Gold, a team can be formed. Individual member ranks will no longer be a factor. Special materials required. In other words, at Gold we could form a team, and one team could contain multiple squads. I had 57 points left. Points unspent were points wasted. Onward. Power up. The 5 of us each spent 40 points. Lu Yi, Archery Silver 2. Shui Kaidi, Werewolf, Transformation Silver 2, Wolf Claws Ren Metal. Di Kuan, Devour Silver 2. Wei Ting, Morph Art Silver 2, Transformed Form reaches 110% of base. Su Mi, Divine Restoration Light Silver 2, Illusion Break. Ming Hui bumped up to Silver 1. The jump from bronze to silver is a qualitative leap. Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaomo also cashed in point cards to reach Silver 1. Ming Hui, Elite Summoning, summons last 2 hours. Lin Xiaoxi, Demon Pact, can contract 2 demons. Lin Xiaomo, Hypervelocity. Yang Zihan, Culinary Art, Silver 1. 7 point cards left? I'm holding those in reserve to patch holes later. Weapons are sorted, food stockpiled. Time to gear up for the next phase. The World Channel came back online, and Yun Sanhua was the first to message asking how things were. At the end, she made a point of asking after me specifically. Lu Yi sniped. That woman just can't stop thinking about you, huh? Our squad's fine. Dikuin's fine too. I replied. Yunjia, deal's a deal. Whoever hits gold 1 first, the other joins their team. Yun Sanhua wrote back with a smile. Yep. First one there gets to build the team. The channel showed no squad wipes. So long as you didn't tangle with the Day 7 Elite on beginner carnage, the difficulty wasn't that bad. Every squad now had a full 10-man roster. These were survivors bred in the crucible of the killing game. And they had their heads screwed on right. The Faith Guild squad was out peddling grain again. That squad seemed to have an inexhaustible supply. We weren't short on food. We just grabbed 300 pounds of rice and flour. The rice broth from a few days back had finished fermenting, sour smell hitting the nose, little bubbles frothing up, textbook yeast. I had Ming Hui mix flour with the broth and set it by the fire pit to rise. We hadn't built a steamer yet, so no steamed buns. Only flatbread would do. Ming Hui baked one and served it with pork soup and wild greens. Pretty tasty. But one loaf split 10 ways? Not a chance. Xiaoan, didn't your power just hit silver 1? I tossed 2 wooden sticks in front of her. Turn these into baguettes. Uncle D, I can transform them, but I can't promise they'll taste good. She ran her hands over them, and the sticks turned into edible sticks. I took a bite. Not great, not awful. Like rice cake mixed with breadcrumbs, sticky on the teeth, gritty, and flavorless. Toasted over a low flame. Though, hey, piping hot, it wasn't half bad. We can post an ad, trade these for supplies. Cut in on Little Buttercream's business. Oh ho, you still remember Little Buttercream. Louis grinned, up to no good. What's that look for? I could tell she was scheming something, but couldn't figure out what. Right? We've still got that spare shelter core, don't we? What about setting one up at E12? Wei Ting nodded. That area's plains. We could open fields and grow grain. But we can't plant grain until next year. We'll build it now anyway, better safe than sorry. Early the next morning, I took Lin Xiaoma and Melis out to E12. Lin Xiaoma was fast, which made hauling easy. Melis was strong and could chop trees and smash rocks. I claimed 4 resource nodes in E12 and picked a spot on high ground for the new shelter. Used a core, a puff of smoke later, and the wooden hut turned out shabby and full of leaks. Looked awfully familiar, the same kind of shack we'd seen when we first landed in this world. With Lin Xiaoma handling the running back and forth, chopping trees and smashing rocks went smoothly. By 4 in the afternoon, the little hut had leveled up to bronze 1. Going any higher meant buying more cores, and there was no need yet. Upgrade done, time to head back, but I wanted to swing by and see how Little Cream's business was going. Her resource node was to the east, not far from the new shelter. When the 3 of us reached the border, a transparent wall of air stood in our way. What a coincidence. Little Cream was right there with 2 other women, 2 sacks made of old clothes laid out in front of them. Well, handsome D. Cohen, we meet again. She waved from a distance, flipping her hair and swaying her hips. Your squad need anything? We can trade. We're looking for some wheat seeds. You selling? Seeds aren't for sale. Flour, I've got plenty. Sharp as ever. With seeds, people could just grow their own. Then how about some whole wheat gruel? I'll cook it up for you myself and sell it to you. She smirked wickedly. She just wouldn't hand over the seeds. This woman, raised on killing games, was slick as a monkey. What if you poison us to death? Poison you? I couldn't bear to. You can get big, after all. She bit her lip, putting heavy emphasis on big. One of the women behind her kicked her in the butt. Quit flirting. We're here to trade, not turn tricks. Well, the other party's not here yet, is it? Just as she said that, a few people appeared from the northeast, and one of them I recognized, Huang Yajun. It's a small world after all. Miss Cream, you're trading with them? What of it? Got a problem. Lin Xiaoma tugged at my sleeve. Kunkin, let's just go back. She knew Huang Yajun was the girl I'd chased and been shot down by. Go back? What for? I pulled her close. Let her see just how much things have changed. Lin Xiaoma's face flushed red. If I'd known, I would have worn something nicer. Huang Yajun strutted over in black stockings and long boots, hips swaying with every step, 3 men flanking her like stars around a moon. Well, if it isn't Di Kuan, the simp who got kicked to the curb. Her tone was pure smugness. Huang Yajun, you're no saint either. Watch your damn mouth. Please. Sour grapes. How much did you have to pay to hire this girl? Eat shit, you old hag. Melis jumped forward. My man doesn't need to hire anyone. You slutty bitch, the second you see a man. Can't even walk straight. Has to bend over twice every time she sees a male dog. You. Huang Yajun's face flushed red, but before she could get a word out. Me what? You strut around acting like a slut all day, hips swaying with every step. What? You got hemorrhoids. You. Huang Yajun stomped her foot, jabbing a finger at her. Me what? Those hemorrhoids should be on your face. Then maybe you wouldn't wobble when you walk. Ha ha, this blonde bombshell is hilarious. Little Cream was doubled over laughing. That's enough. Gao Bo, standing beside Huang Yajun, finally snapped. With a roar, he transformed on the spot, a pair of white wings snapping open behind him as he shot into the air. Shut your mouth. Holy shit, sprouting wings and playing Birdman? You got the balls to come down here and throw hands. Millis had no idea just how formidable his angel transformation really was. Little Cream watched with her arms crossed, practically praying they'd start swinging. I stared at Galbo's wings, thinking what a shame the air wall was between us. Otherwise, I could have devoured that flight ability. How sweet would that be? Insult Yajun one more time, and I'll show you what real power is. Galbo bellowed from midair. Show me my ass. You couldn't even reach me if you tried. Big deal you can fly. You're still just a birdman. I said, unimpressed. Hey, quit playing the mighty eagle. Millis bent down, scooped up a pebble, and hurled it at Galbo up in the air. The stone shrieked through the air. Asterisk bang asterisk. Punched clean through his wing like a bullet. Blood spurted from between the white feathers. Galbo let out a shriek and plummeted from the sky, his face frozen in disbelief. Not even the great demon of corn had ever managed to wound these wings, and yet this blonde woman had drilled a hole through them from across the air wall with a single pebble. Galbo, are you okay? Huang Yajun rushed over to help him up. Just a scratch. Galbo forced his voice steady, glaring daggers at Millis. Hey, trade first. You can beat the crap out of each other after the deal. Little Cream tossed 2 sacks down in front of Huang Yajun. 1 bag of flour, 1 bag of rice flour. Where's the mutton? Huang Yajun shot me a venomous glare and threw over half a goat carcass. Little Cream stepped on it and gave it a test press with her foot. Nice and fat. How come you guys are the only ones with goats? Because we've got salt. Galbo struggled to his feet, dismissing his transformation. His wing had already fully healed. Like nobody else does. TCH. Millis let out a smug snort. Little Cream hoisted the half-goat one-handed. This woman was no lightweight either. Deal's done. Fight. Don't fight. Do whatever you want. As for us, we're heading back. Handsome D, see ya? The little tramp blew me a kiss, then swung around and sashayed off with the mutton in hand. Galbo glared at me. You can thank this air wall for saving your ass today. I couldn't be bothered to indulge him. Big talk, huh? A single pebble almost took you out and you're still running your mouth? What good's the tough guy act? As I said it, I turned toward. He flipped me the middle finger. I shot another glance at Huang Yajun, wanting to say something, but in the end kept my mouth shut. It was getting late. The sun had set. Time to head back. Let's go, Millis. I was in a foul mood the whole way back. Millis looped her arm through mine. Hubby, why didn't you cuss that slutty woman out just now? I shook my head. Not easy to. The second I opened my mouth, 1 line from her, and I'm dead in the water. I did chase after her back in the day. She'd just started the job then, had me completely head over heels. If I laid into her, she'd throw that right back in my face. Different times, different circumstances. Millis patted my shoulder. Whatever. I vented for you. Next chance I get, I'll offer for you. I didn't respond. Offer? If I really got the chance, could I actually go through with it? Late autumn nights come fast. By 6 it was pitch black. The 3 of us had only just made it to the new shelter. Let's not push on, Xiaomao, Millis. We keep walking and run into an elite in the dark. The 3 of us aren't going to make it. I looked up at the black sky and decided on the spot to bunk down for the night. The new shelter had no beds, no fire, no food, but I still had honey-roasted flour cakes stashed in my wristband, so we wouldn't starve. I spent half an hour building a fire pit, got a small flame going, and the room warmed up right away. I pinged Wei Ting and the others on the wristband to let them know we were safe. You too cold. I still had 2 wolf hide coats in my inventory. Not cold. 20 below, and I'd still just have this on. Millis really wasn't fazed by the cold. Lin Xiaomao and I took a wolf hide coat each, better than nothing. Thank God for the fire pit. The three of us sat around the fire talking. Lin Xiaoma said she'd never in her life imagined she'd end up in this godforsaken place, and even less that she'd meet a man like me. I caught her meaning. It was the first time in her life, and she'd given it to me. Back then, I was delivering packages by day and takeout by night. A girl like you. I wouldn't even have had the guts to strike up a conversation. Hee hee, how would you know if you didn't try? I gave her a helpless look. I did try. Got shot down 20 times. All of them pretty. I shook my head right away. Nah, not really. The really pretty ones I didn't dare go after. Girls like you and me, Liz. I couldn't even dream of it. The best I aimed for was someone like Huang Yajun, and only because she was my coworker. Lin Xiaoma poked my forehead. Since you were going to confess anyway, why not go for the pretty ones with good figures? You think an average-looking girl is going to lower her standards? Wrong. Ordinary girls have the same expectations of men as pretty ones do, maybe even higher. Bride price, second marriage price. None of it comes cheap. I slapped my thigh. Oh hell, I was such an idiot back then. If I was going to get rejected anyway, I should have gone after girls like you from the start. Right? If you'd come to me, maybe I wouldn't have turned you down. Melis rolled her eyes at her. Yeah, sure. Like some delivery boy asked you to be his girlfriend. You'd say yes? Lin Xiaoma paused. Would she? Probably not. She had confidence in her looks and figure. Her older sister had nearly married one of the top 3 entrepreneurs in the city, so she wasn't exactly lacking herself. See, you hesitated. You wouldn't do it at all. Melis threw an arm around my neck. Not like me. I don't care what my husband does for a living. Right, hubby? I frowned. Melis, even if I had the guts to think it, I wouldn't have the guts to do it. The three of us kept chatting while feeding the fire. The late autumn night was uncannily quiet. 3 people in a little log cabin. It'd be a waste of the setting if nothing happened. Lin Xiaoma slipped off her shoes and set them by the fire pit. After a full day of wear, they gave off that mix of leather and sweat. She peeled off her yellowed white cotton socks, revealing a pair of soft, pale feet. I'd love to soak my feet. Too bad there's not even a basin. Melis glanced at me. You don't smell anything funky? I shook my head hastily. Nope. Actually smells kind of nice. Then smell mine. Mealy stuck her feet out next to Lin Xiaoma's. She was 5'11", and her feet were big to match, size 8 or so, I guess. In a pitch-black room, 2 voices were talking. A male voice. What's the supervisor doing? A female voice. Not sure. Seems to be engaged in some kind of pleasurable activity. Still can't reach her? No. But she appears to be enjoying herself. Initiate phase 2. Understood. What is that bug doing with the supervisor? I can sense her pleasure. Ding. The special items required for your squad to advance to gold rank have been updated. Please check your wristband. I had 0 time to look at any upgrade materials right now. Lin Xiaoma's feet were keeping me plenty busy. In the end, under the combined assault of Lin Xiaoma and Mealy's, I went down in flames. Another year of longing, and still I haven't made it home. Lin Xiaoma wiped between her toes with a cloth, her cheeks flushed pink. Kunkin, aren't you going to check what we need for the gold upgrade? I lay back on the floor and lit a cigarette. Nothing but junk, probably. Timber, stone, pig iron, that sort of thing. She read the wristband by the firelight. That's not it. It's 3 items, a golden left eye, a golden right eye, and a jade skull. Eh what? I shot upright. What the hell are those? Never heard of them. She pouted. I really don't know. I fished out the little chunk of gold Yin Sanhua had given me. Don't tell me they actually want eyes made out of gold. Where the hell are we supposed to find that much gold? Ridiculous. Lin Xiaoma patted over barefoot, bit her lip, and gazed at me tenderly. Kunkin, forget about it. I want another helping, can I? Over in her own shelter, Yun Sanhua was looking at her materials list too. Except what she needed wasn't golden eyes. It was a holy sword, a holy spear, and a sacred shield. She was just as baffled. A holy sword and a holy spear? Where the hell was she supposed to find those? Xiaomin pulled up her wristband. Sis Yun, maybe it's connected to that second world map we got. Look, maybe the map's guiding us to these very items. Yun Sanhua had pored over that map countless times without ever making sense of it. Now that Xiaomin brought it up, it did sound reasonable. But the map clearly didn't belong to this other world. If it was called the second world, then it had to be somewhere else entirely. Xiaomin, I think we've been getting played this whole time. The killing, the leveling up, it's all just training. Once we're conditioned enough, they'll toss us into another world, one that's probably even more terrifying. Want me to peek at the future with my ability again? Xiaoman offered. No point. Right now you can only catch rough, fuzzy glimpses, and even if you saw something, we couldn't change it. It's all fate. Once you're in this game, there's absolutely no getting out. Yun Sanhua had come to a realization, and to the realization that she was powerless to change any of it. Then how about we check the World Channel? See what the other squads are saying. She opened it up. The channel was unusually quiet. Nobody was discussing materials for the gold promotion. It was all just idle chit-chat. After a good while, a squad called Death Watcher posted, "Anybody know how to get a 7 treasures amulet?" Xiaoman looked at her. 7 treasures amulet. Yun Sanhua nodded and typed back, "Loving family squad. You guys need a 7 treasures amulet for the gold promotion?" Neighbor Old Wong squad. What's a 7 treasures amulet? Ma Family Fort 2nd Production squad. What's a gold squad? Asterisk Death Watcher squad. Just asking. Nothing important. Asterisk. In an instant Yun Sanhua understood. Every squad was different. Plenty of teams hadn't even made it to Silver Rank 3, so they'd never received the system notice. Only after reaching Silver 3 did the materials for promotion to Gold become an issue. After all, everyone's points were different. Di Kuan and his crew must have gotten the notice too. Should we ask them? Xiaoman said. No, it's too late. Tomorrow. Yun Sanhua looked at the frail girl whose face had only just started getting a bit of color back. Get some sleep. Treat every day like it's your first day in this world. The next morning, I brought Lin Xiaoma and Mealy's back to Rapid Fortress. I'd been out all night, and Wei Ting studied my face. Kuan, you've gotten thinner. Sis Ting, one night of hustle isn't gonna make me lose weight. Mealy's was over with Lu Yi and the others, bragging about how she'd brought down a winged birdman yesterday with a single pebble. Lin Xiaoma was washing socks down by the river. Everyone had received the notice. Gold left and right eyes, jade skull. Wei Ting had come to the same guess as Yun Sanhua. These 3 items almost certainly weren't in this other world, but rather in a new second world. Soon Yun Sanhua sent me a private message asking whether we'd received the notice about upgrading to gold rank. Yeah, we got it. What about you guys, Sis Yun? We got ours too. The stuff they want us to collect is bizarre. A holy sword, a holy spear, and a holy shield. I didn't hold back either. Ours is the golden left eye, the golden right eye, and the jade skull. Yun Sanhua replied. Where the hell are we supposed to find this stuff? The second world, I'm guessing. Great minds think alike. Looks like we were all on the same page. But how were we supposed to get to the second world? No rush. Just wait. Sooner or later they'll let you in. That day came sooner than expected. 3 days after the notice, I was in the castle with Wei Ting and the others building a big heated calm. Winter was coming, and though we had no idea how cold it got here, right now we didn't even have blankets. Everyone was getting by with the fireplace lit, wolf-hide coats on their backs, and makeshift quilts stitched from old clothes. Autumn was still bearable, but what about winter? Louis suggested building a big Kong. Once you fired it up, even thin bedding would be enough. Western castles were too cavernous. Burning a fire in them barely held any heat. Luckily, Minghui had done masonry work before, and Louis knew how to build a Kong, so the renovation went straight onto the agenda. First, we partitioned off the rooms. The main hall stayed as it was, but the chamber behind it got split into 2, each with its own Kong. In winter, once both Kangs were fired up, the whole place would be toasty. Even thin bedding would keep you warm. It's called gathering warmth. A bedroom that's too big just lets the heat scatter. Building a Kong is a skilled job, and I couldn't do it. I'm from Jiangcheng. It gets cold there in winter, but we don't have Kangs. Wei Ting was from Yangcheng, the northernmost city in He province, and rural folks there had Kangs, but she said she'd lived in a villa since the day she was born and never lifted a finger. Shueikati came from the southernmost tip of the country and hadn't seen snow until she was 18, yet she was the most eager to pitch in on the Kong. We built the Kong inside the castle and fired the bricks outside. Lu Yi mixed yellow clay with wild grass stems and straw, kneading up a big heap of mud. Shueikati looked puzzled. Why use yellow clay for a Kong? Don't we have cement? Lu Yi stared at this pure, clueless, big-chested doctor. Cement won't work. It has to be yellow clay. Why? Isn't cement stronger than clay? It just doesn't work. Use cement. And how are you going to tear the Kong apart next year? Why would we tear it apart? Louis's forehead creased with frustration. After it's been fired long enough, you have to break it open to clean out the flues, or it won't heat properly. Wei Ting crossed her arms. Kaidi, this is a blind spot for you. Cement really won't do. You've got to trust the wisdom of the working people. First, it's a pain to break open and clean, and if you don't clean it, it won't warm up. Second, cement conducts heat fast and loses it just as fast, scorching when the fire's hot, freezing when it dies down. Clay conducts and releases heat slowly, so it holds warmth much better. On top of that, a clay Kong is more comfortable to sleep on, and it doesn't give off any weird smell when the fire's going. Louis gave her a thumbs up. Sis Ting, you really know your stuff. Wei Ting was all talk and no action. Covered in yellow clay from head to toe, Louis stood beside Minghui, coaching her as she laid the bricks. These two Kong beds took a whole crew 2 or 3 days of work before they even started taking shape. On the 4th day, the system notification finally came. Ding! In 72 hours, the portal to the second world will open. The portal is located on the 3rd floor of the castle. All squad members may enter. Upon entry, each person's teleport location is randomized. Please refer to the map. Only upgrade-specific materials may be brought back from the second world. No other items may be carried into the alternate world. Each squad member may enter and exit only once every 30 days. Multiple trips are not permitted. 2 or more squads may exist within the second world. Death in the second world means permanent death. Resurrection is not possible. The second world's timeline is not synchronized with the alternate world. The 1 King, 4 Queen squad must raise its level to Gold 1 within 30 days, or be eliminated. The portal opens in 72 hours. Just as I guessed, the upgrade materials were in the second world. The door opens in 3 days, and there could be other squads inside, more than just 2. For all I knew, somebody else might be after the exact same materials we needed. What kind of place was this second world, anyway? A dungeon? A real world? No clue. And the worst part was the random teleport. 10 of us go in, and we could end up scattered in 10 different places. At least we still had 3 days to prep. Forget the damn second world for now. Let's finish the Kong first. Can't just leave it half done. Who knows if we'll even make it back. I looked at the mostly finished bed. I still wanted to lie on it at least once before we left. I'm from Jiangcheng, grew up on the banks of the Yangtze. Winters there chill you to the bone. Icicles a foot long hanging from the eaves, river wind howling nonstop. As a kid, my heels, ears, and hands were always covered in chilblains, and the second things warmed up they'd itch like hell. Inside the house was the same temperature as outside. On sunny days it was actually colder indoors than out, and all the old folks would huddle against the walls to soak up the sun. No Kong, no heating, no AC. We couldn't even light a coal stove for fear of carbon monoxide poisoning. You just had to tough it out. So a heated Kong bed you could sleep on all warm and cozy? I'd been dying for one. Childhood memories really do haunt you your whole life. With 1 day left before the portal opened, Louis patted the dried mud on top of the Kong. That'll do. Toss some dry grass on it, and it's ready to use. Without a second thought, I hauled the bedding down from the second floor and spread it out. I was sleeping here tonight. The stoking mouth opened into the bathing room. You'd feed in firewood, and the flue channeled the heat through the Kong before venting into the fireplace chimney. Western castles really weren't built for living in. Fireplaces alone just didn't cut it. It wasn't even truly cold yet, late autumn, and Louis hadn't dared build the fire too big, but I was already sweating buckets. I gotta say, right about now I could murder a popsicle. My lips felt like they were on fire. The room was like a sauna. Back home in winter we used to eat popsicles and ice cream. It's been so long since we got here. Man, I'm craving modern ice cream. I want a Wangzai crispy ice pop. You know, the kind you slurp on. Back in elementary school I'd buy one and split it with a classmate. Louis chimed in, getting nostalgic too. I lit a cigarette. Hey, back in school I used to hold up a mirror to peek under the female teacher's skirts. That English teacher of ours always wore dresses. Ugh, you nasty boys are all the same. I had short hair in middle school, and the boys in my class were always sticking gum in the girls' braids. I used to snap the bra straps of the girls sitting in front of me. Asterisk ping. Asterisk, just like that. Ha ha. Getting into it, I reached over, and gave Louie's strap a tug too. She shot me a look. I wore camisoles in school. I didn't even own a bra. I rubbed my chin. Yeah, you didn't need one. Would have been a waste anyway. You want to die, Kunkin? So what if I was a late bloomer? Laughing, I turned to Schweck Heidi. Katie, I bet you had to wear one back then. I mean, look at those magnificent things. Schweck Heidi lowered her head. Nah la, mine only got big in college, you know. I spread my hands. See, hers is called being a late bloomer. Yours is called being underdeveloped. Go die, you. Louie's foot flew up and kicked me right in the face, her toes jamming straight into my mouth. Holy shit, what a flavor. On the 7th day, the portal to the second world finally opened on the 3rd floor of the castle. It wasn't what I'd imagined. No glowing circle of shimmering light, just a plain wooden door set into the wall. I pulled the handle open. Inside was nothing but a dim, gray haze. Bam! I shut it right back. I looked around at the team. Xiaohan, don't come in with us. We don't know what's in there. Stay home and wait for us, okay? Xiaohan looked a little crestfallen, but she was a good kid. She nodded even though she wasn't happy about it. She had no special powers to speak of. Her culinary art skill was practically a blank slate. If we could all stay together in there, bringing her along wouldn't be an issue. But the system had said the drop location was random, and if you died in there, you died for real, no resurrection. If something happened to her, we'd never forgive ourselves. Minghui, you don't go either. Stay with Xiaohan and help out where you can, Wei Ting said solemnly. She was worried Minghui might sneak into the portal one day if left alone at camp. Minghui was mature and obedient. Having her keep Xiaohan company would be good for both of them. And besides, we only needed to find 3 items. More hands wouldn't necessarily help. 8 people was plenty. Minghui understood what Wei Ting meant. She pressed her palms together. May all the benefactors have a safe journey. This humble nun shall wait at the camp with Xiaohan. I ruffled Xiaohan's hair. Be a good girl and wait for us to come back. Don't wander off. If it gets cold, fire up the big Kong, but don't overdo it. And it wouldn't hurt to have Auntie Minghui teach you a few things. Minghui waved her hands vigorously. This humble nun has little education and wouldn't dare teach a miss. But I'll keep Xiaohan company and do what I can. We shall await your triumphant return. I rubbed my hands together. All right then, everyone, let's go. I stretched out my right. Hands. Every hand pressed down on top of the others. Live or die together. Let's do this. Everybody hold hands. We want to land in the same place if we can. I pulled the door open, staring into the murky gray beyond. Xiaohan, Minghui, wait for our good news. With that, I grabbed Louie's hand and strode in first. Louie pulled Wei Ting along behind her. Melis went in last, flashing an okay sign back at Xiaohan. Thud, the door swung softly shut. Minghui pressed her palms together and bowed deeply, then stroked Xiaohan's head. We'll wait at the camp for Benefactor D and the others to return. Xiaohan fretted. Auntie, Uncle D and the others will make it, right? They will. Don't you worry. Minghui led her down to the main hall. No matter what happens, we have to keep on living. Auntie, can you teach me to chant sutras? I want to pray for Uncle D and the others. Minghui shook her head firmly. No, you're underage. You can't be exposed to any religion. Once you're of age and can judge for yourself, then you can take part in religious activities. Asterisk under national laws and regulations, no group or individual may propagate any religious belief to minors. Asterisk. Fog. White, drifting fog on every side. I was sure I'd walked in holding Louie's hand, but the moment we crossed over, her hand was just gone. Ding. Returning from the second world, only upgraded special items may be carried through. All other non-otherworld items will be lost. Post-entry world channel, closed. Point shop, closed. Squad comms, closed. Wristband retains only storage, map, translate, and return functions. You may use any means to obtain what you need, but you only have one life. The system's female voice chattered on in my ear as I inched forward, one careful step at a time. Visibility in the mist was less than a meter, but there was an obvious patch of light up ahead, and I headed for it. I hope Mimi, and Sisting are okay. How did we lose our grip the second we stepped inside? I pulled up the wristband. Still had some stir-fried honey noodle bricks, 2 huge great swords, and 2 cans of cola that Yin Sanhua had given me. As for the swords, One was the great sword of destruction I'd pulled from a chest after the cataclysm. The other had been handed to me by the great demon of corn. Guess you'd call it the corn greatsword. The light lay dead ahead. I kept walking, watching the time. In under a minute the glare was so fierce I couldn't keep my eyes open. Just as I neared the source, the ball of light suddenly burst out with a monstrous pulling force. I didn't even have time to react before it sucked me in. A wave of vertigo hit, spinning me every which way. I nearly puked up last night's dinner. When I opened my eyes again, where the hell had it dumped me? I patted my swimming head and looked around. A bare little hillside, bald and littered with stones. Not a tree, not a blade of grass, not even a scrap of moss. As far as the eye could see, nothing but rocks everywhere. A dry, hot wind swept across the slope, maybe 77 or 78 degrees. The sky was overcast, packed with heavy clouds that looked ready to burst. I'd been in this other world for a while now, and I still hadn't seen a single drop of rain. This godforsaken place only seemed to have two moods, overcast and sunny. I tapped my wristband and pulled up the map. A tiny blue dot, pitifully small. I had to zoom in again and again before I could make out that it was me, which meant the map covered a terrifying amount of ground, at least 100,000 square kilometers, easy. On Earth, that would qualify as a mid-sized country. I followed the rocks downhill, heading west. There was a circle marked on the west side of the map. No idea what it was, maybe a cave? The wind picked up, shifting from hot and dry to damp. Asterisk, come on, rain. Let's see what you've got. Asterisk, I actually wanted to see it fall. As I walked, scattered patches of wild grass began poking out of cracks in the stone, stubborn little things. I checked the map again, still nothing but my blue dot. No hints, no markers. Comms had no signal either. I couldn't even pull up squad info. Strange world, strange terrain. Normally, I found Lu Yi's constant chattering annoying, but right now I would have killed for somebody to talk to. I tested my ability, stretched my legs out, and took a few long, ground-eating strides. Still there. Good, no problems. Another hour or so of walking, and the gravel underfoot turned to soil. Small hills rose up on either side, dotted with thorny, low-growing shrubs. The clouds hung lower now, the air heavy with moisture. I found a slab of black rock and sat down, digging out some food to refuel. I'd barely been sitting for a few minutes when a woman came around the boulder at the bend of the slope, bracing herself against the rock as she looked left and right. I broke into a grin. Katie. Katie was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt, sleeves pushed up to her elbows, and light blue cropped jeans that showed off her toned calves. She heard my voice, whipped her head around, spotted me, and came running. Kuin. She threw herself at me without hesitation, and we crashed into a hug. She was tall and built, and her chest slammed into mine hard enough to bounce me back a step. Katie, have you seen anyone else? No, just you. I've been walking for over an hour. Where'd you come from? The north. Followed the flat stretch between the hills down. We started walking hand in hand. I opened the map and pointed at the circle to the west. Heading here. No idea what it means. Want to check it out. I was going for the circle too. That's why we ran into each other. Come on. Probably another 3 or 4 kilometers. 8 of us had come in, and I'd only found her. But at least I wasn't alone anymore. The closer we got to the circle, the softer the dirt became, and the more shrubs sprouted up, though there still wasn't a single real tree in sight. I kept my eyes on the grass along the path. Kuin, what are you looking at? This grass has been grazed. I plucked a stalk and handed it to her. Sheep or camels? My money's on sheep, which means somebody's herded animals through here before. Kaidi frowned. People? Isn't this place supposed to be a dungeon crawling with monsters? Oh, you know about dungeons. I play games too, you know. I'm Star Glory rank in honor of kings. Thank you very much. She straightened her back, and her chest gave a little double bounce. I hurried to apologize. Didn't realize our Kaidi was such a pro. But I'm starting to doubt this second world is a dungeon at all. Then what is it? A real world. Call it a parallel universe. Call it another planet. Whatever it is, it's a real, physical world. I tossed away the blade of grass I'd been chewing. I've had a hunch for a while now. That other world of ours is the video game. This second world is the real one. You got proof. I do at least 2 things. First, it never rains there. We spent all those days in that place. Did you ever see it rain? No. But it snowed once. Being a girl from the deep south, Snow had left a strong impression on her. That was only because of the calamity. A world where it never rains, where rivers don't run dry and plants don't wither. Doesn't that strike you as strange? It's strange, sure, but that doesn't prove it's virtual. There's one more thing. I held up 2 fingers with an air of mystery. You girls, never, get your periods. Her face flushed red at first, then went still, more than 2 months in, and sure enough, she hadn't had one. As a doctor, she'd initially chalked it up to a hormonal imbalance. She'd asked Whiting. Whiting hadn't had one either. That doesn't prove anything. Maybe stress and anxiety threw off the timing. Delayed by 2 whole months? Quit kidding yourself. That place is virtual. This asterisk is what's real. After all, it's about to rain. I strode off westward, and she jogged to catch up. Kunkin, honestly, I think it's kind of nice not having it. Such a hassle when it comes. Huh. Well, if you get your period in this world, that'll confirm my theory. Come on, Dr. Kaidi. That circle is just up ahead. Wait, Kunkin, something's off. I think the circle is moving. She pointed at the map. Half an hour ago it was here. Now it's shifted a few millimeters to the northwest. Damn, you can spot a few millimeters? I'm a doctor. A blood vessel's only a few millimeters across. If I couldn't see that, I'd be out of a job. I looked again. Sure enough, it was moving. And if it was moving, then it wasn't a town or a village, and it wasn't a cave or a pond either. Could it be some kind of monster? Whatever. I scooped Kaidi up in my arms, stretched my legs long, and bounded westward in great strides. The circle really was on the move, because it was a migrating tribe. Far off on the horizon, a string of black dots was inching to the northwest. As we got closer, the picture came into focus. People, livestock, horse carts and ox carts, and over 100 sheep. I pulled back my power and set her down. Kaidi, a figure like yours, pretty rare back in your hometown, isn't it? She tugged at her, laughing. Back in college, everyone thought I was from up north. You're the southernmost, and Louis the northernmost. You mean the two of us ought to swap? Not at all. Peach and Plum each have their own charm. Both of you shine in your own way. Her cheeks flushed. In Cantonese, she said, all right, let's get moving. The caravan stretched out over 100 meters. At the rear rode a few burly men on horseback. Ahead of them, boys with whips drove the sheep along. Further up were the wagon teams and the old, weak, women and children. And at the very front walked the able-bodied men alongside a handful of white-haired elders. Tugging Kaidi along, I followed at a distance of about 100 meters. Before we could get close, the 2 men at the rear wheeled their horses around and came galloping toward us. Both looked East Asian, black hair, black eyes, yellowish skin, bearded, faces weathered and worn. They rode horses that weren't particularly tall, wore coarse patched clothing, sabers at their waists, and reeked of mutton even from a distance. When the horses were still about 30 meters off, one of the men shouted something at me. I couldn't understand a word, so I quickly tapped my wristband to translate. The band flashed red and buzzed a few times, and the words came through into my ears. Halt, stranger. I stopped and raised my hands. Friend, we're friends. The horses drew up in front of us, and the 2 men stared coldly at us. Strangers, where do you come from? The thinner one drew his saber and pointed it at my face. Speak up. What are you doing here? The one beside him, a square-faced, broad-jawed man, quickly grabbed his arm. Lang, don't be rash. Let's find out first. I curled my lip. From the valley to the southeast. Lies. That's the Black Sand Mountains over there. Not even a bug lives out that way. How could there be people? The thin one clearly wasn't buying it. I thought to myself, if I told you I was from Earth, that I crossed into another world and then came through a portal, would you believe me? We come from the East. We are people of the Dragon Nation. Kaidi Shue answered without a trace of fear. The East, the Dragon Nation. Kaidi, you sure know how to spin a story. Who says big-chested girls have no brains? Dragon Nation? The thin one glanced at the square-faced man. Duh, you ever heard of a Dragon Nation? De shook his head. The East is a mysterious place. There might well be a Dragon Nation out there. What brings you here? We came to trade. We got caught in a windstorm and separated from our caravan. We're trying to find them again, I said quickly. Lang sheathed his saber and nodded. That made sense. Which city are you headed to for trade? De asked. The name's a real tongue twister. I can't quite get it out. It's supposed to be not far from here. Would it happen to be Marlow City? De asked with a smile. I glanced sidelong, and the moment my eyes swept over Lang's face, I answered, No, no, I've never heard of it. De nodded and gave his reins a tug. Black Sand City is just up ahead. 2 days' travel. With that, he turned his horse to leave. I called out quickly, Friend, can we travel with you? De paused. You can, but you'll have to lend a hand to the tribe. A storm's coming soon. I was overjoyed. Absolutely. We'll help however we can. As we hurried after the caravan, Katie jogged alongside me and asked, He said Marlow City. Why did you say it wasn't? Because he was trying to trick us. When he asked, that skinny guy next to him looked all shocked. Way too obvious. Totally fake. The square-faced one is shrewd and calculating. The skinny one's a hothead, all impulse and no brain. De spurred his horse to the front of the caravan, no doubt to report in. 2 Dragonlanders had shown up wanting to tag along. That was something worth flagging. I fished 2 blocks of honey-roasted grain from my wristband and waved over one of the boys herding sheep. The kid looked 12 or 13, dressed in tattered coarse cloth, his pants ripped without so much as a patch. Under his straw sandals, his feet were so caked with grime you couldn't even see the skin. He wiped his runny nose, eyes fixed on the honey block in my hand. Outlander, what are you eating? Something sweet. It's good. Try it. I held it out. The boy glanced up. The skinny one, Lang, was on horseback about 30 meters off, before cautiously biting off a tiny piece. The moment the sweetness hit his tongue, the delight on his face was impossible to hide. He immediately broke off a chunk and shouted to another boy in the distance, Yuan, get over here. The boy called Yuan hesitated, then jogged over. Try it, Yuan. It's sweet. Sweet? Is it sugar? Sean, I've never had sugar before. I handed him a piece too. But the moment he took it, I noticed something. This boy's eyes were gold. Golden irises. Golden left eye, golden right eye. My mind flashed to the 3 special items I was hunting for, and 2 of them were literally a golden left eye and a golden right eye. Was I supposed to gouge this kid's eyeballs out? No, no, no. That was way too messed up. Absolutely not. The 2 boys were still lost in the sweetness when, crack, a black leather whip snapped down, striking Yuan squarely on the hand. The honey block tumbled to the ground. Get back to those sheep. It was Lang, on his horse, face twisted with rage. Yuan didn't make a sound. His hand was already swelling, but he didn't cry out. He just lowered his head and trudged back toward the flock. Lang glared at Sean. Finish eating and get back to work. With that, he wheeled his horse around and rode off. I picked up the fallen honey block and handed it back to Sean. Mind if I ask you a few questions? The 3 of us trailed slowly behind the sheep. We're Een folk. Everyone in the tribe herds sheep. Grandpa says the Een used to farm. We had our own land. Then they wouldn't let us anymore. The young won't let us farm. They only let us graze sheep out here in the Black Sands. Say the Een are only fit for herding. I was puzzled. Why are you called Een? And what's a Yong? We've got black hair and black eyes, so we're Een. Sean tugged at his hair. The lords in the city have gold hair and white skin. Their hair's like the sun, so they're Yong. He looked me over. You've got black hair and black eyes too. You're Een as well. Which tribe are you from? Are there a lot of Een tribes? Loads, dozens. Ours is a small one. Is your tribe big? Very. Lots of them. We don't call them tribes. We call them countries. We're from the Eastern Dragon Nation. The East, huh? That's far, isn't it? Sean looked toward the east, where the wind was blowing from. Very far. Does your tribe do nothing but herd sheep? Yeah. We're not allowed to farm, because we're Een folk. The young folk in the city won't let us in. Sheep can only be sold at the market outside the walls. They say we'll bring misfortune if we enter the city. You 2 can't get in either. No one with black hair can. He pointed at his own hair. All right, what are your names? I'm D. Cohen. She's Katie. Why do your names have 2 syllables? Een folk are only allowed 1-syllable names. I ruffled his hair. Because we're from the Dragon Nation. By the way, that kid who was with you, why is he? Before I could finish, Sean jumped in. Because he's a half-breed. His mom was a Een, his dad was a Yong from the city. His dad ditched him, and his mom died. As we spoke, the square-faced one, came riding back and pulled up alongside Lang. The 2 rode side by side, talking, glancing over at us now and then. That's our village up ahead. We can take shelter there from the rain. Sean cracked his whip twice, excited. I thought you were nomads. You have a village too. A storm's coming. Without shelter, the sheep would be done for. The lords in the city let us into the village when there's heavy rain or snow. Sean hurried the flock along. Katie and I exchanged a glance. This world was probably some kind of ancient society, and these Een folk were the bottom of the barrel. Oppressed, homeless, wandering the outskirts with old and young in tow, barred from the city, forced to sell their sheep outside the walls. Worse still, Katie and I had black hair and black eyes too. The moment we arrived, we'd been branded as the lowest of the low. I touched my own hair. Who the hell says black hair is inferior? I'm a proud son of the Dragon Nation, 5,000 years of history behind me. Those white-skinned pigs think they're fit to be lords? We walked another half hour or so before a cluster of mud-in stone houses came into view, scattered together into a small village. We're here. Our village. Sean cracked his whip in excitement. Duh, and Lang rode up beside me. Outsider, we could use your help. I rolled up my sleeves. You got it. The caravan pulled into the village, and everyone got to work in a flurry. The boys drove the sheep into a wooden fenced pen, where a rickety shelter of branches and mud stood inside. I helped haul things off the ox carts, blankets, quilts, jars and pots, everything a Een family owned. Lang was a one-track kind of guy, always grabbing the heaviest loads, clearly trying to show off. Duh, on the other hand, worked at his own steady pace, his eyes flicking toward me now and then. Watching, sizing me up. I didn't use my powers, even though I could lift a whole ox cart with one hand. I didn't want to tip my hand too early. In a strange place, you don't want to stick out. With many hands, the work went fast, and their belongings were soon carried into the stone houses. Lang and Da had just caught their breath, hadn't even taken a sip of water when a cloud of dust came billowing in from the northwest. The city lords are here. Lang spat on the ground. Damn it, those animals. Lang shut it. Da shot him a glare, then pulled him over to the side of the house, both of them lowering their heads slightly. As the dust settled, amid the whinnying of horses, 7 or 8 Sun people rode up in gilded armor on tall war horses, long swords at their hips. Blonde hair, blue eyes, arrogance in every line of them. They looked at the shadow people the way a man looks at livestock. An officer with a full, bristling beard cracked his whip. You get 3 days out of the rain. After that, take your sheep and your junk and get lost. You cattle, you're not even worth a slave's spit. Don't go polluting the air of Black Sand City. Behind him, a delicate-looking young man pressed a white handkerchief to his mouth and nose, his eyes full of disgust, contempt, even something like pain. My lord, the storm may last 4 or 5 days. Please, grant us a little more time. An old man, his face a web of wrinkles though his hair and beard were still jet black, bowed low and begged in a trembling voice, not daring so much as to lift his eyes. The frail young man only waved his left hand slightly, saying nothing. Crack! The whip came down on the old man, and he crumpled to his knees with a scream. The shadow people around him went taut with dread and fury, but no one dared step forward to help him up. More time? 3 days is already more than generous. 1 day past that, and I'll feed the lot of you to the dogs. You aren't fit to set foot near Black Sand City. You'd befoul our sacred air. The bearded officer swept his gaze across the crowd. His eyes rested on Katie for a moment. Just a moment. To them, even a second glance at a shadow was already too filthy to bear. Remember, 3 days. He turned to look at the frail young man. The young man gave a slight nod, and the whole party wheeled their horses around and thundered away. Once the Sun people were out of sight, De hurried over and helped the old man up. Uncle, are you all right? The old man waved him off. I'm fine. Young men these days have no strength in their arms. The whips back in my day didn't come down half so light. I watched it all in silence, only one thought running through my mind. Hurry up and find Lu Yi and Wei Ting. Get hold of the golden left and right eyes and the jade skull, and get out of here fast. Katie, being a woman, and a doctor at that, born with the compassionate heart of a healer, kept sighing as she watched them. Those poor people. Pitiful folk usually have something hateful about them, too. Katie, don't go stirring up trouble. The second the rain lets up, we need to find E and the others, and whatever those upgrade materials are supposed to be. That's what matters. The storm broke without warning. The moment they'd hauled everything inside, cattle and horses in the shed, sheep in the pen. The wind began to howl. The clouds hung crushingly low. A few flashes of lightning, one splitting crack of thunder, and raindrops the size of beans came pelting down. The land here must have been parched for a long time. The first drops kicked up little puffs of dust as they struck the ground, then vanished in an instant. The rain fell thicker and thicker, the earth going from damp to soaked, and before long puddles were forming. The women of the tribe carried the clay jars, setting a basin out in the rain to catch water. No need to haul it from the well or run down to the river. Katie and I stood in an empty stone hut, watching the white sheets of rain outside. A few kids covered their heads and darted out into it, stomped around a bit, then ran back in laughing. Kids, they never have a care in the world. There was only one bed in the hut, stone, padded with straw mixed with wool, giving off a rank, greasy stink. Katie was a neat freak, so she'd rather stand by the door for the fresh air. Outlanders, the elders want you in the main hall. De came running through the rain, wrapped in a felt cloak, his face set in a cold, imperious mask. I sneered inwardly. Asterisk, what's with the attitude? When that pack of young folk showed up earlier, where was all this swagger? Asterisk. We followed Da at a jog for half a minute and arrived at the largest stone hut in the village. Unlike the others, it was round. Inside, a few stone stools cushioned with sheepskin served as seats, mutton oil lamps burned along the walls, and 3 old men sat around a central fire pit with a kettle steaming on top. Besides the old men, there were Da, Lang, and a handful of burly men. Sit, Outlander, said one old man with a thick beard, gesturing to a stool. I pulled Katie down with me. The moment we sat, Lang rushed over and jabbed a finger at her. Woman, you can't sit. What kind of bullshit rule is that? I pressed Katie back down, my eyes going cold. Asterisk, who do you think you're fooling? A minute ago in front of the yang you were all bowing and scraping like a bunch of grandsons, and now that they've gone you've grown a spine. Asterisk. She just can't. It's the law of our ancestors. Heh. I gave a short laugh. So your ancestors taught you to take a beating from the yang without hitting back, and then turn around and bully some outlander? What did you say? With a shing, Lang drew his blade. Whoosh. I was on my feet, staring him down. Your elders called me here just so you could pull a knife on me? You've got a blade. Why didn't you dare draw it on the yang? All you can do is push around women and children. What kind of man are you? A coward, that's what. You. Lang was shaking with rage, the blade raised but frozen. His knuckles trembled on the hilt, and his eyes kept darting to Da and to the old men by the fire. Remember this. If you don't have the guts to cut someone, don't draw. Once the blade's out, it has to taste blood. I grabbed the naked edge with my bare hand and, with a snap, broke it clean in two. Then snap, snap, snap. I broke that good sword into 4 or 5 pieces and tossed them on the floor. Snapping a live blade barehanded like that turned Lang's face crimson, dropped Da's jaw, and lit up the eyes of the 3 old men. Outlander, no need to lose your temper. The bearded old man glanced at Lang, whose face had gone purple. Lang, the Outlander isn't bound by ancestral law. Sitting's no offense. I plopped down casually, fished out a cigarette, and stuck it between my lips, then took a lamp down from the wall and lit up. Well, gentlemen, what did you want with us? Outlander, did you come to our tribe just to shelter from the rain? Old-timer, we're merchants out of Dragon Country. Got separated from our caravan. Then the rain caught us, so we came in, just waiting it out. We'll head off once the rain stops. Oh, where are you two headed? The city. Maybe our companions are waiting for us there. Huh. Outsiders, first time out this way, huh? You can't get into the city. Best you'll manage is the holding station outside the walls. I remembered what that boy named Sean had said. Black-haired folk weren't allowed into the city. Because of our black hair? The old man nodded. You two are just like us, folk. Folk can't enter the city. We defile its holiness. Your companions can't get in either, and nobody in there will do business with you. The city folk only buy sheep off folk, and nothing else. Why only sheep? Katie asked, puzzled. Because at least sheep are white, the old man said with a bitter smile. What about gold? I fished the small nugget Yin Sanhua had given me out of my bracelet. Gold. The moment the gold appeared, every face in the room went ashen, as if I were holding an atomic bomb. Put it away, quick, the old man cried. Don't drag us down with you. The gold's mine. What's it got to do with you? The young lords in the city decreed that folk aren't fit to own gold. So much as a speck of it, and the whole tribe gets beheaded. I gave a cold laugh and tucked the gold away. So terrified of the young folk. No wonder you live worse than dogs. Relax, we'll be gone the minute the rain stops. We won't drag you into anything. What did you say? I finally lost it. Say that again. I said you live worse than dogs. Cower like whipped curs in front of the young folk, and bark like rabid ones at anyone weaker. Da's hand trembled as he stared at the old man by the fire pit, as though waiting for an order. The others in the room closed in around him, hands resting on the hilts of their knives. I hadn't set out to make enemies of them, and I had no interest in meddling in their tribal affairs. But I'm not one to swallow insults. Leave me be, and I'll be gone once the rain stops. Cross me, and even if I don't kill you, I'll damn well have my peace. That pack of young folk on their high horses hadn't dared lay a whip on me. If they had, not one of them would have walked away alive. Heh, indeed, the outsider speaks the truth. We do live worse than dogs. Another old man coughed twice and spoke slowly. Grand Elder. De bristled, but didn't dare talk back. Seeing the water had come to a boil, the Grand Elder poured out 2 cups and gestured for us to drink. I picked one up without a thought. Katie, with her germ phobia, didn't touch hers. Outsider, let's speak plainly. Tell me what brought you here, and this old man might just be able to help you. I'm after a few things: the golden left eye, the golden right eye, and the jade skull. I saw no reason to hide it. The golden left eye, heh. Grand Elder, do you know where it is? I heard a little about it from my grandfather when I was a boy. The Grand Elder slyly topped off my cup. Then what would it take for you to tell me? The Grand Elder let out a hearty laugh. Friend from the East, would you like to hear how we people came to be what we are? About 150 years ago, we people worked this land, tilled the soil, raised cattle and sheep. We weren't like we are now, drifting across the wastes like homeless ghosts with no place to settle. Then the young people came. Their blades were sharper, their horses taller, their shields thicker. They beat us and built walled towns, one after another. We wanted to band together and fight back, but we just couldn't. Why couldn't you? Kitty Shwe asked. Because the people have too many gods. Some worship the sun god, others the rain god, the mountain god, the river god, the death god. Every tribe worships something different. No one could unify them, and no one dare try. The moment anyone proposed an alliance, someone else would jump up and start fighting over doctrine, over who would lead. Before the young people even drew a sword, we were already at each other's throats. So they drove us out of our villages, and all we could do was herd our animals across the open country, never staying in one place for long unless the storms forced us to. And then, for pastures, for water, we herders started turning on each other too. Outsider, look around at this godforsaken place. Is the grass thick? Is there plenty of water? I shook my head. 10 kilometers to the southeast lay the black sand hills, where nothing grew. This whole stretch of black sand flats can support 200 or 300 sheep at most, enough to feed 70 or 80 people. Why do we scrape by in this wretched place? Because 30 years ago, another tribe defeated us, and we washed up here. You ask why we don't dare draw our blades against the young people. Because the moment we do, the entire tribe is finished. Wives, children, parents, elders, all slaughtered. It's not that we're cowards. It's that we have people we can't bear to lose. The Grand Elder looked at me. If a man isn't pushed to the very edge, who would choose to live worse than a dog? I looked at the Grand Elder, then at Da. Da's eyes were full of weary bitterness, as if he were holding back tears. Yes, once you have a family, once you have children, with the old above you and the young below, you're no longer just yourself. You put shackles on your own wrists. You want to give your children a life free from worry. You want your parents to grow old with dignity. Even if you turn into a beast of burden, no one forced the yoke on you. You fastened it yourself. Like Zizunbo in the story, slipping the golden band onto his own head. Circumstances leave us no choice. The Grand Elder let out a long sigh. I fell silent. I would buy osmanthus and share the wine, but never again like the wanderings of youth. Grand Elder, resistance means blood. It means people die. It might even mean the end of a people. But someone has to straighten his spine and carry the hope forward. If everyone thinks only of their own little household, if no one can say, "Let me be the sacrifice," others will follow. then all we can ever be is fish and meat on someone else's chopping block. I, I looked at that pack of hot-blooded young men. It's fair enough that you all want to look after your own families, but someone still has to be willing to bleed for the greater good. Otherwise what? They took a step forward. Otherwise you end up like this. Holed up indoors for 3 days, then wandering the wasteland. I spread my hands. Great Elder, story's over. Now, about the golden eyes, care to tell me? There's no harm in telling you. Legend has it that one of the golden eyes sits atop the 9-story, sky-reaching tower built by the Lord of Black Sand City. It's the holy tower of the Young People's Church of Light. The golden eye is the sacred instrument they use to commune with their true God. You may want it, but taking it won't be easy. I smiled. Knowing where it was made everything simpler. True God, Church of Light, whatever. Anyone who got in my way, I'd wipe out. Thank you, Great Elder. Once the rain stops, we'll take our leave. The Great Elder paused, then quickly recovered, cradling his clay cup. Outlander, I have a suggestion, if you're willing to hear it. Go ahead. Our tribe could lend you a hand, though. I laughed. Great Elder, my companion, and I don't really need your help. If anything, it's you who might need mine. So out with it. The message was plain. Your little tribe can't do much for me, but if there's something you need from me, feel free to ask. My arrogance clearly rankled Duh and the other young hotheads. Did 2 people actually think they could carve their way through Black Sand City? The Great Elder, however, didn't seem to mind in the least. Old men grow wily. Their hides grow thick. Huh, Outlander, we haven't even asked your names yet. I'm D. Cohen. My companion is Shwekady. Multi-syllable names, no less. A custom of the Dragon Nation. D. Cohen, this old man would like to ask your help in taking back the Twin Fish River grasslands to the east. Twin Fish River grasslands. They used to belong to us, the Blackstripe tribe. We herded there for 50 years. 10 years ago, a plague hit us, and the Blackfoot tribe seized the chance to grab the grasslands and drive us into this black sand wasteland. Do you have any way to get us back there? The Great Elder's eyes were full of hope. I could, but what's the point of taking it back? I fixed my gaze on him. Same race, same people, fighting each other over a patch of grass. I drive out the Blackfoot for you, chase them into this wasteland, and one day they beat you right back out again. Round and round it goes, no end in sight. While you tear yourselves apart, those young people over in Black Sand City sleep soundly. The Great Elder set down his cup. Then tell me, what should we do? Either don't act, or go all the way. Show some nerve. What's a piddling stretch of grassland worth? Great Elder, why not unite every Een tribe under one banner? Storm Black Sand City, put every last Yang to the sword. When it's done, I take what I came for and go, and you serf stand up at last and sing your song of. Sing. The moment the word left my mouth, the young men exchanged glances, first shocked, then excited, and even wearing a flicker of hope. The Grand Elder's face gave nothing away. Outsider, our tribe only has this handful of people. Do you really think? Take your time to think it over. You've got 3 more days. Grabbing a pasture isn't something I care about. I cup my fists and salute. Grand Elder, goodbye. Take care, brother. The rain was still falling, though lighter now. The Grand Elder watched the 2 of us leave and simply took a quiet sip of water. Golden Eyeball, Sky-Piercing Tower, tribal legends? How come I've never heard of any of that? A wiry old man asked. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You really believe those 2 outsiders can help us take back Twin Fish River? And unite every tribe on top of that? Have you lost your mind? Some things, you try, and maybe they work, maybe they don't. But if you don't try, they definitely won't. We live like dogs out on this wasteland. The young people's blades hanging over us, our own kin trampling us from below. What retreat do we have left? Or are you content to spend the rest of your life as a dog? The Grand Elder fixed him with a cold stare. When the whip lands on your back, you wait till the man's walked off before you dare mutter that the young people aren't strong enough? The wiry old man lowered his head and said nothing more. I brought Shwekady back to that empty hut. Kunkin, do you really want to help them unite every tribe? Kady, do you know the 2 things in this world that hold the greatest pull over a man? What 2 things? First, reigning supreme over the world, lifting a 3-foot sword to carve out deeds unmatched in any age. And the second, she smiled. The second, resting my head on a beauty's lap, Moon and blossoms outside the window, red waves rolling under the brocade quilt. He figures your mouth can never stay off that kind of talk. I slid an arm around her waist. The other day, at the pool, you said once we got back to camp, you'd be mine, remember? There were too many people at camp. How about now, then? A rainy day couldn't be more fitting. Raindrops rattled against the stone roof. The wool blanket on the stone bed got tossed aside. For Sherry Kitey, this first time felt like something she'd been waiting on for a very long while. She'd grown up on ships since she was little, tall, sturdy, planted firm on her feet. Whatever I did, she could take it in stride. The rain eased up. Sherry Kitey curled against my chest and lifted one foot. My feet aren't pretty at all. It's from wearing flip-flops. I think they look just fine. Are you really going to help that black striped tribe unify all the tribes? We'll take it one step at a time. Our main thing is still tracking down the golden left and right eyes and the jade skull. That old man said the golden eye is on the tower up in the city. Should we go or not? Heh. I gave her shoulder a squeeze. I'm not even sure that old geezer was telling the truth. An old man from some little tribe who's never once set foot in the city. How would he know anything about a golden eye? That said, I am kind of interested in unifying the shades. Why not, young man? Take up the sword of Wu and seize the 50 prefectures beyond the mountain passes. She draped a long leg across my belly. Sure, if that's what you want, I'll go wherever you go. Only, I've got no idea where E and Sis Ting ended up. I frowned down at my bracelet. By the rules of this place, E and the others wouldn't be allowed in the city either. 10 to 1 they're stuck in some shade tribe out on the plains too. If we lead the Black Stripe tribe on a unification campaign, we might just run into them. Sherry Kitty rolled over onto her stomach and looked up at me. My. So you really want to make a name for yourself in this world? You actually want to help them carve out an empire? Help them? No. I'll only lead the unification if I'm the one in charge. Play beast of burden and fight their wars for them. Not a chance. So say the tribe accepts you as their chief, and once you've unified the shades they kick you to the curb. Then what? I laughed. First, anyone who tries to step up gets cut down. Second, we're not sticking around here forever anyway. We've still got to bring back those golden eyeballs to level up. This place is just an interlude, not the main theme. Sherry Kitty leaned in close, nose nuzzling my cheek, her breath sweet as orchids. Then before you go pulling off something that big, shouldn't you take care of something else first? A girl wants a second round. The rain fell all day. It let up the next morning, leaving the black sand waste a sea of mud. For 2 days now, Sherry Kitty and I had been living and eating with the Black Stripe tribe. Their staples were goat milk, cheese, and coarse flatbread. The flour was rough, mixed with little pebbles that cracked against your teeth if you weren't careful, and the cheese was sour and tough. After 2 meals of it, Sherry Kitty and I were already dreaming of roast boar and potatoes. One more day, and the tribe would set out to wander the wastes, not returning to shelter in the village until the winter blizzards drove them back. On the 3rd day around noon, the villagers began loading tents, bedding, hay, and jars onto the ox carts, planning to leave at first light. These past 2 days, Sherry Kitty was like a little girl who'd snuck a piece of candy. Every chance she got, she'd tug me indoors. After a meal, let's go inside. I'd step out for some air. Let's go inside. At night, stargazing. Stop looking at those. Let's go inside. Sure enough, no sooner had we finished our cheese wraps than she was biting her lip, eyes coy as she brushed back her hair. Cooin, inside. Can't it wait till tonight? Tonight is tonight. Afternoon is afternoon. Inside the stone hut, she braced herself against the stone bed and beckoned me over with a crooked finger. We were halfway through when a knock came at the door. Da's voice. Dikuin? The Grand Elder is asking for you. Over the last few days, Da had actually grown respectful toward me, probably because of what I'd said to him 2 days back. I gave Sherry Kitty a pat on the rear. No help for it. I've got to go see the Grand Elder. She pouted. So annoying. Same round stone hut, same 3 old men, same pot of water bubbling over the fire pit. I got straight to the point. 3 elders, what did you want to discuss? Dikuin, we won't beat around the bush. Our whole tribe, old and young, has 42 men. Take out the elders and the kids, and we've got maybe 20 fighters. But if you say we're going to unite the Een people, then fine. Us old bones will lay it all on the line and back you. The Grand Elder's face flushed red, wearing the look of a man ready to fight to the last breath. Enough, enough. How many men do the other tribes have? The Blackfoot tribe has at least 3 times what we do. Huh. So at most, 300. The old men traded uneasy looks. Asterisk only asterisk 300? 300 against 80. And he was talking like it was nothing. Dikuin, our whole clan is willing to gamble this once. How sure are you? 100%. Yeah. The scrawny old man chuckled. Nothing in this world is ever 100%. Old man, saying 100 is me being modest. Try 1,000, 10,000. Our first strike, we hit your old enemies, the Blackfoot. Any who surrender and cooperate, we take in and fight alongside. Any who won't, I'll wipe their entire tribe off the face of the earth. The words rolled off my tongue like a general looking down on the whole world. The 3 old men exchanged a glance. Let's do it. Duh, Lang, and a whole gang of young men clenched their fists in excitement. Do it. Anything was better than these days of drifting around, unable to hold onto even a scrap of grazing land. Better to bet it all on one throw, I said, rather than watching your wives and children starve on the wasteland or get beaten to death by bullies. Straighten your spines and follow me. But I'm not the kind of man who plays the gun in someone else's hand. I hold the gun. If you want to follow me, you accept me as your leader. I'll be your chieftain. I swept my eyes around the room. Nobody agreed. Nobody objected. The young men's eyes all darted to the 3 old men. They looked lost. Lang stared with those clear, dumb eyes of his, not even sure what to do with his hands. The 3 old men sat frozen for a good 10 seconds. Then the grand elder suddenly burst out laughing. Good, good, good. The young man's got guts. But you're an outsider. How can you be our chieftain? Yeah, you're from the Dragon Nation. You're not even one of us. Lang got out a rare full sentence. I scratched my head. They had a point. Unless, the grand elder said, you join our tribe. Not a chance. I refused on the spot. I am a son of Huaxia, standing tall for 5,000 years. You want me to change my people? In your dreams. The blood in my veins was the blood of Yin and Huang. I might look like them, but joining their tribe? Never in 1,000 years. The grand elder studied me, silently cheering inside. That's what you call national pride. Not like those types who dream of nothing but blonde hair and blue eyes. Good. A man who doesn't forget his roots. Now that's a real man. I've got another idea. You up for it? Don't let the grand elder's squinty old eyes fool you. Sneaky ideas came out of him one after another. What idea? There's a girl in our clan named Ming. If you marry her, you'd count as half a clansman. I appreciate the offer, elder, but I already have someone I love. I can't do that. You won't do this, you won't do that. So how are we supposed to accept you? I thought it over. Simple. Whoever doesn't accept it, I'll beat them until they do. Violence may not solve every problem, but it does solve the people who bring them up. I have an idea. To step forward. Lang's son, Shan. Dikuin could take him on as an adopted son. As Shan's godfather, him being our chief would just about make sense. That works. The grand elder stroked his beard and nodded. Let's do it that way. All right. I clapped my hands. I'll take Shan as my adopted son. Soon enough, the boy called Shan was brought over, caked in mud from head to toe. Clearly he'd been running wild outside. The moment he stepped into the stone hut, he tensed up, head down and hands at his sides. Father, elder, where the hell have you been running off to? Covered in mud. A boy your age, and you still don't know how to look like a human being. Lang laid into him first. I went to feed the sheep in the pen. Bullshit. Feeding sheep gets you covered like that. Lang yanked him over. From today on, this man, Dikuin, is your godfather. Huh. Shan's brain couldn't quite catch up. But he didn't need to catch up. He just needed to accept it. I didn't mind the mud one bit. He was a little boy, after all, right at the age for mischief. Shan, we meet again. Kneel. Call him Godfather. Lang kicked him in the rear, sending him thumping down to his knees. Godfather. Shan called out at once. I scratched my head. Only a few days into this second world, and I'd already picked up a godson. That Godfather isn't for free. Here's a gift for our first meeting. I fished the piece of gold out of my wristband and pressed it into his hand. Take it. Shan didn't dare accept it. The gold felt like a red-hot coal in his palm, and he flung his hand away. No, we can't take gold. I gave a slight smile. As your chief, the first thing I'm going to change is this. Gold is a good thing. Take it. Take it boldly. Take it without a second thought. Everyone stared at me blankly, not understanding what I meant. You don't dare take gold, and that means you're afraid of the Sun People. Down to your bones, you think of yourselves as lesser, as lowly. If you don't change that mindset, your tribe will never have any hope. Only when you stand up straight and think yourselves worthy do you earn the right to be saved. Pick up that gold, Sean. Be a man. Stand tall and hold your head high like a real human being. Not to brag, but my silver tongue was really something, starting to sound like one of those beer hall orators. Shan's blood was up too. The kid was deep in his edgy phase. He snatched the gold off the ground, wiped it clean, and declared, "This, I'm keeping it. That's it. Act like a man." I patted his head approvingly. Second thing, just because you've got black hair and black eyes, people call you Een Folk, and you just take it? Een Folk, that's an insult. I found a stick and scratched a big character, Xinghao Yin Xinghao, into the dirt floor of the stone hut. From now on, we're still called Een, but not the Een of Een and Yang. It's this Een. Everyone crowded around to look at the character. The Grand Elder frowned. Is that a word from the Dragon Kingdom? How do you read it? Also pronounced Een. It means prosperous, abundant. You'll copy this character onto a banner, and from now on you march under it, and unite every tribe. The Grand Elder nodded again and again. Prosperous, that's a good word. Quick, get some women to sew a banner. That's the spirit. You've got to fly your colors. And the Yinshang dynasty counts as an ancestor of our Dragon Kingdom, after all. Another thing, why do all your names have only one character? They looked at me like I was an idiot. We've always used one character, since ancient times. No, the Grand Elder coughed a couple of times. 200 years ago, our ancestors didn't use just one character either. The young folk came and said we were only fit for a single character. That rule's been in place for 150 years now. The young ones just take it for granted. All the more reason to restore our ancestors' glory. From now on, everyone uses a two-character name. Shan, Lang, De, stick a surname in front. Pick whatever you like, just don't use only one character. My name's Deshawn, the kid shouted, brandishing his gold. You can't be called Deshawn. You're an adopted son. You have to take your dad's surname. I thought to myself, the little rascal's no fool. Knows how to climb the pole once you plant it. Sean glanced at his dad. Lang clearly wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He scratched his head and pulled at his ears in a panic, thinking hard for ages before he finally looked up. I don't know what to add either. My name's Lang, so I'll be Lang Lang. I burst out laughing. Perfect. Surnamed Lang, given name Lang, courtesy name Piano. Not bad at all. Lang smacked his son on the head. From now on, you're Lang Sean. All right. We move out tomorrow. First stop, the Blackfoot tribe. Bring them to heel. I rubbed my hands together. I still had business to take care of. I headed back to see to my affairs, while the whole Blackstripe tribe launched into a naming frenzy, everyone racking their brains over what surname to pick. Inside the round stone hut, the three elders were still huddled by the fire. They were old. Surname or no surname made no difference to them. How many years did they have left, anyway? De hadn't left. He sat down beside the three old men. Duh. Do you know why I agreed to let an outsider be our chieftain? The Grand Elder asked. I don't know. De felt a stab of disappointment. He was the pride of the tribe, its future leader. How good do you think our odds are, fighting the Blackfoot tribe? I don't. I know. Bullshit. You're the future leader. How can you say you don't know? The Grand Elder's face darkened with anger. 50%. Huh. I'd say 50% at best. The Grand Elder took a sip of water. Having an outsider as chieftain isn't a bad thing. The man's got real ability, snapped a blade with his bare hands. He's no ordinary man, and we can put him to good use. If we win, we take back the grazing lands, and even get a share of the Blackfoot tribe's property and women. If we lose, we pin all the blame on him, say we were coerced. That way, at least the tribe's bloodline survives. They looked at him. Grand Elder, I think if we really could unite all the Grand Elder waved him off. Unite with what? Our 80 people? Let's take it one step at a time. Getting the grazing land back is enough for me. Duh, you should pick a surname too. We've got to give the chieftain some face, at least. 3 days passed in a flash. Yawning, I led Kitty Shwe and the Blackstripe tribe up onto the black sand wastes. The tribe had scrounged up a horse for me, but I didn't know how to ride. Nobody's born knowing how to ride a horse. Better to spare myself the embarrassment in front of everyone by claiming I was being considerate and leaving the horse for whoever needed it most. Walking was fine anyway. I chatted and joked with Kitty Shui as we followed the column southeast. Langshan held up a new banner with a crooked "een" character scrawled across it. We'd been walking most of the day. Around 3 in the afternoon, they came galloping on horseback from the front of the column to the back and back again, patrolling nervously. They had given himself the name Inda. The guy had no small ambitions, still had his eye on that future leader position. I didn't really care, but watching him tear around like his ass was on fire, I couldn't help wondering what was up. We were at the foot of a rocky mountain, black stones scattered across every slope. Under the afternoon sun, they glittered with a tempting sheen. I grabbed the reins of Inda's horse. Duh, what are you running around for? Chieftain, there are bandits up in the Blackstone Mountain ahead. We've got to hurry through, or they'll come to rob us. The hell? These bandits must be blind. You lot are dirt poor. What the hell is there to rob? Inda's face fell. Chieftain, we still have sheep and women. Bandits take that sort of thing. Life's already this brutal, can't even fill their bellies, and they're still robbing sheep, still can't forget what's in their pants. Humans, huh? Always the little head running the big head. Inda didn't quite follow and didn't dare argue. But secretly he was hoping the bandits would show up, so he could see what kind of badass chieftain I really was. Hurry up, quit dawdling. Langshan rode his scrawny little pony back and forth, driving the sheep along, and still found the time to shoot me a glare. What's the damn rush? It's just bandits. If you're scared of a few bandits, how are you going to fight the Blackfoot tribe? Deep down, I was hoping the bandits would show up soon, so I could win a battle and cement my authority. Langshan just looked helpless and anxious. Beyond sighing, there was nothing he could do. The column. Before we'd even made it over the mountain. Maybe I was lucky, or maybe Langshan just wasn't. Less than 5 minutes in, 3 metallic clangs rang out. Freeze. Nobody moves. Anyone runs, dies. 20 sheep and 2 women, and we'll let you through. Haha, I want the big one, the one with the huge jugs. A dozen or so bandits came scrambling down from the back of the mountain, waving beat-up cleavers, 2 of them with bows drawn. These bandits were in worse rags than the Blackstripe tribe. Every one of them skinny as a beanpole, black hair, black skin, clearly malnourished. Looked like folk too. I shaded my eyes and squinted up at the ridge. Damn, these bandits are pathetic. If you've sunk this low, why bother being a bandit? Wouldn't punching a clock at some factory beat this? Katie, how long would it take you to wrap these guys up? Katie Schwepp pursed her lips. A minute, tops. But I don't want to kill them. They're filthy. Katie, I've got to call you out on that. Since when do you get picky about how clean a bandit is before you kill him? Just as I was talking, asterisk whoosh, asterisk, an arrow ripped through the air, dead center into the flagpole Langshan was holding. Bullseye. The force behind it was no joke, and it sent the scrawny Langshan staggering, the flagpole crashing to the ground. Langshan raised his riding crop and lashed his son. You idiot. Can't even hold a damn flag straight. What good are you? Langshan was fuming inside. But in front of his old man, he didn't have the guts to talk back. Could only grit his teeth and swallow it. That arrow actually got me interested. Who knew this godforsaken place had a real marksman? I looked closer. Up on the ridge stood a woman, 1 foot on the mountain, the other planted on a black boulder. High ponytail, hoodie, dark blue skinny jeans hugging her hips, Doc Martens, all attitude. Nice shot, Chief. The bandits hooped and hollered. You country hicks ever seen shooting like that? Hurry up and cough up the sheep and the women. Our chief is little. Idiot. Little Ash. I snorted out a laugh. Little Ash? With those 2 flat pancakes on your chest, you don't even measure up to Ash. The Blackstripe tribe were all sweating bullets, not daring to twitch, but they couldn't stomach handing over the sheep and women either. Besides, that woman had just put on a little demo. Anyone who charged up was a dead man. The Grand Elder was a crafty old fox, all right. He took a step forward. Brothers of Black Rock Mountain, it's not that we won't pay up. Our chief is right here. As long as he gives the nod, whatever you want is yours. The old bastard was shoving me out front. Asterisk if you've got what it takes. Take out the bandits and earn your stripes. If not, crawl back into a corner. Still think you can be chief? Asterisk. I let out a little chuckle. Sneaky old bastard. But I didn't try to duck it. I stepped forward and shouted up at the ridge. Chief Liu, Your man's here. That one shout stunned the entire black-striped tribe. Asterisk, holy shit. The chief's in cahoots with the bandits? We're done for. Asterisk. They lured us here to kill us. The bandits exchanged puzzled looks too. How did this guy know their chief's name? The woman on the hillside was the most worked up of all. The moment she heard my voice, she came screaming down the slope. Right in front of everyone. Lu Yi threw herself at me, bow and arrows still in hand. You jerk. I finally found you. Her little fists rained down on me. Where the hell have you been? Why didn't you come looking for me? Then she hopped down and grabbed Shwekaidi's hand. Kaidi, wow, you look great. Your skin's got such a nice glow to it. Shwekaidi looked embarrassed. Not really. It's just sunburn. Sunburn my ass. It's been raining for 2 days. How did you two end up herding sheep? You're out here playing bandit chief. Can't we play shepherd? Hee hee, small potatoes. Lu Yi turned to the dumbstruck bandits behind her. You guys can head back. The bandits looked at each other blankly. Head back? Back where? Chief, what are you saying? A tall, skinny one shuffled down to the foot of the hill. Chief, you're not coming back with us. Nope. My man's here. I'm going with him. You lot can scatter. Chief, the tall, skinny guy dropped to his knees with a thud. You can't just abandon us. You shot the old chief dead, and now you won't even take over? How are we supposed to survive? Not my damn problem. I've still got to find the golden left and right eyes. Who's got time to run around robbing folks? I looked over the ragged group of bandits. You guys all aim people too? The skinny one nodded. If we were young folk, who'd be out here holding people up? What tribe? No tribe. We're all orphans, some of us half-breeds. Had no choice but to turn bandit. Then round up the rest of your crew. Tonight we're staying at your camp, I said, glancing at Lu Yi. That work for you, Chief Lu? Lu Yi pursed her lips. Ugh, you're the worst. Whatever you say, I guess. The 3 elders came over with edict. Chief, what's the meaning of this? Tonight we stay at the bandit camp. And from now on they're not bandits. We're taking them in. These dozen or so men are coming with us to unite all the Een people. The 3 elders exchanged glances and figured it made sense. Absorbing these bandits meant more than a dozen grown men. Real, solid fighting strength. The Blackstripe tribe only had about 80 people all told, and once you took out the women, elders, and children, at most 20 could actually fight. This move doubled their combat power in one stroke. The group followed the winding mountain path for 2 or 3 miles. The sun was nearly setting by the time the bandit camp came into view. Truly, it was one beggar meeting another, one hard-luck soul greeting the next. What the hell kind of camp was this? Just a few lean-to shacks and one wooden hut, which had to be the chief's quarters. This is your camp. Hey, don't knock it. I shot their chief. After he died, they pushed me to be chief. I was bored anyway, so I took the job. My very first raid. And who do I run into but you? Why'd you shoot the old chief dead? Louie fished a cigarette out of my pocket and stuck it between her lips. You blaming me? They tried to rob me and wanted me to be the chief's bride, no less. 1 arrow each. Dropped the first chief and second chief on the spot. After that, the whole lot of them were kowtowing like their heads were pounding rice, begging me to be chief and lead them to the good life. Well, take a look. That's what the stronghold is. Sorrier shape than when we first got dumped into this world. And you? I turned. You've been eating, Katie, haven't you? Fess up. Your eyes have got dark circles and Katie's positively glowing. Shwek, Katie blushed coyly. Hee hee, a woman needs a little nourishment too. Ha. Louie put on a face that said this old girl needs some nourishment too. Then you're going to have your hands full tonight. The Blackstripe tribe didn't seem to mind the camp. Huts, level ground, even a well. A whole lot better than pitching camp out on the wasteland. They hauled the tents down from the wagons, men, women, and children all pitching in, and had them up in no time. Louie, Shwek, Katie, and I took the one wooden hut, though even it was worse than the shack we'd had when we first landed in this world. Louie clung to me and wouldn't let go. Thank God I found you guys. This place was killing me. I've never lived anywhere this awful in my whole life. Not bad, really. At least you've got a roof to keep the wind and rain off. Come with us, and by tomorrow night you'll be sleeping in a tent. Louie shook her head hard. Going, definitely going. I don't care if it's a tent, as long as I'm with you. These bandits with their red noses and green eyes. The way they look at me isn't right. I haven't dared sleep a single night. I hold my bow the whole time. Told them any man who comes within 30 paces of this hut gets an arrow. I stroked her hair. You've had it rough. Come along with us. I'll show you how I'm going to command an army of thousands as a great general. Command thousands? I command about a dozen bandits here, and I'm already worn out. Every one of them's dumb as a mule. And you want to command thousands? Give it a rest. Just hurry up and find the golden eye so we can go home. I don't want to stay in this place another second. Any word on the golden left and right eyes? The oldest bandit says all the gold is inside Black Sand City. Any shade outside the city caught hoarding gold gets his whole family executed. So even if the golden eyes exist, they'd have to be in the city, nothing out here. And even if they did have gold, it'd be useless to them. Can't spend it, wouldn't dare spend it. I nodded. Every road leads back to Black Sand City, and we can't get in. So, we unite the shades outside the walls, and we storm Black Sand City. That night Louis had a hard time holding herself back. She was used to crying out however she pleased, but this wasn't her own castle. There were over 100 people outside the wooden hut, children among them. The Black Sand wasteland really couldn't support many people. Pasture was scarce, the sheep had to. Scratching grass out of the cracks between stones. A wasteland this size could support 100 and some people, tops. Worse, water was scarce. Just 2 little creeks, and come summer heat, they'd dry up entirely. Luckily, it had rained the past 2 days, so the grass was thicker and the sheep were grazing happily. The first 2 days on the wasteland, I tried drilling those bandits. At the bare minimum, they needed to obey orders and follow commands. If you're going to fight wars, you need military discipline. But that raised another problem. A day of drills, and these guys ate twice as much. You can't drill men and then not feed them. Weighted runs, marching in step. Come mealtime, every man put away an extra flatbread. The Blackstripe tribe hadn't had much food to begin with, and now there were suddenly a dozen plus extra mouths, all of them wolfing it down. At this rate, forget attacking other tribes. Inside a week, they'd eat the Blackstripe tribe into oblivion. The evening of the 3rd day, in my tent, Lu Yi and Shue Katie were snacking on the honey-fried flour cubes they'd brought with them, while the 3 elders sat there staring at me with long faces. We really are out of grain. At this rate, 5 days at most, and it's all gone. The sheep aren't ready for market yet, and even if we sold them for grain, there wouldn't be time. Chief, what do you say we do? I thought to myself, being chief really is a bitch of a job. An army marches on its stomach. No grain, no fighting. All right, 3 elders. Tomorrow, leave the women, children, and some of the older folks behind to keep tending the sheep. Everyone else, plus the new bandits, pack 2 days' rations and head straight for the Twin Fish River Plain. I couldn't wait for the bandits to finish training. By the time they were trained, the Blackstripe tribe would be living on air. After the 3 elders left, Louis finished her flour cubes and rubbed her hands together. The way I see it, we don't need to make it this complicated. Let's just go straight to the Blackfoot tribe. I put an arrow through their chief, we absorb them, and we're done. Right. This was what you'd call path dependence with Louis. Shoot the bandit boss dead, and the bandits made her their master. So now she wanted to run the same play. Shoot the enemy chief dead, then absorb the tribe.